Why? No, no, it was fine. Why would they be nervous? I mean, it's literally just a little girl with a shovel. That's not a weapon, that's a tool. And a very fun one. The only thing I wish didn't happen was that the mouth moves if you use your push to talk, even when the sound is very minuscule. It's like on my screen when I push it, it doesn't talk unless I'm talking very loudly. But on other people's streams, the character just yaps on all the time whenever you press the button. So I'm just walking around with fucking Maria's mouth going crazy, and it's fine.
Suspend your disbelief. Nothing is real. People around me are empty. I feel sorry for them. I am not empty. My friends are not empty.
Okay, so how long have I been asleep for? That's a good question.
No, I've never seen a single scary movie in my entire life. Literally. I've not seen a single horror or anything like that.
7 hours.
I don't watch movies, let alone scary. Yeah, yeah, I'm a fucking pussy. I've never seen a single scary movie.
And I'm starting to think that's a very fair time to be asleep for. You know, 7 hours? Hi.
No, 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 thank you. No, no, thank you. I hate scary stuff.
Go ahead.
This is not fucking scary. Come on, Lily. This is not scary. It's not even spooky. It's fucking silly, it's what it is.
Shut up. God. Oh, this shit is bug as fuck. Fuck it. I don't know. Also, I forgot to change the imagery. Ah. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Do I know? Oh well. Do I have Frogmaster's opening here, or 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 do I have something is echoing? Really? Still? It's stopped. Oh, something is echoing. I have I have my stream open in background. That was it. Yeah.
Morning, honey. How have you slept? On that couch for 2 days straight. I got you some pillows. You like them? What?
What you doing?
What is wrong with you?
Moonbathing.
Yeah.
What's he done? Oh, he's just up the way. He's old tricks.
Where's your
Being an
clothes?
absolute fucking pervert.
I don't
Oh, wait.
know.
Oh, Axel.
Oh, Annabelle, I miss you. Oh, Annabelle.
I made a car bomb.
Excuse me?
Whoops. Sorry, I thought it was a company car. That's my bad. The looking shack to the shame.
Oh, you think we have a company car? That's funny.
Yeah, we had one until fucking
We
Yi
did
lost
have
it.
one. Yeah, he's lost it, so.
What, right?
Hector, get that fucking suit off. Jesus
What do you
Christ.
mean?
Yeah, what is that about?
Oh,
I wouldn't ask.
playing with bombs.
Oh, for God's sake.
Fine, we go get changed.
Good morning, honey. How have you slept? On that couch for 2 days straight. I got you some pillows. You like them?
I know, I saw that. I thought that was a nice touch. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, honey.
How was the weekend?
It's been okay. Slightly slow. I haven't opened a single time yet. I had my hands full the entire time.
Yeah, by your message, it definitely seems that way.
No, that was just tonight. All right. Are you ready, honey?
Ready.
I am ready. I was born ready.
All right, let me change.
Oh no, meeting time.
I have to take a very important phone call in 7 minutes. I might dip out.
Oh, Annabelle's office. Undecorated yet. Ah. Yeah, I know. Annabelle's outfits were something.
All right, let's get her outfit back. You know what? Let's go for this. Oh my god, I had my ass fucking closed the entire fucking time. No. Give me my hat back. Her tie. No, wait. Her bun. Oh, yeah, no, that one breaks. Alright, so I guess we're going back to normal hairstyle. Well, not normal. She wears her hair loose now. There we go.
Ignore
You
that.
nailed
Yeah,
it the
no,
other
no.
day.
It was
You're
good
trying
the
too
other day,
hard
yeah.
again. You're trying too
I'm
hard.
trying way too hard. Okay. Gotta warm up the throat.
I do agree, gotta warm up the throat.
You are fucking. There's something wrong with you.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Sexually frustrated.
Yeah, gotta find me a woman.
True.
That's not little ball. She's
Whoa.
gross.
She's gross. That is not a nice way to talk about people.
She's gross.
She's gross.
She plays with dead coyotes
Hold
and
on.
she's raising a dead coyote army. That's
Yeah,
gross.
that is actually a little fucked. I didn't realize she played. I thought when you said she's raiding the coyote army, they were like alive.
No, they're definitly dead.
So she's killing them and just playing with their corpses.
Yes. And then she
Yeah, bash her.
and pull impulse.
You know, gosh.
Right, rare GT Spark. In
Okay,
chat.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
That's what's in that trunk.
A lot of things.
She's got junk in the trunk.
Yeah. That's a very short dress.
I like it. All right, Tony, can I steal you finally?
Yes, you can. It's rock and
God,
roll.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take my call and I'll join you after.
Sure thing.
All right.
All right, let's see what's going on. What have I
Sit
missed?
down, honey. Just kidding. I know these chairs are uncomfortable. I'm gonna get them changed eventually.
All right. I guess we start with. Let's quickly go over this trickster business.
Oh yeah, sure.
So I received like 6 fucking paragraphs today from Rose, so I need to talk with her later.
Alright, how caught up are you on the situation already?
Oh, I heard people got robbed by a yellow car and people in helmets. Now, I wouldn't automatically assume it was the tricksters.
Well, now
At the
we know
minute,
it probably was not.
yes, I'm glad. Seems like the East Side Bongos are pushing their weight around the South Side. So, I mean, I really don't like the fact that Dickie had everything taken off him. Not just, I get if you're robbing
What
some
was
guy at
it?
the components
Radio,
to take his
phone,
components.
cash, components.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
but
seems
they're...
food, pretty much everything. It's a little extreme. But other than that, I think if people are doing big runs like that, just make sure you not going alone right now. I've heard of so many people getting robbed at all over the place. Every single recycle plant is.
Already told anybody they're not allowed to go. Well, we go on runs alone since nobody is really causing troubles with bins. Marabuntas were for a little bit, but not really, but they stopped. It's only the recycling that's the issue, so we basically gather our supplies alone if we want to, but if we have to go recycle, we go in a group.
Yeah, no, perfect. All right, that's good to know. I like the back is the back room's really nicely organized.
It's getting there.
It's definitely getting there. It's a lot better. It's a lot more straightforward to especially I was just saying to the boys in the back, like once we start bringing on new people, having all this the way it is right now is beautiful. Gonna be nice and seamless, I hope.
Yeah, it took a lot of work to fit everything logically.
Yeah, it looks like it did.
But we can survive with just one usable one. Alright, as for the tricksters, I did that instantly, and also because of the fact that neither Rose nor Axel did a single job at a shop. They have not worked a second.
Yeah, no, I know that. From what I've read through Rose's short story, what it felt like I was reading, she sent me. I think there's been a little mishap in communication, and anyway, the tricksters, I'll deal with it. I'm gonna sit down with them later, and
if you want me to be
if
frank,
you're around, feel free to sit in.
If you want me to be frank, they have not done any work so far. So.
Oh, I agree. I mean, they kept even in these. Oh, go on. Sorry.
If they want to work here, there'll be an open interview. They're welcome to show up and have a nice chat and see if they can secure positions against, all the other people who actually want to work here.
Yeah, no, I agree. She made that point where it was like,
I would understand if they actually did any work, but Rose did not do anything during her entire employment here.
All right, Annabelle, that's fine enough. That's all fine and dandy for now, but yeah.
полуденный прибой. Ты помнишь, как мы лазали на пристани с тобой? Подкрались за бочонками, как ты гулял с девчонками, а я тебя ждала, любя, у будки портовой. Ждала, ждала, мальчишка беспризорный.
What if it's ugly? You can have it back if it's ugly. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Rolls out from under bed.
Is this ugly?
I'm low. Under the whole time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my
that
god! I was wondering
under
what the smell was.
Ah, well.
It smelled like plastic.
Where's
Speaking
my
of,
scarf?
hello, Bobby.
You gave. Fucking bitch.
Oh, get scorched.
Get fucked up. I have a scarf. Oh god, oh my god. Oh, what?
Смотрела хронику, подводники в строю, и вдруг среди подводников тебя я узнаю. Стоишь в проходе кубрика, тобой горда республика, а я тебя зову, любя, и плачу, и смеюсь. Зову, зову, мальчишка беспризорный, с вихростой головой, звенел бы смех задорный над водной синевой, и я горжусь тобой.
Just a shower cap. You're not getting the fucking shower cap, you fucking pervert.
Республики моей.
Был день осенний, и листья грустно подали. Последний остров, печаль хрустальная жила. Грусти тогда с тобою мы не знали, ведь мы любили, и для нас весна цвела. Ах, эти черные глаза меня пленили.
That is a
И
pretty
позабыть
image.
нигде нельзя. Они горят передо мной. Ах, эти черные глаза меня любили. Куда же скрылись вы теперь, кто близок вам другой? Ах, эти черные глаза меня погубят, их позабыть нигде нельзя. Они горят передо мной. Ах, эти черные глаза, кто вас полюбит, тот потеряет навсегда.
Yeah,
И
me too.
сердце
Me too. Soon. Also, we got clown law.
очи черные, очи страстные, очи милые и прекрасные. Как люблю я вас, как боюсь я вас. Знать увидел я вас не в добрый час.
Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and there we go.
Ах, эти черные глаза,
Go ahead and
кто вас
shower, little breakfast, and be back. So, see you soon. Question mark.
И сердце и покой.
I know, it's like holiday. I think people are just playing World of Warcraft, if I'm being honest. Everybody's on World of Warcraft, which is fine. So it is kind of like a holiday. And I think, what do you people think about having 7 hours of sleep a day normally? Is that too long? I feel like 7 hours is fair per day. Yeah, like I physically sleep about 3 to 5 hours tops, but like 7 hours of being lazy and laying in bed, you know.
И клялась о вечной дружбе мне. Дни прошли холодной зимней стужи, вновь сверкнул.
Can you just agree how pretty this view is? How fucking gorgeous it is. Look, just look out there, how pretty.
Boy, come back, please. I can't stop here. I need to go get. Actually, you know what? Stay here. It's fine. I need to get money for this repair anyway.
Okay, I'll be right back. But the meeting starts in 23 minutes, so I'll try to rush it. I'll be right back. I mean, I'll be in chat. Taking my phone with me upstairs. For the greater good.
Родная, не уходишь, нет,нимешь руку от плеча. Чего же ты меня не сводишь, глаз, которых синяя печаль? Покроет все, не выдаст нас и будет точка. У самовара я и моя Маша, а на дворе совсем уже темно. Как в самоваре, так кипит страсть наша, и месяц смотрит ласково в окно. Маша чай мне наливает, а взор ее так много обещает. У самовара я и моя Маша, прикуску чай пить будем до утра. Маша чай мне наливает, взор ее так много обещает. У самовара я и моя Маша прикуску чай и не будем до утра. Самовара я и моя Маша, а на дворе совсем уже темно. Как в самоваре, так кипит страсть наша, и месяц смотрит ласково в окно. Маша чай мне наливает, а взор ее так много обещает. У самовара я и моя Маша прикуску чай пить будем до утра. У самовара я и моя Маша прикуску чай пить будем до утра.
Когда вечер затушует линии, когда тени затанцуют синие, как хорошо вдвоем с тобою, там, где небо видит линии черных гор. Мне легко с тобой, подруга родная моя, мне легко, и жизни радуюсь, а я, как мальчик, когда вечер затушует линии, когда тени затанцуют синие, как хорошо вдвоем с тобою, там, где небо видит линии черных гор.
Письмо мне от него, его когда-то я любила. Теперь письмо спокойно я прочту. Прошло так много дней, но вдруг забытый вечер с листков календаря повеял вновь весной. И я пишу тебе, чтоб в годовщину встречи ты мысленно была со мной. Все люблю в тебе, доверчивость и нежность, походку легкую, пожатие милых рук. И звонкий голос твой, и синих глаз безбрежность. Любил, люблю, и навсегда твой друг. Зачем это письмо во мне забвенье крекло? Никто не нарушал моих спокойных снов. Огонь, письмо сгорит, и только кучка пепла останется от этих слов. Все люблю в тебе, доверчивость и нежность, походку легкую, пожатие милых рук. И звонкий голос твой, и синих глаз безбрежность. Любил, люблю, и навсегда твой друг. Но что это со мной? Вы ждете развлечения, а я вдруг вспомнила любовь свою. Да, знаю, петь должна, но я прошу прощения. Я ничего сегодня не спою.
Всплывает в памяти порой отрывки детства, друзья, соседства и облик твой. Сашка сорванец, голубоглазый ударец, веселый друг моих забав, вообще чудесный, славный парень. Саша, ты помнишь наши встречи в Приморском парке на берегу? Саша, ты помнишь теплый вечер, весенний вечер, каштан цветут? Нет ярче красок нигде и никогда. Саша, как много в жизни ласки, как незаметно бегут года. Где ты, милый мой, чудесной юности герой? Веселый Саша и дружба наша, приятель мой. Помню о тебе, веселье в радости, в беде, и не забыть мне никогда твою улыбку и глаза. Саша, ты помнишь наши встречи в Приморском парке на берегу? Саша, ты помнишь теплый вечер, весенний вечер, каштан цветут? Нет ярче красок нигде и никогда.
Dispatch Valkyrie, 76 latest 47, Mount Chiliad.
Candace, if you name it Rudolph 1 for the fact it's snowing right now. I like that.
Dispatch Valkyrie switching to Rudolph 1.
No, Wednesday, no, and no Valkyrie. I don't want my ass kicked.
10-4.
нашей встречи в Приморском парке на берегу. Саша, ты помнишь теплый вечер, весенний вечер, каштан цветут? Нет, ярче красок нигде и никогда. Саша, как много в жизни ласки, как незаметно бегут года.
Jingle bell, jingle all the way. Oh wait, is it snowing? It's snowing! It's the first time I actually see the actual snow on the street. Is it snowing outside? I don't think it is snowing outside right now. But yes, I got breakfast.
Сказать вам правду, но как начать? Пожалуй, лучше мне промолчать.
You have any tech manipulable units? Let me try this one. Try again. Any available tech units to attend a call between the courthouse and the mall. Apparently someone was ran down or something. Unfortunately, no. We are all the way up here at the up in Dunkudo. Well, they can die.
Dispatch 131 will respond. 10-9 the location.
Between the courthouse and the mall.
10 for 131 76 latest. There we go.
Dispatch Valkyrie, 76 Eclipse Medical, 147 non-critical is platinum.
Hey! Of course!
Whew, alright. Where's the thingamajig? AKA my face. Here. Hello. Yes, I'm gonna be fucking. Ah, wait, what? I could see the snow through the fucking. Okay, it is my shaders that's stopping me from seeing snow, I guess. Because I could see the snow from the window. How was sleep? Sleep was good. Sleep was good. I slept for 7 hours.
Like in Minecraft?
God, tank med. We call it mine.
Any injured individuals here?
I don't think so.
Merry Christmas.
Hello.
Hello.
I was just about to pour some tea on him to make him warmer.
What happened here?
I don't know. He's super cold. Left him a teddy bear to keep him warm.
Oh no. Someone is so
I was gonna
cold.
I was gonna pour some tea on him to make him warm, but I don't know if it'll help.
I think a hug would actually help out. Would you like to cuddle with him in back seat while we turn the heating on car?
Yeah. Okay, let me get my bicycle.
What? Whose teddy bear is this?
Oh, it's his now. I gave it to him.
All right. Well, it's staying on the floor unless someone picks it up.
Gotta pick it up for him. To the hospital.
TACMED from PD.
Go for TACMED.
Good.
Can we get you to respond to the 24/7 on Barbarena Road in Chumash? We got one shot down individual.
Yeah, 10-4. We'll 76 in just a moment.
10-4, appreciate it.
TACMED. Are you tactical medical?
Yes. Precisely.
Why not
what we are.
TMS?
What?
Tactical Emergency Medical Services.
That's long,
Thames.
redundant, unneeded.
TACMED, Sam's
okay.
people, the meeting will be held as soon as we come back from this call in Chumash.
We're here.
Dispatch 131, 23 Eclipse, 1 Frozen 47.
Oh, he's frozen?
Well, close enough. Pulls patient out gently.
Valkyrie 1, 76 to the latest 52 request over in Chumash.
Pulls patient out gently. Slings over shoulder. Ugh. Ah, so cold.
Oh, I know.
Okay, but the
Don't make me snatch that wig off your head. No, I'm gonna snatch that wig off your head.
Yeah.
Hello.
Grabs it.
Lucy,
Hello.
this is a job for you.
Ah.
Oh, okay.
Done.
I got shotted. Swallow.
Give me my wig back.
It's just in the arm.
Give
You'll
that
live.
back. Give that back.
My
Guess
wig.
what's wrong with this man?
Give me
Go.
back my
Clean
wig.
it up.
What are
I've
you
also
gonna
got
do, huh?
you numb.
I gotta punch you
I
in
got
the snoot.
I got Andy's.
Oh.
You froze.
This is
We
theft.
need you to sit on him and warm
This
him
is
up.
good
Yes.
theft.
This is
Oh,
what
God,
counts.
this is theft.
Really? Hold
Dispatch
on.
Valkyrie
This-
23 Chumash.
Give me my wig back. Give me
it's
my wig.
allotted.
Our resident cat will
Alright,
go
fine,
ahead and
take it.
warm patient up. Let me see if I
I'm
can see ID in pocket.
undercover. People can't know who I am.
What's your
Hello,
name, big guy?
Miranda.
Furry, can you get off with the patient?
Joey?
I have been
Oh, she's helping.
this by my superior operator.
What's your last name, Joey?
Yeah.
Alright. Well, y'all need me.
Billets.
Even though I'm
What
off
was
duty, I'll
Joey's
still
last
comply with
name on
demands.
Friends?
Of course you do.
Like
a good cat, yes? Well, cats don't really listen. so-
Joey...
Tribbiani.
Yeah, we kind of
Tribbiani,
sit in the
yeah.
corner and judge you from a distance. That's cats.
What's your
Okay.
what's your last name again, honey?
Billets.
Is he okay?
Looks like...
I don't
Let me
know.
see. Is there
I think it's
any...
too cold for me to
I
see
got
ID.
a scan going here. I'm trying to see if there's any
Oh.
damage to the
Have my
tissues.
T-Rex on my shirt breathe fire on him. I have a good idea. Yeah.
Is there damage to the
that's cool.
tissue?
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Christmas
Oh, it's
miracle.
Gucci.
There. My T-Rex is close to my
What a
open
great
arm.
picture Joey has, you know?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
What happened to you,
And
Joey?
also, I know.
He
I don't know
got
if
shot
it's
in the
helping.
arm.
I was too
stitched
lazy
it
to
after I
to,
cleaned it. I'm giving him a bandage. I'm thinking
Oh.
he is
there
a
you go.
Digimon person.
No, I want Frozen.
I have Harry Potter.
Is he getting warmer?
Cat?
Didn't Harry Potter
Cancelled.
get canceled?
Is he getting
Yeah,
warmer?
we're not using Harry Potter, but
Little.
Really?
Not much.
Is my
When-
T-Rex on
when-
my shirt helping?
yeah. Just
Oh,
okay
definitely.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
okay.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
okay.
Breathe fire.
All right, you ended up getting Pokemon because you insulted Harry Potter. So here's your Pokemon, and it's a. You get a. You get.
Is it Jigglypuff?
No, it's worse. It's a Voltorb.
Dispatch Valkyrie, 76 Eclipse, 147 non-critical.
No, you get the one that
Ooh.
does self-destruct.
Pika.
Awesome.
Let's hear your
Units,
best
once we have
Pikachu.
cleared these current moving
Oh, you
patients,
got
including the one that we've got back, we will have the meeting.
If that's your best
Oh, I had to
Pikachu,
take my T-Rex right out of the fire.
there it is. All right,
Miranda
you get
has
a
to feel like a
Charizard, buddy.
Okay.
You get Charizard. You did good. I'm proud of you, buddy. You did good
Yay, I
job.
got
He seems a bit warmer
Charizard.
now.
All right, and it's a holographic shiny.
Oh yeah, my T-Rex did it. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Can we talk about how great Ginger Spice was out of the Spice
Don't
Girls?
talk to me like that.
Whoa!
Are you coming to meeting, Lucy?
After what she did to me.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'm so angry
All right, well,
over
it's in
Puppy
now.
Girls.
She deserved that.
Wow.
That's a charge. We're
I
charging
Very
think
good
that
job,
should
Spike.
be okay.
That's
No
an
problem.
assault charge.
I
That's an
didn't
assault
assault
charge.
nobody.
Hospital
You stole my
violence.
wig.
Hospital
I
violence.
didn't do no violence.
How dare you assault our
Your
doctors?
friend.
She
You
assaulted
got
me
a
first. She stole the
Charizard
wig off my head.
bandage.
Well, it's an ugly wig. She did you a service. You should be
Dispatch
thankful.
Valkyrie, 23 Eclipse, 147
Got a
non-critical.
point there.
Okay, thank you, Joey.
Is there a shift meeting?
I'm a little sad.
but
I was
we're just
making
doing the
snow
basics that we have
angels
currently.
in the snow and then it melted.
What melted?
The snow melted. I was making snow angels.
When did it melt? Because I could
Like
swear I
5
could
minutes
see it
ago.
through window. Yeah, I was about to say I could
Yeah, it
see it
was-
through window, and I walk out and it's gone. And I'm like, mud.
It was there for 5 minutes. It's just like, what the fuck? Oh, y'all.
Hello, Brittany.
Hi. And Annie shot someone and has a warrant out for her arrest.
Oh my god.
Just another day at Sam's.
Yeah, I got a duffel bag of snakes I'm gonna get.
Which one? One of them is a butt plug. That's we know that. We'll see how I live. Today is the first day without energy drinks. Just sugar. Just fake juice. Good for her. I concur.
Hello. Hello.
Look the same.
Mm-hmm.
I feel great. Minor burn.
Yeah, I got 2 people that are incapacitated.
Oh my god. Help me,
Wow.
001.
Wow.
TACMED down. TACMED down.
Help me. I'm on
Just gonna carry you to the-
South Rockford Drive near Decker Street.
Oh, I think the call's
It's Echo,
breaking
help
up.
me. No, you're.
Yeah, I can probably. There's a lot of people I'll help out. Did you dream of me singing you the kitty song? Maybe. Why? Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little itty bitty bit. I missed the snow. I missed the snow. I was so excited. I missed the snow by 5 minutes. Fuck me. Dispatch 131, quickly responding to latest 47, multiple casualties.
10-4, but after this, no tank meds respond to any more calls.
Feel free to start meeting without me.
10-4.
No, the meeting is just starting. But I really don't like the idea of, you know, not responding to calls at all while the meeting is.
Before I get back, I'll be at Hayes, alright? Alright.
Alright, I think they got you guys from here. Take care.
What happened? Why did it happen?
Med down.
And why did it have to happen when we're supposed to have meeting?
It's tac med down. This is your own people.
Well, it's off
I was
duty.
trying to get over there.
Why are you off duty?
I'm burning like crazy.
Can you put him down?
I was trying to look at cars.
I mean,
hey, my number's 555-1194. By the way, if you get out before.
Come on, I gotta move.
You can just leave him. It's fine.
That's crazy.
No, I'm kidding. Don't leave him. Don't leave him.
All right, bye.
No,
Oh,
please,
shit.
Segment, I'm a platinum member.
I'm leaving both of you here.
No.
Do you want it repaired or do you want it restored?
Both.
Both.
Oh, okay, all right. I'll be there.
These bikes are insane. I swear the locals are in a gang. They have it out for me. Look at them. Look at them swarming.
No. Echo, are you planning on going on duty?
Here in a little bit. I just woke up.
All right. Well, have fun. You are to do your own invoice and your friends.
Oh, fuck.
I'm platinum.
Okay.
It's free.
Yeah, no, you still have paperwork. You just don't pay
Oh,
for
you
it.
do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, do
That's
my
what
paperwork.
paperwork's-
Do my
Could you
paperwork,
snap
bitch.
a pic of his broken ass first
Yeah.
so I can put it in his profile?
That's fucked.
I have
Hackman, did you
meetings
see the
with
two?
them.
Did you see the two reindeers fucking on my sweater?
No.
I think it's Prancer trying to fucking mount Blitzen.
All right.
Oh no. Aren't those both guys? Wait, hold up. Does that mean Prancer's the alpha?
I will
How
check
does that work?
invoices. If in 5 minutes there's no 2 invoices for you and your friend, you're
I'll
fired.
make sure it's in there. Fuck that guy.
Well, he stops in the middle of.
He's gotta yield to the lights. He didn't.
He
Fuck
does.
him.
Actual crime.
Bro, the pain hurts so bad I can't.
No one asked.
All sound units, we're gonna have to.
Is there a doctor around? They said my nose is sunken like Michael Jackson.
Mind it with D47s.
Yeah, fuck you. Stay in there longer, Echo. No, don't leave me.
I got him,
here.
Yona. Hello.
Doc, it's
I'm
me
doing the
again.
invoices for both, apparently.
What?
Favorite tac
That's what Maria said. I have to do the invoices.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Excuse
yeah.
me.
What's your name again?
Yes.
Can you place me in this car real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Hui!
Thank you.
Tosses in. Ugh.
Mr. Cash, we're gonna run the scan.
Okay.
Ready?
Where's Echo?
In the elevator.
What?
I wasn't sure entirely which
Dispatch
drink you wanted.
36 units, please report to the reception floor. Meeting
Scan is
bay.
ending.
Get up.
All right, looks at results.
What happened to you?
Do I at least have a nice tan?
Echo blew
No.
me up. The other tack man.
Chloe, don't worry
I
about
didn't
this
blow
one.
you
Echo's
up.
doing
Okay.
everything.
Yeah, got it.
Get to work.
Alright, I'm good.
Pizza.
Hey.
Jesus Christ.
Miranda, get your ass down here.
You told Brittany that I said I was going to
I
sue
am
her?
doing an MRI currently.
I didn't say so. I just said there was.
Can he
talks
wait
of
like 5 minutes?
Legal,
Oh,
legal,
yeah.
legal. And then the
Mhm.
point of that was, I was like,
Alright.
it is illegal.
Well, see, I'm not sure Miranda's going to go in here, but there's really the major thing we got to discuss is the latest order from the governor, which has now been emergency passed through, which does actually affect us. Pretty much, clowns got their rights.
What?
No, revoke them now.
Effectively, the way this impacts us is this. So, clown identity protection. Clowns shall be permitted to retain their masks or face paint for all official purposes, including but not limited to government-issued identification photos, provided their features are distinguishable for identification through technological means. Official recognition of clown names. Clowns shall have the right to use their clown names and be referred to as such by law enforcement. The other part that affects us here is the whereas requiring clowns to remove their masks or face paint for identification purposes undermines their personal and professional identities and fails to accommodate expression. So pretty much the way that this works is you can't tell anybody to remove their masks if they're a clown, but they have to be a clown specifically. You can't obviously tell them to remove the face paint. And the way this works for the billing is you will ask the clowns to see their ID and then obviously still refer to them as clowns or whatever the clown name is, but just don't call them whatever Bubbles his actual name is. But it just means that you
So
can bill
nothing
it.
changes.
Effectively, nothing changes. Just don't be an arse about it. Now I can't actually get a suit.
Is it illegal if I call them by their legal name?
Can be seen as
wouldn't do
discrimination.
That actually is that bit's now. Yeah,
It can be
that
seen
part
as
is
discrimination.
technically- Jesus.
Just need theory,
I
right?
actually believe he actually might be able to sue us at the civil rates now for that. So yeah, please
So
don't call them by the government
those
name.
are the wokest clowns I've ever seen. I thought clowns were meant to be scary, but they are so woke. It kind
I
of
think
scares
these ones
me.
are more funny clowns, except when they go after mimes.
The only thing funny about them is the way they look.
My rights, my rights.
Oh, but that's
Very
harder balance
right.
too. But basically,
No.
yeah, that's
Well,
the
what?
that's the
That's
main
what
gist
I'm
of that
gonna push
particular
for.
thing and how it affects us. Just basically means, if they got masks, if they got the masks on, they can't remove those masks if they're clowns. Beyond that, nothing major's happened today in terms of any critical stuff. Obviously, just please don't shoot Cock and Bell employees.
What?
Retweet.
Or do. I'm trying to get out of our deal with them.
All right,
Oh,
all right, we
okay.
need to fucking talk about this, man. I've had to pay for the last 4 fucking road deliveries, man.
Are you done?
I
Yeah,
was
go
on
ahead.
LOA. You knew that.
All right, everyone.
I know.
Claps hands. Right, guys. I want to talk about something, guys. Respect. We all crave it. We all want it. We all need it. I expect nothing but the utmost respect to your high command members, including, but not limited to, myself, the Overseer, Callum Dog,
Where is
Rich
she?
Randy, all of the vanguards, including Chloe, Maria, all of the attendings, including Benji, Sophie. You all should be showing utmost respect to your command members and high command members. I'm gonna start issuing people disciplinaries for disrespecting and disobeying orders. This includes on and off duty, guys. I don't expect to have a gun pulled on me by one of my own employees off duty.
What?
Huh?
Oh my God.
And I don't expect any of you to be giving TACMED any shit off duty. If you are a patient under TACMED's care, or because you work here, doesn't mean that you have the right to talk to them and act like a diva and a brat towards TACMED and treat TAC shit just because you're not TACMED.
Yeah, 365 bumping that.
Exactly. TACMED respects you, respect TACMED.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, it is what it is. But guys, respect each other, please. We're all a family at the end of the day.
Shut your mouth.
Oh.
No! Stop
She's
smiling at
coming.
me.
No. This is from that Smile 2 movie. You doing that thing?
Smile, smile. Everyone smile, smile, smile.
Throws
smile,
diazepam.
smile, smile.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Does anyone know how to fix a phone? All right. I posted
Oh my gosh, you
something
got a
about
microphone in her eye.
hating. I posted something about hating clowns, and now my phone doesn't work, and I think it's all related. And the clowns broke my phone.
Have you tried prayer?
You know there are some clowns are hackers, right?
I tried to fix it, okay, and it
Piss
won't
off the clown
fix.
hackers.
It's just blank. I don't know what to do, and I'm sure the clowns are behind it.
Have you tried praying to Gaga?
I've
Why is
prayed
there
to just about
mouses now?
everybody I can.
But did you do Gaga?
Radio check.
Yes, I did Gaga.
I'll be
Anyway,
I'll be nice. I'll
that's
be
all
nice to the
I've got.
clowns.
My
I'll
phone
be
does
nice
not
to the
work, so I will
mouses,
not be
the mice.
answering it today.
Oh, also,
I'm
another
not
announcement.
1041 yet. I got something I gotta take care of.
10-4.
Also, another announcement towards doctors. We have gotten a lot of new receptionists, and we are about to get an influx of about 7 to 8 new doctors that will be on treatment floor. Please treat them with utmost respect. Some of you have been here longer than others. I don't want to see anyone bullying other people, and I don't want to see anyone.
179 is 41.
I don't want to
all
see
out of
anyone. Oh my gosh.
Can we start a betting pool on how many doctors will be left after 2 weeks?
Can you guys stop? It's not...
That's bullying. There's always someone who's got to come
That
down
means
here.
the
Fuck
current
off.
doctors get promotions.
I expect you all to treat your new doctors, your new scrubs and co-workers with the utmost of respect and help them with anything you need. Hold on, Miranda, 1 second. On top of that, I don't want to see receptionists bullying doctors. Looked at Bobby. Don't be jealous of what you want.
I wish this rule was in place when I fucking started here.
Oh, I didn't even notice Bobby was in here. Hey, Bobby.
All right, go ahead, Miranda.
Yes. Is there a line between bullying and hazing, and like just like a strong arm saying, like, "Don't do that, you stupid bitch"?
Yes, of course, you can haze, but no
Okay.
bullying.
Nice ankles.
We can't do what happened to poor Kitty, guys. We can't have someone go 10-42 for the
God
last
damn
time.
it, I love
again.
Never
again.
I saw
Also,
her today.
I have a personal mission for all of you as well. If you see Kitty, please convince her to come back.
Absolutely.
I
We
saw
need-
her today.
We need Kitty back in Sam's.
We need Kitty.
Honestly, no shade, but Kitty is just iconic. She is an iconic
She's a
Sam's
mother.
household name.
Who's Kitty?
In
She's a culture icon.
in 100
Kitty is
years, when
her.
we're all gone from now, and the history books.
I feel like
we'll
this should be the
open
Kitty Hilliard
we'll-
Hospital.
We'll open the new history books, and guess who'll be on the front page? The overseer,
Kitty
of course,
Hilliard.
but Kitty
Oh.
Hilliard.
Can we change
She'll be on
Sandy
the
Hospital to
inside
Kitty
cover.
Hospital?
Can she have her own wing of this hospital?
So, this is why I've decided on the 11th of December, we'll be having a Kitty Hilliard Day.
Oh, yeah!
Every single
Yes!
doctor will be permitted to wear the Kitty Hilliard iconic orange ponytail wig.
Oh,
Perfect.
So you have to get it in the
wow.
exact right color, or you're gonna get fucking fired.
Who,
Can
see
I
what I mean? Like,
1042?
who's she making commands like that? Babe, you're a receptionist. Calm down.
I was here when I was probably one of the only people here when Kitty was here.
I was
Besides,
here.
you know.
And
I work for
and
Kitty.
on this
I
national
hired Kitty originally.
on this National Kitty Hilliard Day, this is how we're gonna treat patients. So
Can somebody tell this old man to get the fuck out of here?
41.
Yes, PTSD.
Hey,
That's
old
how
man,
we
get
get the
lost.
fuck out of here.
And then you stand in the corner.
I think he shit himself.
this is how we're gonna treat
What is
patients
wrong
on
with
the
my
National Kitty
phone?
Hilliard Day.
Perfect.
It just won't work.
We're all gonna wear those ratty orange synthetic wigs to honor our queen, Kitty Hilliard.
Absolutely.
Out of the way, clown coming through.
Oh.
Oh, there's
Hell
my
fucking yeah.
God.
Also,
wait.
Damn it.
I have an
Also-
announcement.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
so proud of you for
Okay.
coming out.
Okay,
Wait
fine.
your turn.
Also, another announcement for doctors. Stop, no animal kitty ears, no bunny tails, no bunny ears.
Retweet.
What
if
about
I
clowns?
see ears around here that are not human, I'm gonna lose it.
Can doctors be clowns?
You know, I'm gonna start.
Aw.
I'm gonna start
Actually,
demanding
Nash would be
furry
issue. We
rights
actually have to
now.
hire them.
You've done it.
No furry
Lucy,
rights.
give it up, Lucy. Give it
Can I
up,
just finish with this
honey.
patient?
Yeah, that's all I've got
I
from
vote
my end,
against.
guys. Kisses.
I hope you now could do your.
I have an announcement to make.
God damn it.
I'm coming out of the closet.
God damn it.
As a clown.
Finally.
As a
Finally.
clown.
I fucking hate it here now.
I'm not doing
Woo!
that.
Congratulations.
Hey, if
I'm
you
not
don't
doing that.
call them-
Jokes,
if
jokes.
you
Don't
don't
dress
call
them
them
as
that, that's
what?
discrimination.
Get back in the closet.
Yeah.
Hop?
Can we shove her back in closet?
Yeah,
Oh,
somebody
balloon
put that
animal
in the
out of
closet.
ass.
Jesus, this is ridiculous.
Oh, look, I'm a clown.
All right. Rich, you got anything to add?
What the hell
Yeah,
is
I
coming?
got
You've
something to say.
You've got a bunny
Oh,
tail
no.
and a fox tail.
Yeah.
Which one is butt plug?
Yanks on butt plug
All right,
tail.
everybody listen up. Does anyone listen? Does anyone know how to fix a phone? Okay, the clowns broke mine, and I don't know how to make it work.
Hello, the digital dinner's at the moment.
And that's
I think
very
you have to get a
clownish
new
you to
one.
blame
I'm
the
not
clown.
buying another
They
phone.
pulled it out.
It's time to get the newest model.
What the fuck up?
Oh, also,
Oh, so that was the one.
I
Oh,
tried
sorry.
that. It
Put
didn't
butt
work.
plug back in.
Also, how are you guys liking getting deliveries from Cluckenbell? Besides Callum,
Ooh, would be
It's
better.
nice having consistent food.
Yeah,
Good.
we
What?
go ooh woo.
It's my
very
Cluckenbell.
consistent. What if we could get it from a place that would give us twice as much and was about $1,500 cheaper?
Uwu Cafe.
That would be better.
Is it
Well,
the cafe?
We have a vice president of Uwu Cafe right here.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking
Oh.
about Uwu.
Sorry,
Aw.
Jerry.
Bill's place
Why
up in
not?
Grapeseed.
Ooh, I like
What kind of
Grandpa's.
food?
Yeah.
Is it Grandpa? What's the place called? I don't even know. Somebody
It's
get Bill on the
it's
horn. Somebody get Bill
yeah.
on the horn, okay? Well, but would
Right,
everybody be
Laura.
open to some other place, or
Excuse me,
maybe
can I help
reducing
you?
our Cluckenbell delivery by a couple? and
Reindeer
getting some food
antlers.
from Bill.
As long as the food is fresh, I'm okay.
It's
Oh,
ringing,
it's fresh.
ringing.
We're talking steak,
Reindeer
dinners,
antlers.
anything you want,
Ooh.
and double what we're getting from Cluckenbell.
He's not
Yeah,
answering.
alright.
It's not a good sign.
He's not answering. All right, we'll try later. But anyway, does anybody know how to fix a phone?
Maybe clowns
That's
do.
just an old person thing, dog. You don't have to
Okay,
live with
all right.
it.
Well, I'll go down to Digital Den and get another phone, I guess.
Or you could just
Do I have
go
to?
up to
Do I
your...
have to throw this phone away?
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Yes, I did that, Lucy.
I don't know.
Oh,
I just find it very, very convenient that I, posted about my hatred of clowns, and then my phone stopped working. So I think the clowns are behind it.
Well,
I
you
might
shouldn't
be able to fix
clownish.
it.
You sounded clownish.
You might
as
be
fuck
able
right
to.
Now, dog.
Maybe.
Yeah, you sound really clownish.
You take a
Well,
look
I am
before you
being
buy a
little
new one.
clownish, yes, just a tad. Okay. I
Yeah,
am
we shouldn't
blaming
be
it on the
supporting this in our
clowns.
society.
Also, if you do not have a scarf and you are TACMED, I need to see you in a scarf today. Okay. Mandatory scarves all month of December.
Reindeer
You're on 'em.
antlers.
Ah, damn it, my tail's all scrunchy now.
I got a
All right.
condition. I run hot.
How about
Sorry,
you
I
just phone
sniffed
us?
it when I
Too
took
bad.
it
Go
off.
outside, bitch.
I can't wear a scarf.
Fuck is Tiffany?
Are you guys
Bring
proud of
it.
me for finally coming out of the closet?
I am
No,
so
get
proud
back
of you.
in.
Thank you for wearing a scarf too.
What? You want me back in the closet?
Yes.
All right, that's it. Meeting adjourned. Come by for your
Is that
traditional
in the
Wait,
order?
wait.
I have posted an official account that we recognize
Rich,
clowns'
let's be
rights.
talking
That
the office
doesn't mean
Yeah,
that I
then you
personally
gotta-
recognize
okay,
clowns and
there
their
we
rights.
go.
Get back in closet.
Job. Good work.
Period.
Yes,
Gagger.
madam,
We have a
overseer,
train
madam.
to
Good
run.
work.
Don't
Gagger.
worry.
Good work.
Okay,
do you want me to try
okay,
to fix
okay.
your
Bobby.
Do your job. Do your
Bobby.
job. Do your job.
Reindeer
Do your
antlers.
job.
How you doing?
Reindeer
Is that a bag of
antlers.
Don't
snakes?
read my text message. Honestly, I don't
Yeah.
know.
Fucking bag of snakes in here.
There you go.
Reindeers aren't animals; they're magical beings.
Let's shoot him. He's got a bag of
Eat
snakes.
snakes, Bobby.
The difference is, I'm not trying to be an animal.
I posted that I hated clowns. And it stopped
Fucking
working.
hate furries.
I wonder if the government turned
What's...
my phone.
Oh my god!
Hello.
Dead.
There's a fucking snake
How
on
do you
the
what?
Is
floor.
dead.
My God.
Takes that snake.
Oh yeah.
Reindeer
Caesar
antlers.
gagged the snake.
Bishop Memorial.
Do you think wearing reindeer antlers is different
Here,
to wearing
I
cat
got
and
you.
bunny ears?
She
'Cause
shot
I
a
do.
snake.
What was your name again?
Yes,
It
I
was-
do.
Really? Okay, take care.
Yeah,
Well, it's
absolutely.
Christmas
There's
decoration.
more
It's
in,
not
Willie?
you thinking you're a reindeer, yes?
Exactly. No, I'm a very, very capable
I have
human
one more
being.
idea.
Plus lights for
In fact, I
surgery.
feel uncomfortable wearing this because of how much I hate
That might fix
furries.
it.
I love reindeers. They're so cute.
They do,
I don't want to be one
they
though.
Are you looking for the
swap your
VA
phone
office?
number.
I don't want to fuck one either.
Where'd it go? It disappeared.
Girl,
What do you mean? It's right
Jesus.
here.
Oh, there it is. Sorry, I was standing on it. I got scared. Okay.
I have shot snake.
If it was a spider, it would have been worse. I think I would have evacuated the
Frick,
hospital.
it's still broke. God
Oh.
damn it.
Reindeer antlers.
You might maybe also try taking a nap. Sometimes I know after naps, it might.
All right, I'm gonna go talk to Callum and take a hard nap.
Who wants to get in my picture?
I want to get in your picture.
Reindeer antlers.
Oh, I need to go find some reindeer antlers.
You're
Right,
tacklet. You're
there's
not
no
wearing
difference.
reindeer antlers.
It's just for 2 seconds.
All right.
Reindeer
For a
antlers
picture.
is nothing different than
Alright.
wearing
Yes,
cat
it
ears.
Alright.
is.
Come over
Yes,
here,
it
Willie.
is. Antlers is like
Pardon me?
bone
When have
cancer.
you ever seen a
Ears
reindeer?
are
or
ears.
a
It's
rain-
two
when have
separate
you ever seen a
things.
reindeer with red baubles on the end of their ears? I'm not a
Rudolph?
furry,
Question
hate
mark? I don't know.
furries.
I don't watch
Exactly,
movies.
Rudolph isn't real.
No, I don't know.
Reindeers.
Are reindeers real?
Reindeers are real, but
I
they
don't
don't look
believe
like
it.
Rudolph.
We don't have reindeers in Virginia. We have
Already
moose,
done,
meese.
brother?
Well,
Oh, I have some money.
Mice.
Meese.
Nope. No, I don't need
Yeah,
any
yeah,
money.
that.
Rudolph.
You sure?
Yeah,
Rudolph, reindeer.
here, take
That's
this. This is for
very
you.
shiny.
Should I get a red nose as well?
There you go, big guy.
Sorry, looks for red nose in my bra somewhere.
Go ahead and get yourself in the chair there.
no, she did
Oh,
not.
the stench that came out of that.
I got reindeer antlers. I found them in storage.
No, she did not just say that.
I don't know what any of this equipment is. So I'm just gonna see if I have water.
Snakes.
Somebody just get shot.
Negative. We're killing snakes that has been released onto treatment floor.
What did you just shoot? Oh my god, there's snakes.
I'm perfect for that. There isn't a single snake I can't handle.
She shot a snake that would almost.
Hi, Marina.
Yo, where's the snake? I'll grip that thing with both hands, dog.
Who said that?
Me,
Wait,
dog.
did you comply with them and go back into the closet?
Yeah, I went back into the closet. I ain't
Good.
complying.
Don't get out of closet ever
No.
again, Hope.
Yeah, I tried coming out of the closet as a clown finally, but you know, I
Man,
guess that's
I
not
just
it.
need someone to stitch this gunshot,
Just
man.
be who you
Get me
are,
the
you know?
fuck outta here, man.
Unless who you want to be is clown, then don't.
Can someone help my friend who's been bleeding out in the bed for 20 minutes?
I don't know.
I'm gonna campaign to
There's
fulfill you
not
rights.
here.
You know, I'm
I
going to
don't
the
know.
city hall.
Could
He
someone
called
help
them,
me?
they said they're in a meeting or something.
Okay, there's a
I
doctor
don't-
dying in a bed over here. I mean, a doctor. A
Are
patient
you a
dying in a bed
doctor?
over here. No, I'm a
Coming.
technician.
Oh no, not you. I saw
Rudolph
Doctor's
the
on the way.
red nose, come dear.
Oh
Had
my
a very
God.
big fat cock.
Oh my god.
She said the
no,
C
man.
word.
Please
She
no.
did.
Please
She
no.
did.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Violated
She said the fucking C word. We don't say that around here.
What's the C word?
Don't say around
Cock.
here you at
We
our
don't say
grounds.
cock.
We will
No,
say
cock.
cock as many times as we want.
Cock?
Oh,
We love eating
Oh,
cock
they're
here.
using-
that's like my
they're using
favorite
the C
food,
word.
dog. I'm
No, no.
No.
There you go.
Oh, what the fuck?
I'm
Yeah,
a
you don't
fucking
wanna know.
cock destroyer. Let's just get the
Nah.
balls
Yeah,
out.
She's gonna try to bite you, Kareem.
Man, I just got shot in the shoulder, man. Jesus Christ, man.
Fucking cock
Okay.
destroyers.
There's literally so many other
We're
words
giving.
to use.
I'm gonna give you some pain meds.
I hate furries.
Have you lost a lot of blood?
Man, I
Yeah,
don't even
there was a
know.
lot of blood.
Rudolph
Alright.
the red nose.
Do you know your blood
reindeer.
type?
We have to jump. We
Had a
have
very
spider.
bad cold.
What are your guys'
Huh?
Anybody wanna go to that 47
Sorry
code?
guys, I'm sorry, I'm barging into. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Did I push you over?
You still have spider.
No, I think I had a spider.
Yeah, no, the people with tails now. Fuck them.
You still have
Right, that's what I
spider.
think. We have a. Hold on, guys.
Going once.
You still have
going
spider.
twice.
You also didn't say hi to me.
Yeah, I know.
Rude.
All right, stop coming in
047,
Eclipse and
76,
kidnapping people.
47
I
on
maybe
San
will not
Andreas
be rude
Ave.
anymore. Hello.
Morning.
You coming with or not?
Where are you coming?
47, San Andreas Ave.
All right, dispatch. One initial batch in garage now, please.
Oh, I asked on the radio. Nobody said nothing.
Anyone coming?
179.
31009 direct.
Hello.
31009 direct.
Yo, Big M, can you come to the treatment area, please? We need you.
Why?
179, can you 25 with me in the
talk
garage?
with you.
All right. No, I'm busy with work.
179's in the garage.
When is it over? Because we need you.
Well, I don't care you need me.
Back after 10100.
You kidnap my
Okay.
employees from in front of my nose. You kind of don't get nice treatment for a little bit.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's how it works.
I'll
you
hang
know?
up.
Shit, there's like 347s over here. Where the fuck is it at?
La Mesa.
Well, hopefully it's just the police shooting people or something.
Look, go. Alright, this is the wrong way. You will not be able to get there from there, I think. Or maybe
What you mean?
Well, it's on the bridge.
Oh, you know, sorry, us women, we're just bad with directions, you know. Oh, yeah, it's in that little spot, like where the testicles are on the highway. Oh, yeah. Don't worry, I know those testicles real good. Oh, yeah, you're right. I definitely not be able to get there going this way. Unless they're under the bridge.
Unless, but who knows?
We'll check under the bridge.
Tech Team 123, latest 47, code 6. Don't know if they up or down.
Ah, they're down. Lucky you.
Oh, look at that. See how smart I am. This is why you need me around here. Tech man, we on scene. Make your presence known. Where the other people?
What happened here?
Hey, go get my friend across the bridge, please. Across the bridge, across the water. I'm fine. I literally just sprained my ankle. I'm chilling.
Across the water? Like
across the
other
water,
side?
across the other, yep, on the other side, straight right behind where I am. Just where that word tarp is to the right. Can't miss her. She's just laying over there.
Okay, well,
Dispatch
what's wrong
Tag
with
Team
you?
2,
Nothing. Sprained ankle, sprained ankle. I gotta
Alright,
think
well,
about some shit.
get an
Gonna pass out.
ambulance and help us direct. There you go.
No worries. Can do. Just straight across.
What are y'all doing down here?
Oh, just off the crane. Came from the crane.
Nah, I was talking to the other ambulance.
Oh, motherfucker's trying to take y'all shit.
So there's only one other person?
One other person, yeah. Like I said, right across the bridge, just right there
We
on the
got
bottom.
3 calls.
Oh, well, interesting. Well, I only know about me and someone else.
Oh, it's your boyfriend or son?
No, it's a girl.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Right here.
You so smart, overseer. What would I do without you?
Probably die.
Not get demoted all the time.
Yeah, or that.
I don't see no tarp over here, dog.
No. Like it's straight, like in the canals, boss. In the canals. Who is this guy
Yeah.
overseer?
Hello. Hello, this is Stockman. Make yourself known.
Hello.
Ah, there you are. Hiding in the fog. What happened here?
I fell off the bridge.
Oh, alright, let's secure you. Nice and tiny, yes, your
Other
collar.
homie, what's your name in the back?
What I'm gonna get
Luckily,
you
I was wearing a helmet.
straight to Eclipse to check how many things are broken.
Attackman?
I don't think anything's broken thanks to the helmet.
It's okay?
Yeah, why?
No, we see you in the area and we hear gunshots. We're making sure you're alright while we're at our meeting. Okay.
I believe we are okay.
Disregard the shots.
090 going
I'm not gonna say
47.
that. I'm not gonna say that.
Are
How the hell I get out of here? I ain't been to the canals in a minute.
Going 42 for the night, guys.
Dispatch, taxi 176 back, Eclipse 247s, non-critical.
Oh, okay, I know how that's gonna be. Wait, you think I can get on the roof over there in this ambulance?
Do keep in mind that there are gas canisters and other stuff here, so don't be
You
too
think I
crazy.
haven't done that jump before? I can avoid those gas.
I don't
canisters.
know, Miss Criminal.
I'm not a criminal. I'm a former criminal, and it's
Yeah.
been a long time. I'm 45, you know. That was a very long time ago.
Alright, didn't ask.
Very old. I aged like a fine wine. I can make it. Oh, look at that.
Of course you can, it's an ambulance. It's not a van.
Alright. Y'all have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you're broke, we will get you one. You understand your rights.
Yeah, as a platinum insurance holder, I have a lot of rights.
Oh shit, you're a platinum insurance holder. Say less. Alright. I'm gonna put the turbo on for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Is the temperature good for you? I know I got
Yeah,
some
it's
open
perfect.
doors here, so there might be a little bit of a draft.
No, I like the draft. I like the draft.
Okay. Hopefully there's some snacks for you back there, and my co-worker over here didn't eat them on you.
I'm on a diet.
Yeah, you are.
Taxi 123, Eclipse
Why? You look
247.
fabulous.
She got up to 48 pounds, dog. She ate too much. All that Virginia food.
How many doors are you missing?
A lot.
Why?
Because I jumped down in the canal. There ain't a
Why?
smooth way to do
Dispatch
it.
from 111. This is an announcement for all hospital and TACMED staff. Be advised, this is a message from your underseer that we will not be monitoring relationships between employees. That is all.
Oh, dang, you carrying me like it's nothing.
It is nothing.
Wait, what was that?
You are a
Monitoring
platinum insurance
relationships between
patient. You don't
employees?
deserve to
We will not.
watch me
That is
struggle.
all.
You deserve
End of
to watch me
speech.
strive.
What does that
You
mean?
deserve to feel confident.
Say it again.
Well,
Nebulous.
I do.
So no dating?
No. It's nebulous. It's a gray area. I don't have an opinion on it.
Okay, because I'm married to one of my
Oh,
doctors.
this one has fallen off a big bridge and is a platinum insurance holder.
Perfect.
Ooh.
Congratulations.
Oh.
Would you like to help with paperwork or do you have it?
Do you have their ID or anything?
I do not.
Are you
We
talking like
stabilize
dating
and brought straight to
relationships or us
Eclipse to
just
make
not
sure
liking
no
somebody else?
spinal damage or anything like that.
Any kind of relationship will not be monitored.
Yeah, I'll do it. No worries.
Alright, thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. Is he
Just
dead?
don't help him then. Put him out in the bin.
I know. I'm just like, he'll stay here until you know.
Why are you wearing the Mrs. Birkin shoes?
Because I have a foot thing.
Oh no, we're not doing this. If you're gonna
Oh.
do this, we're not doing this.
What?
We're not
Hold on.
doing this.
What do you mean not doing that? I'll come
We,
here for a checkup.
I think we lost him. He seemed very responsive.
That's fine.
See, I knew allowing
He
that
don't
bitch
got
to
no
wear
ID.
heels was a bad idea.
Well, I don't see anyone here who you have allowed to wear heels on treatment floor, so I don't see what the issue is.
Take
Yeah,
off
these
those shoes.
These aren't heels. These are foot things.
Aren't you going off duty anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be joining you in a second.
Excuse me.
Well, I'm
That's
taking the
threat.
night. No, I'm taking the
What's
night
she
off.
threatening me?
No,
Did you do
I'm
the
taking.
invoice for the other one?
Here.
Well, no, I just came
the
for the
other one will be
meeting.
fine. Doctor, have it.
All right. Found anything?
Nope.
Oh.
Well, how do you want to handle this? Oh god.
Well, he ain't getting treatment until his ass gets involved.
Alright, well, I'm gonna take the night off,
give you
okay? If you need anything urgently,
Yeah.
just...
Yep, you have a
you got the
It's
good time.
nothing. It's just all
Goodbye.
superficial. I've given you some pain meds, and I'm just covering up the serious scrapes.
Have a good night.
You have a very delicate touch.
There you go. That's probably feeling a whole lot better.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
Nice. Okay. Let me know if you need anything else, but you should be chilling.
Will do, will do.
Channel,
Thank you
this
so
is one.
much.
Of course.
I appreciate you.
I have a man.
It's the least we
giving
could
me
do for a
false
platinum
identity,
insurance
to
holder.
come here and charge him with false
Miss,
identity.
do you know the identity of your friend? He doesn't have any identifying papers and has passed out, so we're a bit of a pickle.
I know his name is Benny. I don't know his last name.
Ah. Thank you.
What do you mean? What do you mean, dumbass? I have ID on me.
Here, I'm gonna.
Your pockets. You didn't
Well,
have
my name is Benjamin Bronco Dog. Put me in a fucking bed. Like, what the fuck is this?
You ain't doing it. If you gonna give me attitude, you ain't getting into the invoices.
Excuse me, are you citizen of Los Santos? Because you don't have ID that proves you have citizens of Los Santos. This is a state-owned medical facility that only gives medical treatment to citizens. You know what you need for citizenship? Identification.
Oh, well, I told you my ID. That's worked every time.
You told me Mike blocked the first 2 times,
Oh.
dog. What are you talking about?
Oh.
What are you talking about? Just telling you, I told you my identification.
That's
okay, the
that's
police
name,
are
that's
already
not
on their way.
identification.
Well, I told him my name anyway, so.
Why are you... Why did your parents not love you?
Do you need a glass of wine with your plate of upsetty spaghetti, dog?
I ain't upset
Like
about
how
nothing.
hard is it to say, hey, I don't have my ID, here's my name, sorry about that.
Okay, well, I got you.
Why
I
do
can
you
say
think
that.
you're
And you don't- and
entitled
you
to
don't have
medical
insurance
treatment?
as
You're
well,
not
so-
entitled for us to help you.
So the police are gonna charge you with insurance fraud and false identifying. Damn, that's crazy.
Just why?
Charge.
No offense, but who do you hang out with?
Listen, sometimes I get bored and I just find the first person on the street.
Well,
One of
you
those
could
days.
maybe you start looking for second or
What?
third
You know,
person.
what,
I'm just
why
saying.
that? What are you talking? What do you mean second or third?
It's okay. They said they're busy. They're just gonna put a warrant out for you, and they'll see you when they see you.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Pink
All
hat,
right,
you
you're
can
not
leave.
getting treated. You don't got to be here anymore. Bye. Bye.
You guys have a good day. I appreciate
You
it.
Yeah,
too.
later.
Platinum
See
insurance
ya.
holder, have a
Deal
great
with,
day. Don't
yeah.
enjoy yourself, but if you do, we'll come save you.
Not the broke bitch over there going into the elevator.
Oh, love it.
Damn.
Got his ass.
Yeah, hello.
Dragged him.
Go ahead,
Hello. Still
settle
breathing.
down. We'll take it from here.
He
What
was-
happened?
He was stabbed a couple of times.
If I say
Oh.
I'm trying to talk to PD on this channel, it's
He,
gonna
Alright.
I
kinda
think
get
passed out
their
in the car.
identification.
Yeah, we picked up on that.
That's
Works
yeah,
every
that's
time, literally
bleeding.
every time.
In the
That's
future,
bleeding.
could you switch to 2 or 3?
Oh my god.
Nah, it's funnier this way.
All right, buddy.
It's true.
We're gonna get you patched up here. Ooh, I like your Dick's necklace.
Let me see if I can find an
Alright.
ID.
Thank you. Right. Yep, he got hurted.
Insurance?
What's your name again? I always forget it.
I am
Furman.
Williams. Oh, I whisper.
You what?
My name is the government established
There
name
we
is
go.
William Zard. I will show you my ID.
Yeah, of course.
All right. That's patched up pretty good. Let's see. Is there anything else? All right. Did you
Yeah,
get this
gotta
guy's
kill
ID?
The other one of you, dog. There's 2 of you in here. but-
No, I'm no.
I know. I haven't heard. I haven't got much out of him.
I'll ask him. Do you know who this is?
Hi. Yeah, Cole Turner.
Alright, how do you spell name?
COLE.
what's up, dude?
Enya.
Where am I? Alright, what brings you in
You're
today?
at the
You got
hospital,
bruises and
big
shit or
dog.
something?
You got hurted.
God damn.
Yeah, I've been patching up your wounds and shit. I got you on a bunch of pain meds. You're chilling.
With the man that got charged $51,000 that was applied to the
Awesome.
the whole account.
So I'm not
Causing
dead.
everyone to be negative then.
Not yet, dude. And if you did die, I doubt it would be my face you'd see.
Okay, so you want platinum insurance, right? Say less.
Platinum so bad.
Paperwork all done.
Excellent, thank you.
It says
I
you
got
cannot
his
afford
treatment completed as well. There we go.
I don't get to choose what account it goes to.
How are we feeling? Like we're in London?
It should be. It's the.
I'm feeling
Insurance fund. It's
pretty good.
Well,
Those meds you gave me,
Oh,
man.
oh
That's
yeah,
not
you're
London.
definitely you're definitely high as a kite, dude.
Do I need to
Yeah.
switch it back to the personal
I
account
feel
money?
I feel numb, but I feel mellow. You know?
Shit.
Try not to eat
Ask,
anything because you
ask
might
Maria
actually
over
bite
there.
your
She's smarter than me,
like
dog,
bite
but
your
it's
cheek or
saying
bite your
you
lip,
can't
and you
afford
won't
it.
even know. So just be
And I don't
careful.
want to press this button a million times and charge
gotcha,
you for
man,
like 20
gotcha.
fucking insurance things.
I will be
Thank
so
you.
insured if that
All
was
right,
the
brother.
case. I
I'm
will
looking,
ask.
I'm looking at the invoices.
Thank
It didn't
you,
go
thank
through.
you, everyone. Hi, Mia.
Are you
Let me
Maria?
make sure I'm
Yes.
using the right
Hello.
state ID. 'Cause
All right. So we're having an issue with insurance, and we're trying to figure it out. You see, I made a separate account to save up for to put the money for my insurance fund into the side, so that when we got everything sorted
Alright.
out, so it should be good. But now that we're trying to pay me, it's
How
saying
much do you
that
have in it?
9,800 on the side account, but my main personal account is
Alright.
5,790.
And what are you trying to buy?
Platinum insurance.
Alright. Hope, have you told him how much platinum costs?
Yeah, it's $10,000.
Oh, they made it more expensive?
Yeah, it's inflation. It's like 10
Oh
and a
my
half
god,
grand now.
that is if you breathing. No, you can't do this. Okay. Alright,
Unfortunately, the
People don't
closest
remember their
one-
birthday.
I mean,
It's fine when you innocently ask a friend. It's usually...
Milton and shit. Like near the.
I guess I'll be back.
Okay.
I am a good boy.
That is my mistake for
Okay.
thinking he knew how much it cost.
right away to look at him, okay? Sorry, I'll get a unit over there right away to look, okay?
We're ready. Where should we go?
The mall. Some guy
Ah.
bumped his head and now he's acting confused.
Please don't tell me it's the wheelchair guy.
Well,
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm driving.
Oh, alright.
You lost $2.
Trust my driving. I just took one little jump into the canal, so you're all worried.
Alright, do better.
I wish I could hear you make that sound in another setting.
Restaurant?
Yeah, restaurant.
Alright.
I thought I was gonna be slick. You was gonna say the bedroom, and then I was gonna say the restaurant. But okay. Tech Team 176, latest 811 call at the mall.
Oh, look at that. Snow.
Oh damn.
Oh, it's so fucking pretty.
All I want for Christmas is you.
That's not true. I've been around
I do have a
every
beautiful
time you.
swimming pool.
I've been around every time you play Baldur's Gate. Hi, Nuna. How are you doing?
Please don't tell me this is gonna end up with people throwing snowballs at us at the mall.
Well, if they do, I will shoot.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Oh, hey.
Hello.
So this
Mrs.
guy, he seems a
Stackman.
little bit confused.
Hello.
I'm fine.
Fine. I'm fine. What the hell is he doing? Why did he
But I
call
don't
you? Why
recall
did he call
that.
talking about? I'm okay.
Because
I'm
you seem a
okay.
little
I'm
bit
fine.
confused,
Oh, all right.
and I was worried that he was
I'm
hurt or
so.
something.
I do apologize.
Thank you for being a
him.
concerned citizen. Thank you for being
Yes,
an organ donor. We will be back when you are actually confused.
I do apologize for him.
I forgive
do
you for
apologize.
now.
For now? What do you mean for now?
For now.
Oh, my name is Bob Highlife.
Hello, Bob. My
Bob
name is
Well,
Maria.
you should get high on life instead of that spice you smoke in the sun.
I'm not on spice. I'm just high on life.
Yeah, okay.
Good.
High on fresh air.
Man, that synthetic shit's back. I remember when that shit came out, I smoked so much of it. I didn't know what was what. I expected your whistle to sound a little more Virginian for some reason.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, that Virginian accent you and Waka.
Yeah, and how does whistle sound Virginian?
I guess kind of like I expected it to sound like what's that thing called? Like a kazoo.
What?
A kazoo. You never heard of a kazoo?
Of course I did.
Yeah. I expected it to kind of sound like that because your accent.
What?
Get
Get
or
back in
harmonica,
closet.
actually. I already went in the closet once today. I mean, now if you want to stuff me in the closet, like lock me in there, now maybe we get to something. But how are you so strong when you're 45 pounds?
Virginian.
Oh.
159, 1041.
Can I
10-4,
come out of the
welcome on
closet?
shift.
How you doing, Maria?
You cannot come out of closet until you apologize to all of us for coming out as clown.
Do I have to do it on the radio?
No.
Okay.
Specifically, do not do it on
I
radio.
want to address what I did earlier. I
Hold on, hold
apologize
on.
for coming out of the closet as a clown.
Repeat that. In the
I
camera, please.
apologize for my actions earlier. I apologize for coming out of the closet as a clown. I would now like to come out of the closet as...
All right, I will call you later.
Platinum?
Bye-bye. Yes, platinum, please. I moved the money into an account that you a personal fund account that
Which
for
William
insurance.
are you?
I am the one with the slightly bigger number. I will.
Second time operator, third
Th-
time
th- there are 6 other ones. Oh my god.
Hope.
10,
You
6,
have
3,
no
5,
idea.
6.
Back in the closet.
Didn't, yeah.
Oh, that I was not forced
Keep
to
your
do
job.
that. Definitely not.
There you go, you are officially platinum insured for the next 30 days, Mr. Zard. Congratulations.
Thank God, I've been hemorrhaging money from because of an issue with bank account thing. I was unable to get insurance for like 2 weeks. I've probably lost like 12K in medical
Probably.
costs. Yeah, I get frequent flyer miles.
Good.
All right, well, thank you so much.
You are very
Getting a
welcome.
call again from
Of course.
Chloe. I need to tell her the good news. I'm insured.
Alright.
I am insured.
041 going 1041.
Then far, welcome on shift. Who's that?
Huh?
041. Sydney. Nice.
Let's go.
What?
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 Huh?
Huh?
What?
What?
Yeah.
I don't know. How are you feeling, Vic?
Apply for a job at this place
because I would
really
love
working here.
Just work.
Can I work here, please?
I depends. Stop coughing first up. And what is wrong?
Okay.
Yeah, cover your mouth, Terry, you grosso.
Oh, sorry. I lost at clown tag.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Here's a clown. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Show off ID first.
But don't say that. We have clown rights now.
Yeah, that's what he means.
Well,
He
right.
came in to complain about wearing masks, but realized you're a clown, so I said, "Oh, it's clowns, all right."
Yup.
Is this Bubbles?
Yeah, hi.
Hi. What's wrong with you today?
Well,
Cloud,
so here's
we're
the thing.
celebrating.
We're playing flare tag.
Yeah.
You have
I'm kind of
paperwork
burned.
when
So
you should say it.
you burn.
A little bit, yeah. Feeling a little crispy, but you know what? It's helping me stay warm.
Good to hear.
Hello, patient.
I'm working on it.
All right,
Calm
all right.
down.
Well,
Can you see my,
you're walking so slow. It looks like you're not
ID?
moving, so I cannot tell.
I'm
There you go. Thank you.
you.
Oh, thank you
Can
so
I
much. I appreciate it.
Can I change my
Hey,
ID to
you
show?
burn. So I'm gonna put some burn gel on this.
What mask?
Thank you
With
so
some
much.
saline.
No,
And
yeah,
apply
mask
some burn
and-
dressing, alright?
You
and
have
Oh,
also
yeah.
my name.
Are you the one
feeling
that's
better.
definitely straight?
You
Yeah,
have
I'm
to do
super
name
straight. Thank you
change
very
through
got
DOJ,
you, got you.
but
I'm only
to have
2%
picture with
straight.
mask, you just have to
Oh,
take
yeah.
picture yourself
I'm
and give
very
it to
straight.
person
You know,
at
I just
counter.
have tons of straight sex all day, every day.
Oh, got you. That kind of makes
Yeah,
me want
that's
to throw
how
up a
I
little
have
bit. I'm not
this
gonna lie.
picture,
Not
for
that I'm
example.
judging the straight people. It's just like more so the fact that not for me. It's like high heels.
Doctor, do you
you
still
know,
have?
You know,
Do you remember
I can
his
appreciate
name?
them
I
from
forgot
afar, but I
already.
don't like to wear them.
Terry Tithlicker.
Yes,
Thank
he
you.
knows
there's
me.
nothing I like more than
If
a
you'd
nice
like
pair
the
of
state
man
ID
breasts,
number,
you know?
I could give you that
Nope,
instead.
nope. I'm
Oh, see, I just like
You remember it
the
by your
regular
top of
old
your head?
girly breasts.
I love a big old pair
109564.
of man breasts. I just
Yeah,
want to water.
I'm a pretty cool
motorboat
guy.
them all the time.
I love that for you.
I feel
Feel like
better
big
now.
old
Thank you
bags
so
of sand.
much.
Well,
Yeah,
you remember things when you're a doctor.
Yeah, I feel that for sure.
Yeah.
Like this
Hey,
guy over
Terry.
here, really nice man breasts.
I can see
Ooh.
that.
I'd love to get all
Hey
up
Terry,
in there.
I'm gonna go visit Marley and I
yeah?
see you really quick. Oops, so sorry. I'm gonna go
Yeah.
visit Marley and I see you really quick. I'll meet you down in the garage, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
you're chilling. You're chilling.
Oh, this is so much better. Yeah. Oh, I feel
That
like
ID picture is fucking terrifying.
Yeah, I know. I need to figure out how to change it.
Is it?
I'm talking about Marionette over here.
What's wrong with my ID picture?
So
Let's see it.
scary looking.
There is nothing
Oh,
scary
God.
about it.
Okay.
That's pretty
good
scary.
Sir, can I get a job here, please? Sir?
Vic,
So-
he's talking to him.
Talking to me, Terry.
Yes.
Currently,
I'll work without mask, but I need makeup.
that's fine.
Yeah.
And
glasses.
At the moment, I don't think we have any spots available. I think it's more the fact that we
Oh, you
don't,
don't think?
have the ambulance. We
But I
don't
wanna
think
shoot
we have the
people.
I overheard you want to shoot people. Well,
Hey,
that's
I'm always
not a
one
good start.
demotion away for an ambulance
I'm just
opening.
joking, by the way. You know, I'm a clown. I joke, I kid.
Do we have any, Maria,
Haven't
to
heard that
your
in 20
knowledge?
years.
I heard from Callum, apparently, that we just don't have the ambulances at the moment.
Okay,
No, we
well, I'll
could
buy an
squeeze one
ambulance.
or two in, but he's joking, so it is not needed.
No, I
Uh,
do want the job as a tech med because I want to help people. I like helping people. I'm a really good helper.
All right, well, you're gonna have to shoot people.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll shoot them if they need to be. Yeah.
All right.
I know how to stand on business.
I mean, it could be good luck to hire a single clown to show we are
Yeah.
honest about
Hey, Terry.
supporting clown
Yes?
rights.
Yes.
Do you know your 10 codes?
Yes.
How?
I had a feeling you do.
Yeah.
Wait.
10-8, 10-4, 10-12,
Tag team 276 to 47
95,
Strawberry.
47. Yes.
That far, good copy.
23, 10-2. That's when you do radio check and then you go 10-2. I hear you.
Where do you know them from?
I have a little bit of experience driving around in wee woos.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What
Is it
kind of
wee
wee
woo
woo
a cop car?
No. Okay, it's not wee woo. It's ambulances. Yeah, when you go to the license, when you go in code 2 and you go through the cross, you have to go
That's
and
whoop.
honk the
Sirens is
horn.
code 3, isn't it?
I
Or am
mean,
tripping?
no.
Sirens is code 2, air horns code. Oh, sorry.
No, you still.
Sirens code
Code 2,
2,
you
air
still
horns
have to
code
go
2.
through intersections with noise.
Yes, yes.
It's
That's
just
why you
it's
honk the horn.
funner to go instead of to go whoop whoop.
Yeah.
Or no, the best
my
sequence you can use is.
Okay, I'll just lean out of the window and yell. Oh my god, we're driving really fast.
I think he's gonna go far here.
Yeah. Nah, so I have a little bit of experience.
Sure, I do.
I went through.
Wait. Are you
Yes?
Irish like Callum is?
No, I'm not Irish like Galen.
What are you?
What are you?
I am a clown, sir.
Well, I mean, what country do you hail from, clown?
Circus.
Oh, like Ringling Brothers or
No. I'm Hollandaise, but
Hollandaise.
Hollandaise, yes.
Christmas?
Haagen-Dazs.
Dispatch,
What? Yes.
Tech Team 222
Yes, in
Strawberry.
fact. But I think my family's origin is from Norway.
No way.
Yes, way. That's a bad joke, by the way.
Thanks, dog. I don't know where Norway is. I
And
don't know
Vic,
where
you here now,
Hollandaise
Mr.
is.
Daddy?
What?
Oh, I've bumped into him a couple of times.
What do you think about him?
Minus being a clown. He's got a pretty good head on his shoulders, from what I could tell.
Do you have a penis?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay,
shit.
well,
Alright, that's pretty
okay.
good.
Yeah, you already got hopes for it.
It's average.
Nah, 6 is pretty big, dog. 4, I'm like 4 is like a packing, dog. 6, I ain't walking the next day. Know what I mean?
Really? Nice. Yeah, I'm also pansexual.
Why you fucking pans, dog?
Because Teflon feels good.
It does feel good. I prefer cast iron for my fish cooking.
Oh, I don't know how to cook. I just eat fast food and gas station food.
Yeah, I eat a lot of those hot dogs and they make me feel funny.
I always eat my hot dogs in one bite.
No, I like you. I like you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So I would I would love the chance to show, because the thing is my life motto, yes, I might be a clown, but I'm all about inclusivity, acceptance, consent, helping your fellow man or woman or they them, and I also
You reading this off of the back of an HR book of things you have to say?
No. This is my life. My life motto is I try to make everyone's day a little bit better. I don't try to do anything big. I don't try to do anything huge.
We're under
But
attack by the homeless.
Just a little bit.
Oh, it's the homeless. Okay. Oh, they'll be fine then.
Probably okay.
I suppose so.
Yeah, well, if one of them goes down, then we'll roll it.
And I'm also a very good salesman. So if you guys need
13A if you almost die or something.
to sell platinum insurance, I'm really good at that.
Why don't you just try and sell Hope some platinum insurance?
Okay. Hope. Is this you?
You think I got the money for that? I give all my money to strippers.
Yeah.
Male
Okay,
strippers,
so let's.
of course.
Yeah, of course. So let's say that you go and you visit one of those strippers, right?
Hello. Can we help you?
What? I am kind of not feeling
often
very
would you say
good.
that you go to a strip club?
I fell into a black hole.
Oh.
Like a couple times.
So I'm feeling a little bit.
And how often
Let's
of
see.
those times does the stripper
Dr.
punch
Skazi, do you have any of black hole medicine left? This woman has fallen recently.
Dispatch,
this is
tag team
this is one of my friends.
276,
Yeah,
Eclipse
she
Medical, one
accidentally landed
patient,
under my car.
semi-crit.
Because of the black hole.
Yes.
Oh, I got a couple of those.
It wasn't really a black hole, actually. It was just like a
Scuzzy,
bump. But
speak up.
No,
we
I
go.
was trying to think.
Ah,
So
alright.
there's a black hole. Okay.
it wasn't actually a black hole. It was just like a very, very, very large pothole.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and you got like bumps and scrapes or whatever?
Yeah, exactly. Because I fell and then the car was on top of me. It was crazy.
I like him.
Come on over here.
Okay,
Damn.
thank you.
I've never met a Latino before. This is crazy.
Hey,
Oh, she's
What?
Yeah, good egg.
You got one
she's
right here.
Latvian.
She's Latino. What do you mean?
She's
Yeah, me
French,
too.
actually. Her name is Mia.
She's
Okay.
French?
Yeah.
Oh.
So okay, so you go 2 times a week. That's eight times a month, right?
Oh, just chilling at the hospital.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. And how often do those of those eight times a month do you end up with a little bit of problem? You know, itchiness downstairs,
Dispatch, tag team
or
223,
you know, a
Eclipse
knife to the
147,
face.
Half the time I
to
go
the
off
back of
duty, I do get shot in the head.
Yeah. So because of that, you know, would you rather be treated like a peasant and be on the poor side of the hospital, or do you want to be treated like a prince/princess/ they thems, and be on the rich good side of the hospital?
Yeah, I want to head to that last 47.
Yeah.
Yeah, yep.
We probably should.
Yeah. We'll
Alright,
continue your
you're going
sales
as
pitch
well,
later.
Wick. I'm staying here.
Yeah. Back soon.
Yep.
Either of y'all have an ambulance? Mine's
Yeah,
got
so I really like helping people.
Yeah,
as
we
I
can
said.
take mine, I suppose.
I like you. You're getting in.
Excellent. I love
I'm
you.
going to give you a chance. I will see if I can do it quickly or not.
Yes.
But I do like what I see and hear.
Excellent.
And it will
Yeah, I'm
be
very
a
excited
good
now.
move towards, you know, making everyone realize that clowns are just as much of citizens of Los Santos as anyone else.
You know, after
Tag team
yesterday's,
76,
you know, when they
47.
tried to fuck up
We
our
gonna see if
protest,
he's on the pier or if he's
and
in
you
the ocean.
and you saw 40 clowns refusing to be agitated, it was honestly a very touching moment.
Yeah, it was.
Because there was a gang,
just
something from
broke.
the block, and they snuck up on the top of a building and had snipers there and shooted us. And tried to
Wyatt.
blame the cops, and we refused to
Did you do
go
the
against
paperwork?
them.
No.
You do the paperwork?
No, I was in the back.
All right, can you
Guys,
flash
I
me
was
your
in the
ID?
back of the ambulance.
Register those as
One second. You know the rule.
All right, there you go.
I'm the gun guy.
All bandaged up while we chatted. And
Like
whenever you feel
Wyatt, I love it.
Oh, I've got
Wyatt,
it.
are you
I've
saying-
I've,
are you
I've got
saying
it.
Rich-
I've got it.
Okay. My ID. You said
Yeah, we still need your ID.
I grabbed that man from the battle zone. I wasn't even the driver.
There you go.
Alright, 104-808.
That's my email address.
And Harper.
You may find me by
Yeah,
my
yeah.
legal name as well.
Right, Chloe?
There you go.
What?
I will
And
expect
Heartbreak.
to hear from you, and we'll move on from there.
I don't know who that is.
You said 808.
Oh,
You know what that is?
All right, all done.
104-808.
All done.
Damn it.
I don't but we have
There
an
you go.
unfortunate.
What do you listen to, Adele or something?
He's all done, Chloe.
Yeah.
Did you, Mia? Did you leave my keys in the motorcycle?
All right, let's get back out there.
No, I
Yes,
walked.
sir.
I did not come up here. I like you guys
the
were
mime
saying.
the mime just
fuck?
stole that motorcycle.
Yes.
Nobody knows Kanye?
He stole it. No, because not because I left it. All right. I went around the corner
I hate
because
it
you said
here.
Mia, and I said I'll be right back, mime. And I said,
You
"Make
guys
sure no
want
one
a fourth
steals
batch
this."
for that call?
And then
Okay. So,
Yeah, all right.
so we'll talk. We'll talk in the
We
email.
will. Yep. Yeah, well.
Excellent. Thank you so
I
much.
don't know.
Goodbye.
Dispatch, tag team 276 to latest 47 on Grove Street.
You
Grove
never
Street
heard
it is.
808 and Heartbreaks?
No,
Nope.
never heard of it.
What the
You're
fuck?
not going there
Keep
alone.
saying it. We don't know what you're talking
What
about.
the fuck?
I gotta keep an eye on you.
Me?
Yeah. It's Grove Street.
Yeah.
I'm not letting you get
Yeah.
hurt again.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the backup.
What's up, Maria? If someone shoots at you, I hope I get hit.
Dispatch tag team 276 to Grove
Place is
Street.
probably better with you than me, you know what I'm saying?
True.
I just want to protect you. That's how much I love it.
Just focus on
For the
shooting
greater
instead
good
of
and shit.
stopping bullets.
Suck up. Yeah, but I'm gonna shoot while I'm
shit.
diving in there.
All right. Well,
I just realized my vest is still broken.
Oh.
It's only about 2/3, so
someone's staying in
still got
ambulance.
2 or 3 armor plates. Did anyone else repair their vest?
You got to repair
Didn't have to.
your vest,
I didn't get
Chloe.
hit.
Oh.
Rookie.
Rich, what's your opinion on having a clown hire for inclusivity?
Ugh.
We already have a clown
gross.
hire.
We got plenty of clowns around here. Am I right?
Yeah, we do. I was about to say we do have Wyatt.
That's pretty good, yeah.
That's right.
Oh, Wyatt,
That's
did you
me,
come
guys.
out? Congratulations.
What the fuck you say to me?
No, Hop came out as a clown. So
No,
I think we
no,
already
I shoved
got,
her back in closet. Is good.
okay.
Just ahead, just ahead.
Are
It's
they
clown.
Grove Street gas?
I had. Just right over
Oh,
here.
I see them.
Just look
There they
for
are.
clown mask in the grass.
Hey!
What happened
I'm
here?
here to save you because your life matters now.
It does?
Yes.
Well, I'm just doing what I'm told.
What's this clown's name?
I'm Chatterbug.
Hey, Chatterbox. Have you heard of 808 and Heartbreaks?
No.
one knows what the hell you're talking about.
What the yuck is that?
This guy escaped a general treatment fee the other day.
Oh, well, just charge him twice.
Hey, good for him.
Yuck.
All right, back to the hospital we go.
For yuck's sake.
Do people just not know Kanye?
Who the
I
yuck
don't
is
have
a
I
Kanye?
don't have a clue what you're talking about.
Who is Kanye? Don't answer. I don't want to know.
I don't pay yet.
Is that some sort of baby shampoo?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Dispatch tag team
it's
276
baby
Clips
shampoo.
Medical, 1 clown.
Mr. Clown, could we see identification in the meantime?
TechMed 1, same traffic.
I gotta tell you something.
Yes.
There's some old man that I met about 20 minutes ago. His name is, I think it's James or something.
Yeah.
James Randall?
Yeah, that guy.
All right.
And he's like a kind of bald, and he wears his pants really high. And
Yeah, we
he's
know him.
planning with some guy named Osvaldo and Leo.
None of
three
this.
other guys.
None of this is your identification, Mr. Clown.
My identification.
You need papers, please.
But I don't have any paper.
What do you mean you don't have any paper?
papers?
I didn't go to college. What do I need that
Stop!
for?
Stop right now! Stop right now! Stop right now! Stop right now! Let's pull over to side.
Why we stop? Why are we
Wait.
stopping? Wait, what?
Oh, my door!
I'll pay for repair. Get him out.
Wait, what? Hey, wait, chill. Hey, what's going on here?
You think you don't have any paper?
I don't have no
We
paper.
will check.
What do you mean you'll check?
This guy named after a kitty litter box.
Oh my god!
Wait, what's his name?
You escaped a charge the other day
Scatterbox?
once, not again.
Oh, Scatterbox. That's cool.
Chatterbox.
You escaped payment once. You'll never do that again. If you don't want to pay by insurance like a normal citizen, you're in America.
Insurance.
Importance?
I don't have that kind of stuff. I'm poor.
Oh, well, maybe we should just. You don't have. Wait, you don't have an ID or anything?
Wait, hold on.
I've never had one of those.
You
Oh, I
can't
guess you
be
can
you can't be a clown and be poor, okay? That doesn't make you a person anymore.
That is true.
Times are tough.
What is name?
Chatterbox.
Hey, he's not in the system.
Maybe
I
we should
checked.
just take him by RPD or something.
Can we just leave him here?
Yeah, that's true. We could always take his organs.
No,
for
no,
payment.
call Tessa Lamb. She'll pay my bill for me.
Nope. Hold on. Give me a second. I'll have one-on-one conversation.
I'm gonna be in the
092
car.
1042.
Oh
004, same traffic.
Hell yeah. Pulls out gun.
no! Why don't I have look? We can figure this out. I have a great idea that we both benefit from this. You know, you let me skip a bill. All right, I'll call Tessa. Tessa will come and pay both my bills. The bill this time and the bill that I missed last time, and we're good.
Negative. Bills have to be attached to identity of person who received treatment. You will whisper your actual name to me, and I will not speak it out loud, and nobody will know.
But here's the problem. I don't know it. No one's told me. I know I'm Chatterbox. I don't know my real name.
Does police know your real name?
I don't know.
Should we
I've
ask
never
them?
been to jail before.
No. You're a clown. I don't believe that. All clowns have been to
They
jail.
never caught me yet. They never caught me yet.
Oh, yeah, all right.
And I think my warrant's expired. I should ask him what my real name is, but I don't want. But my real name is Chatterbox, so the other name doesn't matter. The other name sucks.
You know you can change name, yes?
Does it cost money?
Yeah, a little bit. You want money for the name change?
For yuck's sake!
I have too much money. I can give you money for name change.
Really? How much money do you think it costs?
Yeah, like 10,000, 15,000. That's like spare change for us.
I'll do it.
All right.
Does it work for cash? Can I pay cash?
Yeah, you pay cash for name change.
Just a small scarf on, just
I think.
a little baby, like a shawl, like your
Yeah,
grandma
exactly.
would wear.
Yeah, it feels nice.
Shut up.
By the way, just to finish what I was saying, James Randall's planning a bombing of the hospital later today.
All right, we'll be on the
Wait.
lookout for that.
Classic criminal scum.
I don't believe that.
I believe it.
You don't believe it?
No, I don't. Okay. I'll call
I
my
do.
bomb expert friend Leo Escobar.
He kidnapped Kirk and he blew him up with one of the C4s to show us he was serious.
Huh. You sure it wasn't a moped bomb?
No, it was an actual C4. He put in a code, it was beeping, and then he told Kirk to figure which one was the right wire, but he only said it for 10 seconds, so Kirk didn't have time to even guess a wire.
Ah, well.
There's so much time in 10 seconds. He didn't
I
just
know,
rip
right?
one.
Such a silly little guy.
That's not a lot of time at
10
all.
seconds
Hospital
is enough to
drama.
rip one wire. If he didn't get off one wire, I think he wanted to blow up.
Yep.
That's plenty of time to
Dispatch,
just
check
pull a
team
wire.
2, 23 Eclipse, 147 non-critical.
And pulling a wire is better than pulling nothing and just blowing up.
Yeah, it's true, yeah. You may as well take a guess. Why do you have that as your ringtone?
I don't know. It
You
sounded
should.
cool. It sounded like
Maybe.
a banjo.
Maybe change it next time.
What? To what?
I don't know.
Something
Someone
Something
acceptable,
else.
like Virginian anthem.
No one knows what 808 and
Someone
Heartbreak
knows.
is.
Someone
no
knows.
one
It's one
knows.
of the best albums of all time.
Okay.
Up we go. Who did the invoice?
Where's Hope?
There's no invoice. He doesn't remember his name.
Oh, just tell him.
I don't get a name
Don't
change.
fucking lie to me.
What should I do
Hope.
with him?
We'll treat
What?
him for now. I'll take him to City
You
Hall
know,
and we'll see if
808s
we
and
can
Heartbreak?
find
Okay.
out there.
The hell are you talking about?
Shut the fuck up. Don't fucking lie to me right now.
808's a heartbreak.
808s and Heartbreak.
Alright, what happened to you again?
Oh,
No one knows.
I got kidnapped by James Randall, and they blew up Kirk, and then I got blown up with them.
Oh, that's right.
You know, you look like Hyde from that.
Alright, let's
seven.
get some burn gel on you here.
Okay, chill. Okay, you're gonna rub it, so you get out of there.
And yeah, quit being a baby. No crying in the hospital. I mean, if you cry in the hospital, I mean,
I
you
have
can steal
spared
your organs,
Bargel
remember?
and
Wait, what?
extinguisher.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Thank you.
It's burn foam.
Unfortunately,
I don't know 808s and Heartbreak.
Ah, so that's why. Okay.
See, this type of treatment would never happen if you,
I can agree with that on that one.
All right.
See, stuff like this would never happen if you were a platinum insurance holder.
What do you agree with?
Oh, so I gotta get. I have to get insurance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you should get insurance. Yeah.
it's only 10.5 grand. It's very affordable.
Yeah, it's very
Per
reasonable.
month.
Years ago.
Still a fucking weirdo.
Yep.
Yep.
No one can afford that kind of stuff.
Still fucking.
Yeah.
You can get better.
Fucking weird.
Plenty of people do.
weirdo, Yeah. It's still the same person. who
We
was
make
back
that
then.
much in a
There we
day.
go.
I think we're all a bit. I'm self-centered.
I make enough to buy two in a day.
Every time I wake up, I make less money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I go farther in the hole.
You gotta think
How
about
can I
it.
check how much money I have? The bank app.
Yes, sir.
Bank up. Or if you are
Mine is
criminal.
$1,400,000.
I mean, you
Oh,
can
did you
just
do-
do what every criminal does in the city. Just hop
Sure she doesn't
somewhere
know
and buy
what's
everything in cash and just keep going and further debt.
That's a good idea. Should I do that?
I mean, if
no.
you're that in debt, yeah. Oh, I mean, no.
Oh. I'm getting mixed signals here.
There's no mixed signals with
Well,
me. I'm a
which
very
one
straight
of
woman
which
that
one
loves
of us
men.
do you think you're supposed to listen to?
Yeah, true.
Look how it's scary. It's scary EMS.
Chatter? Hey,
What are you doing here,
her
man?
because you're smoking in the hospital.
Good. You're supposed to be smoking in hospital.
Yeah, we're supposed
This
to
one
smoke in
drank
the hospital.
glue.
I
You're
drank
supposed
glue.
to smoke in the hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah, it creates work for future
Hey,
healthcare.
Chatter,
Drink glue.
What's up, man?
Hey guys, hey, I have to skip out on this bill.
I'll visualize.
Get in bed. There you go.
That's an option. You can just do that.
Hey.
Let's get you started with this IV.
Help me out,
Drank some
please. I
glue?
promise I'll pay you. Yeah.
Papers,
First
please.
state ID.
I drank all the glue.
Papers, please.
Well, let's go ahead and get
I ain't got none of that shit you asking for.
Don't give him Kurt. Don't
Well,
give it
you
to
do
him.
know your name, so we want that.
Yeah, my name's Stumbles Fumbles.
Yeah, my name's
No, we're
Chatterbox
talking
the
about
Clown.
legal name.
I'm talking about
Really?
legal
What
name,
about the
too.
chatterbox that was
Alright.
just in here?
He's my
Yeah.
uncle. He can pay for me.
Did you find
That's
that?
not how it works, brother.
Yeah, it is.
Congrats on
Damn,
that.
it is his
Clown
name.
drop.
My name's Happy the Clown.
Good.
Yeah.
Happy?
What's hurting? You got bruises and shit.
Kicking
No,
me.
man, I drank
Let me
big
stumble
bottle of
through. You got
glue.
your ID in
All
here?
right.
That shit made my belly feel
Let me-
like
let
all
me have a-
sorts of
let me
fucked
have
up.
a
Do you have your
stumble
ID?
through.
Man.
You can check my
Yeah,
pocket.
I'm,
This OT
yeah, I'm
is coming,
gonna
sir.
I
just
feel a whole
stumble
lot
through his
better
pockets
now,
here. I want
though.
to check his ID.
Okay.
Hello.
I got.
How you doing?
No masks at hospital
I'm
unless
good.
you're a clown.
I am a clown.
Oh, I thought you were furry.
I'm
We don't
sitting
accept
right
furries
here.
at hospital.
She's a
We don't
furry
accept
clown.
furries and well
I'm-
then you can have a clown mask,
Go
not
ahead
a
and
furry
help me
mask.
out,
You have to
Alice,
decide.
babe.
Suddenly,
Furries-
I don't want to
furries-
wear this anymore.
Yeah, furries don't have rights.
Yeah, see a clown.
Hello,
Well, what
Miss
if I have
Clown.
clown makeup under the mask?
Then you're not allowed to wear mask.
I
What's the
miss
yuck?
man.
Only your
You mind
makeup has
helping me
rights.
up out of this bed?
Per governor.
Just need a little helping hand or
I see
something.
it. Stumbles, fumbles, mumbles.
Can I put it back on now that you've seen my clown face?
Show
Yeah,
papers.
I'm Stumbles Fumbles partner.
My what?
Hey, babe, what's going
Identification.
on? You want
I'm Duncan.
Oh,
I was
okay.
drinking glue with Pico, man, and now I think I'm stuck to this bed. I think I done forwarded a glue bubble out
There
my
you go.
ass.
Dispatch.
I will allow you to wear mask.
76 to the mall to get
Thank
Chloe's
you.
scarf.
I ain't got no ID. Done told you once, now done told you twice. I don't care. Them bitch. Shit, you ain't no goddamn doctor.
Do not go through any of our trash cans.
Okay.
Help me, please.
Well, so Pico it is.
That's not me.
Fair.
That's somebody else. I'm Duncan.
Well,
Is this because
hey,
I
well,
ate a grilled
I
cheese
found
off
two
the floor
IDs.
earlier?
With Pico now.
Oh shit, that's bad.
Oh shit.
Where?
Okay, so you're on IV and OT mask. We gotta look for a gunman.
There's nobody with
Oh,
gun
yeah.
there.
Some guy with purple hair.
You mean doctor?
No!
131, Wiz.
He was like he had face paint on and he was wearing all purple.
Help me.
What's
Kurt, just get up, man.
I'll just help.
I don't
myself.
believe
I don't
you.
know where he went. You don't. Are you serious right now?
I don't believe
was
you.
just
Yeah,
nervous.
yeah, I'm
I
serious.
feel pretty
Yeah, I
good.
don't believe
Nervous,
you. You might have rights, but I
And
still
I
don't
know
have
how
to believe
feel
you.
about it.
Are you a furry?
No.
You look like
Are
one.
you sure?
You're
We
a
have
fairy.
I just like the raccoon mask.
I'm being honest, look like you couldn't afford the rest of the suit because it's even giant like a furry one, you know? Hey, Tessa?
Okay, fine.
I'm so hungry.
Be a
I mean, it's
freaking
okay.
lemon.
If you,
Hey, little furry.
hey, be careful. James shoots lemons.
Drops food on floor.
There's lemon furries now.
What did you drink? Oh, I had that last time. Yeah.
Oh,
Someone gave me glue
it's
and I
chicken. I can't have that.
All right, let's hit the road.
You want a pumpkin cupcake? Oh.
Hey, Pico, you got anything
Who
to
shot?
drink?
I'm really thirsty, Kirk. I
I
ain't got no
need
money.
something to drink.
Who
bad.
the fuck
I
shot?
gotta go rob a store.
Shots fired at Eclipse? Question
I'm
mark.
really hungry. I'm really thirsty, Kirk. I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
Oh, buddy, I know I ain't fixing to do nothing fast. I'm just gonna chill out.
Yeah. You still tripping balls, man?
159, checking the
Everything's
ground.
all fuzzy.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of a kiwi.
041 securing the treatment floor.
Life is like,
kiwi.
Checking.
life is like a bag of kiwis, Kirk.
I see you, floor.
What's that
Down
mean?
this code full.
No, man.
There's a bunch
Hairy
of
and
clowns out
scary.
front, but that's about it.
Oh, you talking about?
Let's go.
10-9.
Alright, meet us in the garage at the mall. More people know. More people know.
The clowns outside said it was definitely not them that shot, and I definitely believe them.
Thank you for the follow, Joanna. Appreciate it. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
Make me go the long way.
Yo, stay behind me. I'll protect your dog.
That means
Asshole.
just explode outside.
No, that happened for sure.
Who's this guy?
Fucking
Fireworks. Go, 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 gun.
Oh, man, all the doctors always
Ow.
use guns.
Oh, we should definitely get out.
Dude, they about to kill our peoples.
Yo, put the gun away, bro. There's no harm in.
Are you
Whoa.
sure about that?
What is that? Oh.
See, everything looks fine to me.
Is this actually happening, Kirk?
This
I
is
don't
happening.
think it
yes.
is. No, I think this is all fucking just
think
side
it's
effects.
fever
of
dream.
the flu.
Kirk, look at this like a fairy guy.
Who the fuck? That's a mushroom.
There's a mushroom fairy.
Dude.
This can't be real.
Is it Mario?
I'll just get my.
Dispatch tag team.
Drop
276
patient
Eclipse.
on floor.
Praise me!
Hey, this clown
Wait.
7 people up
Oh, I
here.
feel
Yeah.
so,
Fine, I guess
so
I have
much
to shoot
better
someone.
now.
How come
Thank
you look like a
you.
sugar plum fairy?
It's clowns.
Gotta get treated. Hi, Tessa.
Tag team 276 47's at the courthouse.
When we say drop patient, you drop patient.
Yeah, let's get out of here before everyone starts pouring in
Run
here.
over.
These two were hit by fireworks,
Start
Marionette.
checking out for some
Yeah,
beers
I
and
know.
fucking bones.
The
Can you
mushroom
put
was
your
shooting
cozies
it.
and toesies?
I don't know. The mushroom
go
was.
try. Try to lose it.
Oh. What's your name,
That's
dog?
good.
Andy.
Fuck you, no paperwork. Hello.
Fisher.
State ID.
Stop.
Oh my god, you were gone a whole
State ID.
2 minutes?
How does this one do that?
You got.
You get your
show
ID
it
on
to
your
me.
butter.
Use your ID.
I'm not paying.
He doesn't have it
You're not
on him
paying.
because
Really?
he
I
went to the
Yeah, I guess
island
you're gonna
and
have
had
to call the cops, huh?
Fisher.
local EMS.
What's his name?
Sure thing.
Eugene.
Bet you
and-
they won't
Yeah.
even show up.
You talking about the one that's
Tag team
downstairs at the moment?
23
Wait, I'm
City
sorry.
Hall.
What? There's.
Yeah.
Wait. Cop downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
How do you
Sure,
spell
let me
your
just,
last name?
let me... Who's Chatterbox,
A-L-W.
right? I heard someone. I heard someone
no,
saying
yeah,
that.
yeah, Chatterbox, you know, we don't, you don't gotta call the cops, no,
because he Jerry's tab.
Okay.
no balls.
Here's my ID, but you better put it on
Looks like you
Scuzzy's
got
tab.
some bruises on you and road rash.
I've been run over. I've been run
Your
over.
road rash was not
Well,
bad.
the EMS looks like I better be hitting the old dusty trail. You know, let's get the yuck out of here.
Good luck. Ah.
Oh
Thank you.
no. Oh no.
Makes it easier.
Payday attack Matt direct. There is a chatterbox coming down the stairs.
Yeah, it's because he said his tab. Thank you.
Oh, how are you, Joey?
I'm doing okay.
We gotta get
Because he
revenge.
said he'd pay for my medical bills today.
Oh.
Well, he lied. Yep. Bills are delivered personally to your state-issued bank account, so no.
Okay.
They have to cover it afterwards. But you're good to go as soon as you feel alright.
Okay, thank you.
You are very much welcome.
Roof is clear.
Thank you.
10-4.
Totally charging Scuzzy here.
Why?
Oh.
Why would you do that?
That wig was horrendous. Never wear it again.
Violent. Everyone's so violent that works here. They're all so mean.
Do you have platinum insurance?
Eat farts. Payback.
Ah.
Run.
Attack team 2, rendezvous back at the
Okay, have a good day.
ambulance.
You too. What did they say on the radio?
Oh,
I couldn't hear.
me either. I think Chloe said roof is clear when we said, the clowns was blowing people up outside.
Attack Med PD.
10 minutes.
Go for attack, man.
I've got an individual here who is extra crispy underneath Del Piro Freeway, or the Laporte Freeway, Del Piro Freeway exchange next to the mall. If I can get attacked.
10-4, attack team 2 can respond.
Thank you.
Attack team 2, City Hall is code for UTL, 76 latest 52 requests under Del Piro Freeway.
So patient came in with all that was popping off. Are we code forward Eclipse?
Yep, we're all called for.
Okay, thank you.
Clowns are having fun in front of Eclipse.
Celebrating the new law, I guess.
Also, we received words that an old man terrorist is planning to blow up hospital later today, so...
Well,
Man,
fuck.
people say they always gonna blow up the hospital.
Yeah.
I am glad when it comes to that, we haven't done any lockdowns lately. I like that we've been doing. As an operator, right, I keep my eyes on
Dispatch
things.
attack team 2, 23 latest 52 requests.
Attack Med, we're going to be further to your west.
10-4, yeah, we're 76 now.
So how's the night been so far?
Filled with clowns.
I don't know. There we go. Alright, let's go.
What is this?
Attack Med 176, latest 47 on Power Street. Now, is it on upper power or a power bottom? It's on upper power.
Get out of way! Emergency!
Dispatch attack team 2, 76 back to Eclipse, 147 non-critical.
Clowns are coming to chase you.
I don't care.
Disregard critical.
That was a good pit right there, overseer.
Thank you.
How come you have so many crusty pillows in your glove box?
Don't ask again. I already answered.
I forget. It's been a minute.
All right.
You think I'm gonna remember?
23.
Batman 123. Latest 47 on power.
I got the invoice started.
Satmare, your life at any cost. What happened to you?
Holy shit.
Oh my fucking god. Ow.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
That hurt really bad.
You okay?
Don't you?
Not really, actually.
Care.
Man, slippery.
So much for
Oops,
trying
I
to get
accidentally
him
gave
off the
my
road.
number.
There. All right, we're staying in middle of road, I guess. It's yeah, no.
Yeah, all three of us can't do it.
I
Okay.
don't see him no more.
Fuck us, I guess.
I just give it a moment. What is with people being so slippery lately? All right, guess we're doing it here.
I'll look for his ID.
I'll continue with his invoice.
Yep, go ahead with that. I see a lot of bruising.
Yeah. What
Probably
gang wears orange?
If he got run over, he got run over real bad.
William Thorns 106230. Get that?
Affirmative. Got it. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. Ah, threw him in. No idea how, but.
Oh, good job. Damn, you throw him pretty far.
I know. And 76 back at clip.
Why are you telling me what to say?
I'm not telling you what to say. I'm making sure you know to say it.
Why wouldn't I know how to say it?
Because people forget.
It's
my job to remind them.
Tech Team 1, 76, Eclipse of 147, non-critical.
You see, a specialist would go on radio first, then complain. But you wasted time complaining first, then going on radio doing the important thing. That's
Hey,
how
I'll
you're
be a
operator.
specialist one day, dog. I'm gonna make my
don't
way
believe
all
it.
the way up to the top of being a specialist.
What's next? High command?
No, getting demoted again. That's what's next.
Underseer of TACMED, perhaps?
No.
Yeah, you would love
I
to be
don't
in
want-
charge, wouldn't you?
No, please, dog.
Paperwork and meetings all day.
No.
Lawsuits?
No.
Okay, let's see.
His invoice is done.
I did.
Yeah, thank you. Ah, alright, well this is going to be a little bit tricky. He's a fucking slippery one.
TACMED PD.
Go for TACMED.
Hey,
It's
I've
fine,
got
we'll
another
just
individual
get it like
here,
this.
blunt force trauma with batons on Del Puro Freeway. Do you guys want us to self-transport, or do you have a unit?
TAC Team 1, are you available?
We can head there. We just gotta get this dude in the bed, then we'll head that way. You said,
Affirmative. TAC Team
where
all
to?
will be 76.
We can self-transport if you guys want.
No, we
I'm
are
just afraid of
available.
talking.
Just location again?
It's gonna be on Del Puro Freeway next to the mall.
Gotcha. 76.
Fourth thing.
Whoa, what's going on?
Alright, Hope, you have fun putting
shit.
him. You have fun putting him in bed. He's been invoiced. Ah, hello. Help. Get him in bed. He's been invoiced. I'm going with Sydney to call.
Wow, that's crazy.
So it's this latest one on dispatch too, right?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Is it the same location?
Palomino Avenue?
Nope.
Little Seal? Okay.
Yep. A little bit different location. How do they have two 47s at Del Paro?
Team 1, if y'all are still here, I had no problem grabbing.
Negative.
That's TAC Team 2, 76 latest 47 at Palomino Ave.
So how's the night going for you, ma'am?
I just woke up.
Okay. Same here. Heard from Chloe last night, though. It's absolutely dead. I don't envy her. What the fuck?
Dispatch TAC team 123
Hey,
Del Paro.
can both of y'all listen for 1 second?
Yep.
Lady with the bunny hats, with the bunny
I'm
ears.
not talking
Bubbles.
anymore. I'm
Bubbles.
not talking anymore.
All right, well that's fine because both of you have the right to remain silent.
Alright,
Anything you
right,
say
right.
can. All right, sir. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you
Let's
say
see
can and
what
will be
I
used against you in the court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one will be provided to you by the state. You understand your rights?
I'm not sure if this one's conscious.
Oh no,
is
he's
this
conscious.
95?
Yeah.
Cuffed?
He's got. Yes, he's got.
Alright.
He's if you notice, he's got a bruise or a bump on the top of his head, and I put an ice
Yeah,
pack on
there's
it.
not going to be a judge around because there's never a fucking judge around, which means the mask that I
It's
finally
I taped
fucking
it
got
on
back, I'm
because
losing,
I didn't want to
which
hold
is
it on
fucking
him.
awesome.
Dispatch
His head's
telling me
kind
no
of
abs
it's
is
a little
I
bit
will
greasy
not
and
have
definitely
put it
very
back on.
sweaty.
276 back
If
to
I would've
Clips
been.
Medical, no
I
47.
believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a doctor take a look at it.
All right. We'll be following you.
Alright. Good luck.
Hell yeah.
TAC team 176 back Eclipse 195.
I didn't hear an ID on this one. Did we get positive ID?
Nope,
Yeah.
not yet.
Cloud's the
Okay.
clown.
Yep, go ahead and look that up.
Yeah, I need to legally get that changed now. It's not gonna come over clouds. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Bojangles the clown?
No. It'll come up as Marvin. Marvin Cecil.
Okay, your legal name, gotcha.
Yeah, my legal name. I need to get that shit changed.
TAC team 223 Eclipse, no 47s.
They said they're gonna follow us.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. They're kind of not very good at following.
Well, I'm making it purposefully hard for them because they're being dick, so I'm being dick.
Good. Yes. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I fucking. Yeah.
So, this is a dumb question, but you said Marvin Cecil or Marvin Seesaw?
No, Cecil. Cecil.
Yeah, I had to double check because, clowns.
No, that's okay. I get it.
Congrats on the new clown law drop, by the way.
I know it was that. You know what? We were just as surprised as you guys were. I'm not gonna lie. Don't ask me why we were surprised, but we were surprised.
Well, good for you.
TAC team 123 Eclipse 195.
Compact.
And up you go.
Wait, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. I need a hero.
Throws
Are you my
patient
hero,
up over
Wizard?
shoulder.
Yes,
Look at this.
my hero.
So quick. Did you manage to get him in bed?
Yeah, I was able to pick him up just fine in the elevator.
For fuck's sake.
I
Alright.
guess, you're just not as strong as good
I'll
old
help
Hope.
out a little bit because I can, but our nurses and doctors will take good care of you.
Thank you, Overseer. We appreciate you.
Yes, yes. Actually, we are about to hire a clown.
Oh shit, which clown you hiring?
I'll be honest, I
Hello.
forgot name.
Okay, fair enough. I'll be honest with you, there are a lot of clown names to remember.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't remember either. That sucks.
Oh, did he forget his own name?
No.
I hit him pretty hard.
No.
I know my name, Trooper.
No. We're talking about something entirely unrelated about us hiring clowns. Thank you for injecting yourself, though. We appreciate your input, officer.
No problem. I always try.
Whenever doctors
You can
are...
inject yourself into me anytime you want, since you're
Thank you,
a
Hope.
male with a penis. So.
All right. Hey, I'll keep that in mind.
Just to confirm, that was bruising from a car crash?
No, I hit the hell out of him.
Yeah, he was
with with a baton.
Gotcha. Beat the fuck
Yeah.
up.
Bam.
And that's not real music. What Hank Williams?
Is he good to
songs?
go?
Yeah, I know he has the football.
Just
song.
one more
All of
minute.
them. Hank
Sure,
Williams.
Yeah,
yeah,
Nurse will
got
help.
plenty of time.
Yeah,
Nurse
it's that
will help
football
him out
song
of bed
from
when
Monday
That's
night.
they're done.
Junior.
Hell yeah.
I hate
I'm
that they
trying to wait
brought
for this
on
bump
that
to go
new
down.
whatever the hell song it is.
Man, I wish we could have, those kind of masks. They look good as hell.
Beat down at Mark.
I hate that new
I
song.
guess enjoy
Alright,
he's all in
getting sick.
Yeah. Who is it? It's a guy. I can't remember.
Yeah,
what
we
it is,
like to
but
keep
he
our
took a
employees
song-
warm.
Oh,
Also, Vic,
I've been waiting
those scarves are now
Yeah.
mandatory. If you do not have one, go ahead and swing by clothing store and buy one.
There's no trooper themed
Wait, which one?
scarves.
Mandatory.
Oh, what?
It's
The white and red
we are
stuff.
just doing it.
All right, sir, come on.
Why
Put on scarf.
mandatory?
Because it's
Put on
Christmas.
scarf.
If you
And
don't
it's-
have one,
it's
there's
a uniform.
The clown or-
there's
I run
5
hot.
still currently, or 4 currently
Okay.
in
Stuff
the
around my neck makes me
storage
No one
downstairs.
cares if you run
Okay.
hot.
Sure.
You,
I put 4 in
you
the.
can take off
And I
mask.
break out. I don't
Thank
have
you, Chloe.
cream.
Well, you're covering your
All right,
face
let's
anyway.
go to Burton.
Yeah.
I'm covering my face, not my neck.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
All right, what's on your neck?
Yeah. Yeah, look. What's that? Oh, hold on. I'll let you know when I'm back.
179, meet us in the garage.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I fucking.
I'll tell you when I'm back.
I fucking love that after all this time, fucking Maria and Wyatt still have beef. It's so fucking funny.
Don't worry, I did bill myself for getting ran over.
Good.
That's check team 2, 76 days 47 in Burton.
There it is. Nice. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas.
Drop patient on
Merry
full floor,
Christmas.
please. Thank you very
Yes.
much.
Why?
What is
What?
wrong with you?
Hairstyle, but.
He said he teleported something.
Oh,
or
so
another.
mental issues. We don't care about that. We'll check what
Yeah.
actually
You
is
show us
wrong.
your ID.
Anybody here hungry and
That's
thirsty? I got
check
some
team
Christmas
2,
cheer to give
23,
out.
8 Milton Parkway.
I could use drink.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Never mind. I could not use drink.
159,
But I will have it then. Oh my god. All right. Oh my god. All right.
Compliments of the community center.
Well.
Thank you
Compliments of
goes.
Darkman.
Aw. You didn't have to, man.
I don't
Thank
do
you.
thank yous.
Oh.
I don't show emotions.
Not for
Yeah, I
dialing you
got
up, maybe? I don't know. You fell. Left a little impact crater with your head? Your ass?
Come on. Hop. She can handle it. We got call.
I fell on my elbow.
Okay.
Invoice is all set.
Oh, nice.
In the
Good job.
I'm quick with it, dog. Only 3-second hope for nothing.
It's me sucking that
You like
chocolate.
a vacuum, girly. Goddamn.
Well, I do like sucking chocolate.
Yeah, that's bad.
Dispatch tag team 176 latest 47 and Vinyl Hills.
Sorry, I passed out for a second.
Wonder why.
I don't know. Maybe it's from being in the closet so much today. You know, I thought I'd finally be my true self and be a clown, but you know,
Nope.
I guess 2024 it's not good enough yet.
Definitely not.
Good. Can I use that as a bargaining tool if I'm ever gonna get fired? I could be like, oh yeah,
No.
I'll come out of the closet as a clown.
No.
That won't work. Tag team 123, latest 47, Wild
Hello.
Drive.
know they're back here.
Oh my god, Tackman, he's stuck on the handlebars, like he's impaled by the handlebars.
Oh, all right. Well, that's fun. Do anyone here has chainsaw?
Can't say I
I
do.
feel like if anybody
Alright,
has a chainsaw,
that's
it's
fine.
probably
I have a sharp machete. All right, we're taking handlebars with us.
Honestly, I feel fine.
Ah, all right for now. You're about to die, but don't worry, we'll stop that.
Okay.
What's your name, Mr. Dying Man?
My name is. I am undercover right now, so.
We don't
You're
care.
undercover.
We're state agency. You give us your identity so you can have proper medical record.
Okay, my name's James Kennedy, but my friends call me Jim. I'm a genius boy detective.
Are you the dude that was paralyzed?
Nope. No, I've been paralyzed in my life.
Oh my god, you're so good at cutting those bars.
There we go. Handlebars now no longer on bike, only in chest. Oh my god.
Well, good news is you get to go to the hospital.
Okay.
Or hear me out. You can have a new attachment, so you know you can really be ridden.
No, he needs to go to hospital. He is about to die.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I feel
Secure them
100%.
so you don't. We don't care what you feel because you are currently impaled. Your opinion about your physical state matters little because you are about to die.
Yeah, he is pretty pale.
The second they try to take those out, you're gonna be gushing like
All
a
right,
water fountain.
that's all secured. Should be good for
Is
transport.
everything okay at the hospital? I'm seeing a 47 call over there.
Well, we have
we'll
a bunch
figure
of
it out.
clowns, but we do
they
have a
went
full.
to the courthouse. They went to the courthouse.
All right, good. We
I'm
do
sure
have
it'll be our
tag
problem
team
again
at
sometime soon.
courthouse, so
All right.
appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate y'all.
Oh my god, that's so gross.
Yeah, well, I've seen worse. I've done worse to people.
It's alright, if he dies, he's getting billed anyway.
Me too.
Oh, fun.
When are we putting in the dying fee? That's something we should do.
That's a good point. We will have that soon. All right, go ahead and keep an eye on him.
Oh yeah, I gotta take the scenic route to do what I guess.
No.
No.
Secret door.
Dispatch tag team 176 back eclipse, 147 critical.
I'm gonna do better than keeping an eye on him. I'm gonna keep both eyes on him, even though I'm blind in one of them.
Oh my
You're
god,
blind
I was
in one
blind.
159. Oh.
Yeah, I'm blind in my left eye, which is part of the reason why I can't shoot for shit.
Yeah, there was this really annoying detective who was blind and paralyzed and annoying as fuck. God, I hope he's dead.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it happens. It's okay.
There's a surprising number of detectives in this city. I've met I've messaged like 3 other detectives.
Oh, I've only seen one. He was blind.
Listen,
so
we don't want to
he
hear
couldn't see
about
any
your
others.
online hookup stuff. 'Cause I would
And
never tell
23
anybody
clips.
about mine.
My favorite bit. Onto the stretcher you go.
How's it going?
Toss
What
his
you mean?
patient up onto shoulder.
My voice is all sick.
Yeah, nah, we can't carry alcohol while I'm working.
Here, take this.
You can carry
Oh.
alcohol, just don't drink it.
Okay.
You could drink that right now, right?
All right, doctor. Yep, yo, come here.
Well, I'll do it. I'll do it too, so they won't notice you doing it. They'll just...
All right.
Ooh,
All
I've
right.
never been in this room before.
Oh, you've never. All right. Well, you want to do this, doctor? No, you want me to do this? Okay, fine. Yeah, sure. No, I can do it.
Yeah, of course you got this. I'll give him a surgery fee.
All right. Poke, see if he has fallen asleep. I was very tempted to use flashlight to just hit him in head until he passes out, but you know, medicines.
Yeah, that would be cheap.
Alright, perfect, doctor. You may begin. I'll go ahead and hold the suction while you gently remove handlebars and see how bad the damage is and how extensive the reconstruction will be. Help you provide
Dispatch
I don't know.
041 going 1042.
Stay.
Yeah, I'm
Stay in
Tyrone, the
back and look.
doctor. I'm a grab
Shut up,
these
Tyrone.
handlebars.
I'm talking to Hope. Can you not? Brittany just talked about a meeting about doctors not disrespecting TACMED. Can you not talk over me?
Yo, I don't work for your department, dog. Don't talk shit to me like that. I'll
Oh,
smack
you
the shit
don't
out
think
you,
you
dog.
work for me? It's cute. No.
Yeah, I'll smack the Virginian right out of you. Oh, his ribs don't
You
look
can
too
try.
good.
Really?
Dr. Tyrone attempts to grab the handlebars out of the man very gently since she was already suctioned. Would it be successful?
Why do you
results will
ask? Just
shock
do
you.
it. You're a weird Tyrone. Anyone ever tell you that? I hope you get fired. I wish Nancy would have killed you when she shot you.
Well, you
and
know
stabbed
what?
you.
I'll go work at that Polito clinic. How about that?
Alright, have fun.
Uh,
Put that back, Tyrone. You're not supposed to take that out. Put that
Tyrone,
back! Put that back!
liver,
Holds on to lung,
lung
pushes
back
down into chest.
Yeah, yeah. Just lung in there. Yeah. I'm doing this right. God damn it, Tyrone. Get your shit together.
Alright.
Okay.
You know what, Tyrone?
Well,
why don't
that's,
you go ahead and go on smoke break? Me and Hope will handle it, yeah?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Come here, Hope.
Oh, hey,
Stop
I'm
looking
Hope. I'm
pretty.
back. Yeah, what's up?
Stop looking pretty. Come on, help me out. You
said
hold this suction. You hold this suction. You know it
Yeah,
goes.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll be suctioning in.
Yeah.
Dispatch,
And I'm
team
going to go ahead
276
and
active
patch
clips,
up all wounds. There's going to be some
547.
graphing on the lung. It is not deflated, which is surprising, but go ahead and patch all that up. Now the fun part is we don't have anything for the ribs, so just gonna have to remain in pain.
You're not gonna have ribs.
No, he will have ribs, but they're all broken, so he's gonna have to just wait in pain until they, you know.
You gonna look like one of them Photoshop Insta models with no waist or nothing.
Probably.
159, 10,
I love a man with a nice hourglass figure. I'll have to hit this homie up.
20 max.
If there's any available TACMED or doctors, could you come meet us in the garage to help carry patients in?
Myself and 131 are currently doing a surgery.
Alright, let's take a look at vitals, see how he's doing. He doesn't look too bad. He also reminds me of someone really annoying, but I cannot put my finger on it.
Thank God we put this mask on him for the stuff to put him to sleep. The anesthesia.
Mm-hmm. I think this man stole the scarf I gave to one of my patients.
Wait, so what was he doing? He had a scuba thing on while having a skydiving backpack on, a parachute thing, while
And
on
crashed
a
a motorcycle? Maybe
This
it's like
man
an
Evel Knievel or
extreme
some shit?
triathlon.
The scarf looks a little soaked. Should we put it in the dryer or should I just pee on it?
No, just leave it in there. We have warm beds. It'll just, you know, unfreeze. We don't care about it getting wet. Well, no spinal damage or anything wrong with neck. That's good.
Oh, look at it.
Yep, the clowns went to courthouse and now have issues at courthouse. Who could have seen that coming? I hear clowns at hospital.
I know. Clowns here too.
You said you want to do a invoice for operation?
I already did that.
Alright.
Hey, don't worry. I might not know what I'm doing with a lot of things, but I can do an info.
Guess I'll have to do a record. Alright. Took a look over him, see if he needs ICU or recovery. I'll take a look at what's going on out there and write a medical report.
Need an ICU, or you just gonna recover here eventually.
Yeah, it's
It's cute though. Look
well,
at
it's more.
it.
Why?
It's more Looney Tunes.
Gang
you know?
members, that's why.
Did you give me hot dogs?
No,
Yeah.
I did not give you
Hello.
You gave me
Name.
hot dogs.
I gave you a couple of weenies.
God damn it.
Why you gotta insist on lying to me, sir? Listen.
Hello, name.
Yeah.
Can't just put hot dogs in a person's
Get the fuck out of bed if you don't want to be conscious or give name.
I think that you guys is rude to clowns, so I don't think you can just say that PD is.
Oh, I mean, you know, Bubbles tends to like me because
All right,
of the respect I show to
actually,
clowns.
I was the only one rude
All we
to
want
clowns.
is just your actual legal
I'd
name or
rather see
ID
me
number.
laid up on the floor and be an asshole to me and not let me get medical attention before you get any sort of shit.
Well, we just
You
need
wonder
your
why
name.
people ain't cooperative. I done told you about 12 times.
You have exactly count to 3 to put that away before being shot in the head. 1,
Wait,
2.
oh, yeah.
What are we
Good job.
I guess we gonna be going back and forth like a game.
Good job.
I'm sorry.
One of you left your
No
ambulances
masks at hospital.
downstairs.
No mask in
Now it has-
hospital.
No mask in
No mask in hospital.
No mask in
No mask in hospital. No mask in hospital.
No mask in hospital.
No mask in
You
hospital.
can sack a yuck.
My
Guys, look
You and
over
your yellow
here.
mustache.
Anyways,
You look like
someone
a
left their
creep.
ambulance downstairs. Now it has two flat tires.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Everybody
Is
back
that a
up.
mime?
It's
Can
a
you help
yucking
me
mime.
into a bed?
Oh my god.
We don't
Pain.
take
Chloe,
too
I
kind
think your
of
ambulance
mime right.
Guessing that's 13 as well.
You owe me $500 for falling asleep in my ambulance.
Sorry about that.
Where are we going?
Yours.
I'll get you the money as soon as I can.
You're going to Rockford Drive. There's an officer down.
I'll get it as soon as I can.
How's it going?
Why are you pointing at me
It's
like that?
slash tires. Come on, get out.
I'll give you $500 as soon as I can.
Oh, gotta love that. Alright, I'll grab my
No, it's fine. I'll grab this. Where are we going?
Rockford Drive.
Alright.
Tech Team 1, 76 places to request Rockford Drive.
I should send them
Oh,
somewhere
you know
other than
what?
the
I like
It
these
is
clowns
Pac-Man.
better than the usual clowns. Send it.
Zach Med. I'm being told I need to get a blood draw for a drunk gentleman. Are you available to come do that here at the RPD, or do I need to bring him to the hospital?
It's gotta be done at the hospital. We gotta run it here.
Okie dokie, thank you.
Hopefully this. Yeah, that's definitely an officer.
Hello, TechMed.
Hello.
Sorry,
Merry
we
Christmas.
was elbow deep in somebody's chest taking some handlebars out. What's wrong with
Oh,
them?
more
What happened?
explosions.
You're doing what on someone's chest?
Somebody got impaled by some handlebars. We had to take it.
Ooh.
What happened to you? You got shot? You got bruises? What's going on?
It's crispy.
Oh, crispy.
He's
You
a
blew
burnt
up.
nuggie.
Yeah, but how burned?
No!
Well, that will teach you not to stand on the road.
I was wrong. Okay, I'm blind.
Help.
I was so
Yes.
close, man.
You get hit again today, you're demoted. This
I
is
can't
the
get
second
demoted
time.
again.
Yes,
That'll
you
be the
can. You
fifth
can be
time.
initiate again.
No, I don't want to lose my
Can you believe
ambulance.
this woman used
Okay,
to be
bye,
high
guys.
command?
Bye.
Yeah, now I'm like barely not trained anymore.
Oh, I was about to suggest treatment on site, but I found some shrapnel in the leg, so I think we need to take this one to hospital.
There was
found some
multiple very
schnitzel
big
inside of
explosions,
them.
ma'am.
No one asked. There are clowns around, of course. They exploded like 15 vehicles in front of Eclipse like an hour ago. I know there are explosions everywhere because we have clowns. That's what happens when we have clowns.
Hey, at least
That's why clown rights were a mistake.
At least they can just not identify.
Maybe, yeah.
Someone says their name is
Oh, no one ever bust.
the name is Chocolate Cake, then the name is Chocolate Cake.
Thank you,
Why
Duckman.
can't they just have like their first name be their clown name, then their last name be clown?
I don't know.
Why can't they just be normal people?
Yeah,
You know?
that's what I'm saying.
You want to have nickname? Fine, have nickname, but you still have legal name. Oh, you don't want to have ID on you? Alright, you're not citizen of San Andreas. You're not getting medical treatment from San Andreas Medical Center. Fuck off.
And you're catching a charge.
Come here.
Look
There's a clown upstairs holding up EMS with the sledgehammer. Just on the radio.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna
Feels
drop
right.
you to kill someone, so be ready for that.
Oh, why don't I grab him? Because you can actually shoot when
Oh,
I
alright.
can't.
They're running down to the garage. White clown mask.
I don't see nobody in here.
White clown mask. That sounds like $100.
What do y'all have your fucking hands up for?
So fucking crazy.
He told a room full of clowns that we were with the mimes.
Mime or the clown rather that you talked to on the way back from Strawberry.
Hangs out at her
That one,
job.
he
are all
he
these
just stole a
homeless people
patient
doing
and
here?
got the local doctors to treat him while we were waiting
What
for an
the
ID.
fuck?
Snatched him right from us.
What?
Oh.
And then also got free treatment
Don't say
himself.
that to the
He's
mom.
being a
Oh,
pain in
well.
the ass.
Wait, what did she
You
say?
know the deal.
Looking better, bro. Looking better.
Alright. That's a lot
Yeah,
of people.
so
Whoever's
might
not
be
receiving
time
medical
to
treatment,
If you were
please
not
move on
being
with
treated,
treatment.
wait in the waiting
Slaughter,
area. Thank you very much.
Unless you have platinum insurance and you can sit here with me.
Oh, true.
That looks
All right.
How are you doing?
Did you hear what I said?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was so
Do you
taken.
need
Oh,
medical treatment?
that's good. I'm
Kinda
not taken,
ground-
so I don't care.
I hope that hot dog killed her.
Up we go.
Oh.
Are you
Damn it.
receiving
Can
medical
change that
treatment?
someday.
Yeah, are you sure you didn't
I
just
was
want
just making
uppies?
sure
I
Birkin
guess
is
you have to leave now.
You got platinum?
I do,
Yeah,
but
you're
it's
doing
not without.
Platinum, right?
I mean, just get a mental image, yeah.
God damn, way better than fucking. That's
Just getting your work
impressive.
done with such
How are we feeling? Doctor's doing a good job? He better be.
Yeah, they put some of that what is it called? Aloe vera
Yeah.
on my arms. It helps a lot. I think they're about to take me back to dig the shrapnel out of my thigh.
Oh,
Wow,
gotcha.
Lucy, crazy. The official
So-
San Andreas Medical Services account commented on your post, supporting you.
What?
Fuck you.
Oh, really?
Okay, so they threatened to fire me because I'm a furry, and now they just assaulted me, so I want to press charges.
Who?
I forgot his fucking name. He's wearing the
That's-
a chunker.
That is
the,
our
the Russian hat.
That is our underseer, Rich Randy.
Yeah, it was Rich.
Alright.
He threw a hot dog at me. That's assault.
Is it?
Yeah.
You
I
are
mean,
furry. It would be
immediately-
considered both a treat
Imme-
and playing
no,
fetch.
No, immediately got fired for exactly
Furries
the
are
same
never
thing.
gonna get rights.
All right, here's an ice pack for you. There we go.
He just assaulted me again.
No, you see,
Ow,
he's
what the fuck? No, that's assault.
no, it's not assault.
Do that to a trooper. Tell me.
He's
Otherwise-
telling you something sad and giving you a treat to make you feel better.
Yeah.
Furries are not getting
No,
rights, but
that's
furries are
furry.
getting hot dogs.
I'm
Kitties
calling
can
the
have a little
police.
salami as
All
a
right,
treat.
have fun.
You know?
I'm calling the police.
Yeah, let us know when they
Call
don't
the
pick
police. We'll just fire you.
He told the clowns that we were with the moms because Wyatt's an idiot.
Fire me if I called the cops because you assaulted me?
No, I'm gonna fire you because you're a furry.
We're not firing furries.
That is
It's not hiring
strict
furries.
discrimination.
I think the hot
No,
dog thing may
furries
have
don't have
been,
rights.
medical
There is
treatment.
no right against discrimination, Lucy, in this state, to be fair. Like, we
Yeah,
can
it's
fire
true.
you for any reason we
At
want.
will employment, Lucy.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's
Also-
good, but I'm
also
just saying it's
between you-
illegal, and you're saying you're gonna call police.
Lucy, come with me.
But it's, you
Come
know.
with me. For just a moment. She can follow, yeah. Oh.
TACMED PD, can I get you to come down to City Hall?
I'm good.
10-4, we'll have a unit shortly.
You want a 25 with me in the garage right down there?
I don't want to get fired. Just
All right, Lucy.
Why would you get fired?
He just said he'll fire me because I'm a furry.
He didn't say he's
Yeah.
going. He said he's going to.
No,
fire
he-
you.
No,
Yeah, he didn't say you were fired.
No. He said he might fire. No, but
Okay.
you know what I mean. He threatened
Alright.
to do it. Either
who
way,
is he?
What's up? I was fucking rich.
Alright.
None this year.
Alright. And I'm telling you, you're not getting fired over being furry.
Okay.
Anyone coming down to the garage?
Yeah, in fact, both of us are telling
I'm coming.
you that too.
Well, you don't
Oh,
matter
okay.
here. Rich is your boss.
What? Yeah, that's true. Rich is your boss too, isn't he?
No, yeah, sure.
Oh.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to get furry rights.
Good luck. No. That you're not getting.
Hey, clowns can get it, so can I.
No.
Why not?
No.
Why not?
No rights for furries.
Why not? What's
At,
wrong with
at least clowns are not perverts.
I'm not a pervert.
Alright. Pulls up
I
tail.
ain't into you. Fuck off. Give me that back.
No. You have one tail
Give
back.
me it back.
Technically, you have two tails. It's a
Give
ponytail.
me it back.
Why do you want it back?
It's theft. It's my tail. It's
Alright.
part of my identity.
Well, not legally.
That's what I want to change.
Alright. So go ahead and peacefully complain. Don't make trouble.
Oh no, I'm not gonna make trouble. That's like the last thing I want to do.
Alright.
I was trying to
Shove
talk about
tail
this
back
to a
in.
clown. I was trying to talk about this to the clowns, and they were like, "Why didn't you set a few cars on fire and things like that?" I was like, "Fuck no."
I mean, that's what
I'm
they
not
did.
violent. Yeah, that's what they did, but I'm not fucking violent. That's
Well,
not
that's
how
why
you
you're
get.
not getting rights.
Well. Yeah, but if I'm violent, I'll lose my job at TACMED. I don't want to lose my job at TACMED.
Everything is good. You're not losing your job. Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I don't want to be violent. I want rights, but I don't want to be violent.
Well, then you're not getting rights. And you're staying
Fuck
employed
it.
as TACMED.
I do. Malicious compliance. Yeah, just being annoying but not illegal.
We will fire annoying furries.
Yeah, careful about who you're annoying to.
No, not like. I don't know.
Yeah, I know you don't know.
Not like. Well, I don't know a lot of things.
Yeah,
My
we know.
brain's kind of empty.
Yeah.
Good kitty.
Yeah, good
Kitties
kitty.
don't need.
Good
Kitties
kitty.
can have
Oh.
empty brains as a treat.
And
I gotta go.
okay.
I'm doing alright,
There's a lot of blood on that first bed.
Really?
Yeah.
I think you're colorblind.
What happened to Lucy?
Oh. I think I am. Howdy doody.
Well, hey.
We pulled out and put back in her tail too many times.
Is that a real tail?
Yeah.
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 Pull it.
The fuck? What animal did you kill to take that?
What? I didn't kill an animal.
Did you kill an animal so you can become one?
No.
Does that make you king of
I
the
mean,
jungle?
what
Or
if
king or
the
queen?
Lucy? What if the mouse people come back here? Will you attack? We have
To be
furries
honest,
that pretend to be mouse.
To be honest, I used to be around a lot of mice. I'm not micist like a lot of cats.
Oh,
that's an issue.
I see.
I'd stomp on a mouse.
I would.
Wouldn't it
yeah.
just be racist?
What if the rats?
No, I think you'd be speciesist.
Species.
Species.
Yeah, specious.
Species.
I'm just animalist.
Species. I can't.
Forest?
Species.
I'm a forest.
Species.
You're a forest.
I'm a forest.
Rainforest? Oh, that's a furcon.
No, I would never go
Hey,
there.
what
I
if
was
we
not
get,
there at all.
An
No.
inflatable, like, ball pit in here.
Prevent fires.
And that's when we'll leave. Fucking snakes.
Sorry, guys. Plan for 2025. DashCon 2.
Dashcon. What happened at the courthouse?
Lucy, why'd you post a frowny face on Life Invader?
That was when the DA was angry at me, and they said, "I'm going to shut that shit down."
Hey, Wyatt, could you take off your glasses and mask?
You mean Harry?
I think he was.
Yeah, I called him also.
For why?
Harry Harvey is
This is
racist
who I
against
am.
clowns?
Yep, what happened here?
Damn.
He's got a lot of gunshot wounds.
Alright, doctors.
Are you putting me on a
We'll
watch?
get you home him stat. Meanwhile, ow!
Is that a
Check
hit?
the
Are you putting me on a
ID.
hit list?
Merry Christmas.
Hey Dale, can you take off your sunglasses?
No.
You better not. That's your superior, Dale.
What do you mean? I'm always wearing these.
Say it's an order.
Yeah.
I'm always wearing these.
I don't know if bottles around.
Wait, why you gave
No, I know.
Are you taking
Marionette,
pictures
do
for
I have to do
profiles?
that?
Yep.
So respect.
Oh,
Dale.
they don't save.
No, I'm aware.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what do you mean? Dale,
I'm getting-
do you know what
Hey,
cock
do I
is?
have to?
Did you just go to
Yeah,
another
take your
command member and
glasses
say,
off.
"Hey, do I have to follow
I
order?"
don't
What do you
take
mean?
my glasses. I can't
yeah,
see
do
what
I have
We're
to?
same rank.
No,
If-
we're
if-
not. You're a rank higher than I am.
No, me and Chloe are same rank. Are
Oh,
you
yeah?
asking me, do you have to follow her order? We're same rank.
196.
Well, yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
trying to go back to the repair
047.
shop? Or roll pet
Go
shop?
for 196.
So don't
When
Do you have
Rich
any
says
idea
take
what
your
we're
hat off,
supposed to
you
do
do
about
it.
ask
clowns
me
that we can't
if
have
you need to
separate
All
follow
right,
clowns?
order
I'll take.
from
Give us
school.
Listen, I'll take my glasses off. But that's the only thing. She's already walking away.
This is how I can market.
Let's see, I think
I've succeeded.
the
Papers! I know you're being operated on because you have gunshot wounds, but show me your papers!
one of the parts of the announcement was that they still have to be
I
technologically
don't like him.
identifiable. So some way to identify them in our MPT.
No, he's not dead.
Yeah, but they're all idiots. Don't
If he was
realize
dead, I
that.
could see that he's dead. I cannot see anything.
I mean, then, report them to PD then.
That would include you.
Papers.
PD is keenly
Papers.
aware of this individual.
I mean, I feel like more people would be better.
But we know their name
Oh.
legally.
Not the fucking clue.
Yeah, his name is Michael. Mikael.
I guess we should
dead.
probably.
Well, the
I'll
morgue's
go ask a
open.
lawyer
He's
about
not
it.
dead.
So's the roof. Yeah. Oh,
He
you're the
won
guy who
the-
called
This guy's
Wyatt a
dead.
tit licker.
Yeah,
What
that'll
do you
be
mean
explained
he's
when
dead?
Terry actually gets here.
Gonna
But
go
meanwhile,
ask
just somebody
him
who
in
can
the
look
office.
over that lady
Thank
over
you.
there.
He's
Appreciate
already
it.
at
Yeah,
the
I'm sure
courthouse.
there is.
way.
It's
No,
so hard to say goodbye.
Yeah.
You know what? A great
Yeah.
question would be if we have the right to deny people.
What's his name again? Michael Hawkins?
Mikhail.
Do you know where
Yeah.
there is somebody
Yeah,
that can
but-
help my friend?
What's
But
his
it's
last name?
spelled
Oh
weird.
yeah, oh yeah.
Otto,
M-I-C-K-I-A.
come here for your best friend.
You're
Jesus
difficult and
Christ.
obstinate.
Yeah, I totally
don't know
know
what
his
none of that
last
means.
name.
You don't know what difficult means?
What?
Alright, it's fine. I'll
Yeah.
just...
Hey, do they still call it the
So
Queen's
different,
English or the
aren't they?
King's English now? Because you know she's dead.
How do you fall off a dam?
It's now the
You got a
King's
name and
English.
state ID for
Hey, speak the King's English. Oh, he walked away.
Do you need an inhaler? While
We have a cursed individual here.
Killing
Oh
him.
my god.
Oh shit.
What's your name? Do you have a
Well, if people don't give me their
You must
name,
be
I'm
a-
just gonna leave them where they are. That's what I'm
Alright.
gonna do.
Yeah, this is...
He must be a bit freezing.
Yeah.
Wait, do you need me to
Alright,
warm
but
him up?
that's the only
Well-
thing I'm taking off.
Alright, we'll just do this. Fuck it. We'll wait for him to wake up.
Oh, he's in a coma.
stand
That's
up too.
okay.
Wait.
No, he's not in a coma. When
Because
people
your
are
hat
in a
is
coma, you
blocking
can
your
tell
eyes.
they're in a coma.
No, it's not.
This man is
What's
just
wrong with
ignoring
him,
me.
then?
I
He's
can see
ignoring
he's
me.
Not
fine.
ignoring you. He would never do
Oh,
that.
he's-
He's a
he's
respectful
not
young
straight
man.
at your Yeah.
He's on an
stomach.
angle!
Stop ignoring me!
He's everywhere.
This is fine. Keep an eye on him.
Hey, did you take
Hello,
the
is this a
picture?
patient or you're just carrying?
I'm just carrying. I'm here actually to get my insurance up.
Alright,
Did you
sure.
take it?
Platinum?
Expired.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty.
Oh, hey,
I'll
Lucy.
get that.
Hello.
Hey.
Did you even see me without those things?
About what thing?
There you go. Thank you.
Can you
No, I
even
missed
see without your glasses?
There you go.
You're like squinting a lot.
Yeah, I figure I should
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
get it re-up before someone like make me eat a grenade or something.
I gotta wait for him.
Hell. Well,
Probably not
Show
choose to like
me.
sew me back together.
With
Alright,
my usual
papers?
picture, it's
Yep.
you can't really recognize me without glasses.
That's true.
There's my ID.
So probably best to keep glasses.
Mikhail.
'Cause I know that.
No, and who, get it from Candy and who?
the only one.
Josh.
All right. Well.
That's not what you said.
You're over here
You
trying
said
to
Josh.
Okay.
Oh, I was looking for more doctors to traumatize.
Oh, I don't think we got any doctors.
And
around
there you go.
right now.
Now platinum insured.
All right. Thank you
What's your
very
name?
much.
Yep, see you in 30 days.
Yeah,
You love
probably
winter.
sooner though.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can I look through the window until he wakes up?
Yeah, of course.
Cool.
Oh,
I mean, we're gonna keep an eye on him as well. We don't want to keep him detained, but he's very clearly
He's a
ignoring, and
non-payer.
ignoring is a crime.
That's fucked up.
Let me spray
Yeah.
some
It is.
Neosporin on you here.
Should we prep him for organ donation?
No.
It's like
Oh God, no.
No. Okay.
No.
When I first- When I first worked here, we used to just drop them off the roof, but I don't think we do that anymore.
Yeah.
We
No,
did
it's
not. For,
poison. It keeps
we never did
For
that.
legal reasons, we did.
Oh yeah, we never did that.
oh, that is good. Okay, you can.
Yeah, we never did that.
It's probably gonna get infected.
No, never.
It's probably gonna have to-
Yeah, we never did that.
No,
You guys don't drop people off the roof.
No, we don't.
No,
Well,
no.
that's
No,
a
no,
preposterous
we don't.
idea. Where would you get that from?
No legs.
They just
I
said
need
it.
my legs.
Nah, I was just kidding. I was making a joke.
She just
okay.
said it
Yeah,
and it
yeah,
was
yeah.
a joke.
For you like
April Fools.
Yep. April
Funny,
Fools.
right?
Sorry, you know all
April
these
Fools in
clowns around
December.
got me in a joke.
No, I am. At
Yeah.
least.
Are you
Wait.
a track?
Yeah.
Yes, sort of like
Run
this.
track?
I just want it to snow again so I can go outside and do snow angels
Is
again.
that Terry Titlicker?
It was. There was snow for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's weird. The snow settles for 5
No,
minutes,
Terry
then
is-
pisses
he's
off
not
for an
here
hour.
yet. He'll probably come here soon.
Or 2.
Oh,
Yeah, that's more like 2 or 3 hours.
God. If an old white man saw this weather, he'd be talking about it all day. He'd be like, you know, at least it's hot, but you know, it's not humid.
What the hell?
Yeah.
My favorite saying
Oh,
is wee wee. I love that shit. Can you say it?
Welcome back.
You mean
Bobby
Say
tables.
like that. He's got legs.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen him yet.
Oh, that's not. Normally he does his routine check.
No, Marionette done it.
Yeah.
About what?
Yeah, I don't know.
My best friend is
He's
currently in a
planking.
fucking coma, and you guys want to start shit in the hospital?
He is not in
He's
coma.
planking.
He's
He's not in
ignoring.
coma. He's just really into that 2011 fucking craze of planking.
He's really good at that.
He's
yeah.
really good at
Okay,
it.
Ronaldo.
You'd have the best gums, probably.
There's a bunch of snakes you gotta clean up. I'm sorry about that.
Don't know. Sometimes I
That's
forget
fine.
English well.
Oh, no. Oh my.
You don't need to know how to
There we
He's
go.
levitating.
Yeah, nicer view.
amazing.
Oh, I
Is
love
Jesus?
I hope
He's
not.
amazing.
I would hope that
I'll be
Jesus will
back
not
in a minute.
ignore me.
Hey, Otto, did he,
He's
did he ever do, like,
levitating.
planking competitions?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Oh my god.
He has
Fucking
core
good.
strength.
He's really good.
No. You know what? I feel kind of better.
Lucy, get out of 95 room. You're not on duty.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to praise the Lord.
Yeah, praise the Lord from
Please
publicly
come back.
accessible space as a
I will
civilian
come
you
back,
are.
Probably. You know, I get
Okay,
injured a
shall
lot.
we?
I am a track star.
Hey, you see that guy in the cowboy hat
You have a cowboy hat.
on the couch?
That's wait. Yeah, I see him.
Can you say something
This feels weird. This feels
Yeah,
weird.
it is
just watching
weird.
him
I
like
don't.
this.
Yeah, I don't
People
like it.
you that is dressed like him.
Feels like a weird kind of zoo. I don't
I
like
guess you
it.
gotta give that
Okay,
bag
okay,
to the
I will say
Rangers or
something.
some shit.
Oh, hey, Ronaldo.
Hello.
Say that he is a catfish.
Oh, do you have all the live ones, or did you get the ones I shot as well?
Is that
Where are they?
is that a
I
bag
did-
of
I shot
Christmas
them on floor.
presents? Wait, what's in that bag? It's hissing.
Bonjour,
Snakes.
monsieur. Tu es très cool.
I have no idea
Why
what
did
you
you
just
sound
said to me.
bag full of
I feel
snakes?
insulted.
the fuck?
Andy
She's
Fisher
awesome.
has came to hospital
She's
with
called
snakes.
you a caca face.
What the hell?
Oh
I
wait,
don't even-
is that where you shot
I don't even have a
fucking
Yeah.
cock.
Didn't
Oh,
he?
shit,
Really?
I
Please
love
be
it.
advised,
Friend,
plane
she
is
restored
47
buffet.
is in the middle of the ocean.
Oh shit, that was
Why
funny.
is he not moving an
Shut
inch?
back
He's not
Your
even
fucking
breathing.
face,
I got a
man.
Why
It
do they
don't
have
look
to
like
take
it.
me?
That was
We sure he's not
What
dead?
was the 20?
Oh,
At the power
shit.
station over here off
What happened to him?
Center,
Oh my
Way,
god.
near Palomino Freeway.
He's still planking.
Valkyrie time. Let's go.
He has a head wound. I don't know. if you want me to
Valkyrie
transport him over there or
time.
you want me to wait?
Okay.
No, we have a unit 76 now.
Okay, I'll stand up.
131 plus 1 transitioning. Valkyrie 76 latest 52 request.
Oh. 179 going 1042.
Brawls into the front.
And for
To the greater good.
I love the bit of Maria hating Wyatt. Is the funniest shit ever.
What I don't get with these clowns, right? They just make their clown name their legal name.
I don't know. When I told them, they didn't know it was a thing.
Oh, those clowns didn't know about the clown break thing.
No, they didn't know about the ability to change name.
Oh.
I will personally pay for their fucking name change if they just do it and stop being idiots.
Maybe the dumbasses that made this law or whatever should be paying for it.
Well, yeah, it was governor. Why the fuck is governor deciding what the law is?
Who's our governor right now?
Mr. Graves, the person who wasn't even elected. He was person who was chosen by another government who was impeached. So how is he in power if the person who chose him is impeached? That's dumb. That's like,
Yeah, we need another election.
yeah, we do.
Oh, if you run it, I'll make so many memes for you. I got Twitter fingers, not trigger fingers. Valkyrie 1 skates down at the power plant.
TACMED, what is nature of your fucking emergency? Oh, you
Okay,
again.
his emergency was he fell from a very, very high. You see those little red and
Yeah, we
white
do.
towers? He fell from on top of there to the floor, hit his head off the ladder.
Oh yeah, that's bleeding a lot. Alright, Hope, charging for general treatment fee for showing up at Eclipse earlier and running off without paying, and then, onto the actual invoice for today.
He ran in again? Because I brought him
Fucking
in
clowns.
once when he fell in the water.
Yeah, that was like moments ago. He swung by Eclipse, jumped in bed, and ran out.
Let me find his name.
Do we have identification?
I
have one on him.
I have not. Oh, whoa. Yo, you better give her that certification, man, before she whoop your ass again. Look at it. She hit you
It's
against my car.
Lovell. Bech. I cannot.
Okay, first I will take care of that first invoice, and then we'll get to business.
Yep.
Well, but like, you know, what do I do if like I have no money and I need help? How do I take
You
care
just
of
go
that?
into debt.
Yeah, you go into that. Like, what do you mean? You're in America. You want free healthcare? Don't move out.
This ain't Canada.
Yeah.
Eh?
Eh?
Sorry.
Sorry.
He's pretty good with jokes. If you guys gonna take him.
No. Listen. I told you, man. It's tricks, not jokes.
Just-
okay.
yeah, oh, my
But,
bad,
you
my
know,
bad.
I fell off
Oh,
the
yeah.
ladder and I can't do a trick right now. So.
Oh, okay. Can you escape?
I
Escape our
guess I'll-
custody.
All right.
guess I'll
That's a
meet
good
you
trick.
at, the
General
hospital.
treatment fee has been applied.
Thank you.
Valkyrie dispatch. Is there any
Alright, so
chance
what's our
if
time?
the
You got
patient
electrocuted,
up there
you
at the
got
power
bruises,
station is not
what's going on?
critical, you can swing by the Mirror Park one?
Possibly, yes. We will do so.
10-4, thank you.
Negative. It is nearly impossible to land down there with Valkyrie. It's better to send ambulance upstream.
Alright, 10-4.
Valkyrie, Skids up, 76 back eclipse, 195, non-critical. He fell off building and hit his head. So.
Are there any available TACMED units at Eclipse?
Dispatch, Valkyrie will take a look if patient retrieval is possible. But we have rangers on scene.
10-4.
Alright, both invoices are all set. I hate this area. One time,
Do you
I
think
had
they're
one
leaving
wheel
or
going
Rangers attack med.
go for TACMED?
Yeah, they're probably down in the ravine.
Yes, they are. Go ahead, shining light. Would you like to pick them up? I don't think we can land Valkyrie down there.
10-4, yeah, we can do that.
10-4, thank you.
If you want, I can take Valkyrie and land down there.
Negative. We have rangers on scene.
likes using Valkyrie.
I know, right? She thinks... I know it's not impossible, but why would I risk Valkyrie?
K9 units get very mad at me.
Just because Chloe couldn't shut up about bringing Valkyrie here. Alright. Let's take a look. Sorry, Rangers. We kind of,
Yo, patient, you awake?
She slid down.
Okay, well, that's good at least.
Yeah, sorry. TACMED kept complaining about being able to bring helicopter here and land, so I had to land to prove that. It is
Oh, by
possible,
the
I
way-
just didn't want to risk it.
I should have mentioned to you, one time I came up here, I had one tire go in the water, and my ambulance got waterlogged.
Alright, was... I have a question.
Yeah, what?
Was the tire on same side as exhaust, perchance?
You think I remember that? That shit was like 2 weeks
Alright.
ago.
So maybe don't let, exhaust get filled with water and you should be good.
Alright, I got the patient's ID.
Alright, let's go ahead and load her up. She seems to be out of it.
Hey, let's move the Rihanna out of
Appreciate
the way
you,
real
Rangers.
quick. Yeah,
Thank you
appreciate
very
y'all.
much. What you mean? Like where the exhaust
Dispatch
is matters when it
Valkyries,
comes to that?
heads up, 76 back Eclipse, 247s. Well, yeah, you cannot let water get into exhaust. That's why if you have car that has, pipe exhaust going up above the car, you can just basically use it as submarine.
Nah, we don't need
I did not.
submarines around here. We don't need submarine escapes or nothing like that.
Oh, yeah, we don't.
I already know there's some sort of ATV that can go on top of the water or some shit.
Yeah. There's also actual submarines to purchase.
Ah, really?
Yeah. You wanna know the best part?
What?
The aquatic ATV used to come with guns.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that really makes sense.
Yeah. Alright. Get out.
Sorry, I was finishing up the invoice.
Ah, fuck me. Helpsy daisy. There you go. Alright. I was the wrong person.
What the hell? Oh, how do you end up all the way over there?
Remember, it's a 95.
Okay. I definitely did not forget that.
I'm sure you did not.
How you doing? I hear you.
So we meet again, huh?
Yeah,
Lips patient on the shoulder.
it's all good.
I told you we yuck around.
Hello.
Hello.
Where's the clown? Oh, there he is.
Elevator shaft holes. Alright, doctor, this one has fallen off. Probably looking for, I don't know. People keep falling off.
1041.
Oh, Mark, hello.
One of the ship?
Yeah, sorry, doctor. A lot of radio chatter. This one has fallen off. Damn, have fun with that. Her paperwork is all done, so you do you. Hello, Ronaldo.
I gotta go take a very normal piss like a woman
Alright,
does.
enjoy.
You know, both hands. Yeah.
My clown name is Hypnos. My legal name is.
If you, yeah, perfect. Okay.
I believe he has been invoiced.
047
Alright,
Roman
Hypnos, let me take a look here. Yep. Yeah, looks like you got it nice and taken care of. Alright, if there's anything else we can do for you, just let us know, okay?
No, thank you.
Ah, Mark, scarves are mandatory now.
Oh.
If you do
There's,
not have this
extra
one, swing
scarves.
by. Ah, never mind.
Sorry.
Yep,
There's
what are
extra
extra?
scarves in storage.
Yeah, there you go. Go
Okay.
ahead and put it on.
Let me know when you're okay, okay? When the doctor's all set with you.
Yep.
Nurse, just kick him out of bed once you're done. Easier. Ah, fuck.
medical services. Your life at any cost. How can I help you?
Son of a.
At RPD? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, we'll thank you. Wait, he got shot?
Ready?
Yep.
Alright.
Oh, okay. Could you ask him if he pushed a button on his radio?
We still got
Oh, okay, gotcha. We'll head there.
Ah, there you go. Fun! Alright, all available units. Please, 25 at garage for 13 Alpha. Going down. Chloe, are you going to 13 Alpha?
Affirmative.
Alright.
Sorry.
Alright, 4 badges, that should be good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Where we going, man?
TACMED 1, 76 to latest 13 Alpha. San Andreas out.
Switching back to 5. Dispatch PD from TACMED is 13 Alpha code 4 to roll in.
13 Alpha's code 4, no individuals injured.
10-4, thank you.
13 Alpha's gonna be code 4.
Is it code 4?
It is code 4 and no individual, no one's hurt. I believe it was just
Okay.
shots fired. But you
Okay.
can roll in.
Well, in that
just
case, you
double
can
make sure.
Okay. There's also a 47 at Eastbourne Way. I'm gonna guess it's by the police cars.
No one's injured, yes?
Oh, yeah, it's
That's my knowledge.
Yep, alright, good. Alright, perfect,
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
37 it is. Sorry, 47. City Hall! RPD. Whatever.
They may have self-transported because that was the dispatch call I took, and I told them that we just had something urgent come up. So they said they weren't entirely sure if they could self-transport, but
No, the 13 Alpha just popped off, so it was not a self-transport.
no. I'm saying this one was a possible self-transport.
The mountain one.
But there's still a clown murdering people in front of PD if anyone gives
Hello.
She's on a rampage.
Yeah,
There she
right
goes.
right
There
fucking
she
there.
goes. That's like the 4th car she's in.
just
What the hell?
past
Oh, Jesus.
Jeez.
Yeah, you gotta go. Yeah, well, I was walking to
Alright.
the
Get
bar,
somebody
but
else
now
in.
I gotta do police shit because
We're
no one
gonna
else
take you
will.
back to
I
the
have a
hospital,
feeling we're
okay?
about to get bombed.
It's a clown in a car running people
Chloe.
over.
There you go.
Really
Hello.
like your energy. What's your name? Rhiannon. Here, you can send me them pictures, and if no other cop does their job, then I'll go on duty and I'll take care of it. But this is the only time.
Dispatch check team 176 Eclipse Medical 147 non-critical.
It's so cold. Oh no.
Oh,
No. No. Save me.
No.
All right. Go ahead.
Protect me.
Stop slowly.
Back away. Go away. Get
Go
out of
away.
here.
Go away.
Go away from the vehicle.
All right, let's go. If she
Well, I wasn't
comes back
clownish
again,
before,
stop.
but now sure as hell am.
All right.
It's okay.
Everyone
I'm a
gone
clownist
out?
too.
Oh.
Good.
Well, nice.
Dispatch check team 123 Eclipse Medical 147 non-critical.
Please,
What's your
drive
name
in.
there, sir?
Thomas
What?
can't.
I'm talking to Clown.
What did you say?
I was talking to Clown. Please drive in here so I have an excuse.
Sharp, Air 1.
I hate clowns.
Yeah, Sharp. Switch
Code
to 8.
4, individual down. Get on PD radio, Mark, please.
That's 5, right?
Yes. 5. You tried.
Switching to channel 5.
Hey, good kill. Good
Easy one.
Attack mode.
Oh, that's the clown that won't give us a name. You can just drop it right there. So we can't kill it.
I don't even have any ammo in my gun.
Try to attack our patient. We have shot them in the head, and are going to put them in a 95.
They were also same clown who was attacking people and running them over in front of RPD.
No!
35 plus 176.
Hey, they deserved it. They were clownist.
Oh, I'm clownist. That's why I shot you.
No!
I hope you die. Clown's rights were a mistake.
You can't say that. No!
I just did.
No!
I would rather get furries' rights than clowns. You have a right to remain silent. Because there is no crying at hospital.
Oh.
If you cry, your organs will be taken from you. Oh, everyone hear that? We have a crier. This one's taking their organs taken.
No, you can't do that. I have rights.
Oh, I can do that, but look over here. Take a good look over here. You see what poster says?
Die someday.
Oh, I'm not opposed
I
to
can't
darling.
read
That's
through
supposed to
these
be-
masks. I can't
Behind
read.
you.
Takes off mask violently
Ah!
after shooting patient in face.
Alright, thanks for everybody for responding. I appreciate
Oh!
I think I'm going to have Chatterbox at the...
Here near Mount Gordo, I was wondering if you wanted us to self-transport or not.
My face! You violated my rights!
Read
196, you feel like
the bottom line.
I would love to. Give me about 2 seconds.
Read what it
Rangers
says
will
on
be on the
bottom.
way shortly.
Help! My rights!
10-4.
Violators will be
my
trespassed and subject to pre-mortem organ donations. No crying at hospital.
Oh!
Crying at hospital.
All right, trooper, feel free to
took
get
off
in
my
here.
mask! Help! She took
Alright.
my mask! Help!
Give me
I
the mask
shot-
back.
The mask is still under. I just took it off.
Help!
You still
Okay.
have it.
She
yeah.
ripped it
But
off my face!
she's
Help!
not cuffed or anything.
Rights are
We
meant
just
to be
shot her
taken
down.
away.
Oh!
Okay.
Oh my god, can you put the mask back on?
Oh!
We arrived at RPD. There were trooper of duty opening active fire on her because she was running people over. She then followed
guess we can
us.
go
We
over
yelled
there.
at her to stop following. We
Yeah,
drove
I-
into Eclipse.
Raj got this guy.
And as we got out,
you
she
have-
started driving
you don't have black
my
and
TACMED and patient over,
What
so
are you
I
doing
opened
over
fire
there,
on her.
sir?
Oh!
Me?
Mark, what is,
Yeah.
Mark, what is that?
Oh, look, she
Oh.
actually has an ID too.
She's the one that ran me over.
TACMED PD.
I'm the victim.
That's not mine, though!
Waiting area over there while
Good individual has been shot outside of the mall.
Oh.
Available.
It's not your ID.
Not by us, by a clown.
This couch is for
Okay, well, you need to be able to be identified electronically.
10-4, we can have
so
a
you
unit
need to carry an ID on you or
shortly.
know your ID number by heart.
Oh!
Hey, fun. We'll
That's
keep him
according
stable
to the
till
clown
then,
law
thank
that you are citing as what is being
10-4.
quote-unquote violated.
Dispatch 1961,
No.
transitioning to Valkyrie 76, latest 52 request.
How did I violate your law, huh? How did I
Do you,
violate,
do you have a
your
piece of paper by
right?
chance?
No, the one next to the note. Maybe you gotta like stand back.
You took off my mask! I have rights! God damn it!
No, you don't have a right to keep mask on when I shoot you in face and we need to remove it for treatment. Get fucked.
Believe it or not, they do.
Well, it's for treatment purposes.
Yeah.
No, you took it off so I could read! That's what you said!
Absolutely not.
All right, that's not what medical record says.
Words and physical actions are different.
What is her name?
Hey!
What's his
I'm
name?
Peekaboo!
That's a horrible name.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. A job.
Peekaboo, if you cannot identify yourself and refuse to get the license from the person at City Hall, I have no choice but to take you out to Bolingbrook and leave you there.
Okay, well, my license is in my pocket.
That is actually your license.
I think so.
Can we see picture?
You don't have
On license?
Oh yeah.
What's platinum?
Take it
No.
out.
They're gonna have to get that.
No.
I mean, no, not really. I'm just gonna flash it
what are
real
you
quick.
here for?
You know?
Are you okay?
Unless it's in wallet. I doubt it's in wallet.
Whoa.
They're
Let me see.
currently
You went to the
handcuffed.
hospital and decided to sit
Yep.
there?
Oh, no.
No, all I remember as
Oh.
Now,
Oh.
floating and handcuff.
Is what?
Oh.
is I was.
Oh,
was
you
a
wanna
very slow
you wanna do a
Oh.
little?
Hold
What do you
still.
remember before?
Okay, will you put my mask on, please?
England and America.
Oh, I don't have my
God
face
did
on.
between.
Help!
I was in the
Help! Please
Oh.
put it on. Help!
Yeah, you're in the hospital.
Hold
My rights.
still.
Oh, my rights. Oh, without my mask. Help!
I can make a guess.
Help! Oh,
hard to choose.
I need my
Does your
mask
head hurt?
on.
I can't even help you if you don't hold the fuck still.
Will you put it on?
Oh, yeah, all right, well, I guess enjoy your stay. Hey,
No, I'm from Canada.
hey, Freedom.
And we, I
Oh,
think
gotta
I
go
think
talk to somebody.
I don't
I
also
love it.
love
I
Canada.
love
I
it.
don't like the royal family.
And I.
There, your mask.
Uh,
For some reason I want to punch someone.
And their ID, supposedly.
Who do I want?
good.
I don't know if I want to punch.
I mean,
whoever just wanted to punch.
different hairstyle, but yeah, I mean, looks better on you.
I don't.
Oh,
Improvement.
thank you.
I don't
Yeah,
know
you're
if I should
welcome.
punch. Whoever
I wear
feel like-
wigs.
Oh, I don't feel
Good,
like
me
punching
too.
anyone
I don't have
anymore.
hair.
Oh yeah.
That's better than punching. Yeah.
Valkyrie 1, 23.
outdated.
skating
Okay, so she was
down
shooting at people
on
in your garage.
No,
And
Oh yeah.
no, wasn't
No.
shooting at people.
no. She was running people over in front of
show me your
RPD as we arrived on call to treat a patient which she incapacitated. An off-duty officer was the one opening fire on her for, trying to kill people. She then followed our ambulance in her car
Hey,
all
on
the
the
way to
mountain, I
Eclipse,
thought they were on
despite
the-
our yelling at her to not do
You're
so.
right.
And after we parked in garage, she began running us and patient over, so I shot
You
her
are
in
aware
face.
it is $10,000, right?
Oh.
So it is all the vehicle related when it comes to her.
Oh.
What is this nice southern accent trooper with dark hair, female?
Okay, there you go.
She's the one that saw
And
it all
now-
from start. She was
Okay.
complaining that no trooper is doing her job, so she
It
has
was-
to get on duty and do it.
It was yes, Queen.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, she knows the start and we know the rest.
Brightly colored hair.
I don't know that man.
Yeah, but he knows the trooper's name.
Was her name Chloe?
No, but I don't know that man at all.
I don't know that man.
I'm the victim. She ran me over.
I
don't know
probably
you.
It was pink and blue.
Well, I don't know you either. What the hell?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Who are you?
Who are you?
I don't know. Who are you?
311, Kent.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
That's awkward.
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
All right,
let's
can
go.
Can I get? Oh. Hey, ma'am.
That's cool. Alright. Alright, yeah, I'll get that money along. I'll tell her that.
Yeah, I'm not referring to you with respect. I'm referring to the officer. with respect.
Mr. Ken, do you want to play?
He's an asshole because I was trying to help the client.
Thank you.
Nah. Just hospital violence. Alright. That was that.
How you doing, man?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you need medical help?
Hey,
I think my
man.
friend's dead, by the way.
Hey, man. Can you help this guy, man, please? He's not looking too well, man.
Chick with the orange space buns assaulted him. She,
I know it's a pain in
I
the
don't
ass.
know.
You're gonna want to go get another license.
Do you know her name?
Validate the one.
I do not.
Can you
And
get her
I have
name?
No
'Cause
evidence.
that's-
I have no evidence of her doing that, aside from her saying that's what she did. She said she slapped him.
That's a hospital violence
gotta
fee.
go all the way.
$2,000.
Well, go charge her for it then.
I don't have her name. You think she's
Go
gonna
ask
give me
her
her name?
for it.
Well, she's... Hey, ma'am, can I get your name?
Alright,
I'm gonna charge you
Dispatch
$2,000
Valkyrie,
for
76
Well,
clips.
don't you
Lay
guys
down.
There's the next one.
Non-critical.
Alright, there's the next one. I'm gonna go ahead and clean
Dale,
it up.
what's her
You
name?
go ahead and
Dale.
move straight to
Dale.
cauterizing.
Not your name, Dale.
Oh, he's on cactus. Oh, ask the shirtless one with the velvet nipples. Keeps getting on cactus.
Did you get assaulted?
I
Dale?
appreciate that. Yeah, she hit me.
Okay.
Alright, doctors.
Excuse
Can
me,
you
are
look
you
here or
the
do
are
I
you the
need
sir with
to,
the no shirt on and red velvet nipples?
Yeah, that's me.
Do you know what that lady's name was with the two hair buns and orange hair?
She said her name was hair buns? I don't know her. I was talking about the one that stole my ID.
Shit.
Nurse, help me up.
Okay.
No, I
Well,
don't know the one with the hair
Let's get
buns.
patient up into
Yeah.
order.
All right.
3, 2, 1.
Well,
Up
thanks
to Daisy.
anyways.
Sorry.
He doesn't know Dale.
Nurse, thank you.
I do know her.
Wee woo. Doctor, you're gonna have a field day with
Wait,
this
where are
one.
you taking my friend?
The surgery, probably.
All right. Well, hopefully he doesn't die. Time to go.
Alright. I will go ahead and hello you, doctor, and write everything down. You have fun with surgery. There we go. Alright. Yeah, sure, doctor. I'll get him on O negative as well. You're sucking that out? Yeah, you are sucking that out. The lungs collapsed, or was it just bleeding into it? I think it was just bleeding into it. Ah, thank you. Oh yeah, I'll put him under. I'll put him under. We don't want him waking up in the middle of this.
Dispatch Valkyrie, 23 clips, 247s, non-critical.
Ugh. Well, that's gonna take a lot of time to recover from. If he survives, that is. Good question. If he survives. Whoop. Doctor, are you messing up? Alright, clearly we need some help. Alright, do I have to do your job for you? I guess I do. There you go. Push
Dispatch
that.
196,
Stop the
10-7 for about
seizing.
5 mics.
You go ahead and put on Lucas machine. Let's push some Epi for the heart. Alright. So much for
0407, I'll
doing
be
just paperwork,
10-6.
huh,
I'm
Doctor?
gonna go get my ambulance refitted.
Alright, all good. Take a close look on those. Right, let's take a look at those. Vitals. Let's see how are they improving at all? Like, well, my best guess is probably ICU, but for how long? What do you think, Doctor? I mean, he looks like a strong man. Maybe he does wake up. Yeah, alright. Yeah, might as well. Yeah, I agree. He's probably not gonna be waking up anytime soon, so might as well keep it from overnight stay. Nurse, keep a close eye on him. Make sure he doesn't crash or anything. So finish up with this. There we go. Right, perfect. Nurse, one more time, help me up. We're gonna go straight to ICU. Find them a nice, comfortable bed. Thank you. Up you go. Gosh, this gurney is so comfortable. Going up. I mean, room 1 is available, but so is room 4. Let's do room 4 instead. Go, let's settle in bed nice and gentle. Alright, now, nurse, please double check patient's pockets for ID. If there's anything. John Thomas. Thank you. Let's take a look at the patient profile. Do we have any emergency contact? Yes, we do. Oh, all right. What was that nurse again? Oh yeah. One of them is indeed Audrey Storm. The first one didn't pick up, so that's who I'm calling right now. Well, she's not on duty, so I doubt she'll pick up, but... Alright, text messages it is. What's his name again? John Thomas. You think so, nurse? Well, go ahead and take a look. Maybe patient
016,
has a
dead 42,
note
good
in
night.
pocket with someone's phone number that is not added to phone yet. Yeah, all right. There's no phone. Again, check for a little note in pocket. Sometimes people have notes with emergency
407,
contacts
back
instead of
10-8,
having them on
76 to
phone. So.
Eclipse.
Dispatch 196, back 10-8.
Oh, 0814. All right. Once again, 0854, yes? 1-4. Ah, close enough.
Hello.
Hello, this is Marianette of San Andreas Medical Services. I'm calling you because you're marked as a Mr. John Thomas's emergency contact.
Did he die?
Negative. I'm calling to inform you that surgery was success, but he will need at least overnight stay at ICU for full recovery. So if you wish to visit him, he's currently at floor 3, room 4 of hospital at Eclipse Medical.
All right, sound good. I just gotta get some food. I'll be here in a minute. Love you.
Yeah, well, love you too. There we go. What the fuck is this? Who did this?
047 going 42. Y'all have a good night.
Really good or good?
Everyone's going to sleep. What the hell? I just woke up. All right. All right. Let's see who did this one. Alright, Mr. John, enjoy your little non-cactus related injuries. If you can hear me, your friend should be on his way. Oh. Wow. God damn it. motherfucker.
What's going
Hello.
on? Random number I don't know.
Hello, this is Marionette of San Andreas Medical Services. I'm calling you because you are a patient's emergency contact and they have just been administered to the ICU and will be staying here for at least overnight. If you wish to visit Mr. John Thomas, he's currently in room 4 of floor 3 at Eclipse Medical Center.
Oh, sick. Yeah, all right. I'll be there momentarily. Just like laugh at him and something.
Yeah, sure.
All right, sick. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, of course. Love you, bye.
Bye.
He didn't say love you back. I'm gonna check for another note myself, because I swear to God, if another one falls out, I'm just gonna... Checks for notes? Angrily? There's no love. There's no love. Double checks. Triple checks. Quadruple checks. Quintuple checks. I don't know, you know, that. Oh, you motherfucker. Oh, you motherfucker. That looks... Why are her eyes gray? But like, sickly gray. It looks like... and why is her skin all like... Oh, this looks like she was dumped in acid. Ugh. And why is the hair so vibrant? Ugh. Horrible choice. Yeah, she does look good in uniform. I'll give her that. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. JT, no!
My name is Penelope Inc. I'm gonna help you.
Batch 196 plus 1 transitioning to Valkyrie 76.
That's JT. That's
call in Stab City.
one of the people I used to work in at Onyx as DOC guards. I miss Penelope. Penelope Inc. was such a good character. I don't think she would make sense on Purple. I have too many others, so... Alright, just the three of us. Dispatch 131, back 10-8 after dealing with ICU patient.
10-4.
OC guard? No, DOC, Department of Corrections. We worked at a prison because prison on Onyx is fucking amazing, and DOC was a great department, and I sure as fucking hell enjoyed my time there. And it's like, I think the best DOC department on any RP server. Yeah. So this is JT, John Thomas. He used to work there. He was kind of like a mix between Dale and Wyatt, kind of like the character that messes up all the time and everyone makes fun of him. But he was also like extremely innocent, like he didn't know what sex was, etc. So yeah. And my character was Penelope Inc. Same voice as Judy Crimson, pink hair, actually ginger, but you know, painted it pink, and just a ball of sunshine that's always positive and never did anything wrong to anyone. Actually, you know what, that makes me want to play Penelope, because I have Penelope on here. Penelope was my first character I've ever made on Purple, because that was my main on Onyx, since I didn't play Annabelle for a while before leaving Onyx. So I didn't think it would make sense to bring Annabelle here. I brought Penelope first, and then I made Annabelle again. But I do have Penelope, and she's like extremely sweet, like fucking sickly sweet. She's always positive. When someone robs her, she doesn't mind. She you know, she says to herself that whoever stole things from her probably needed them more than she did, etc., etc. All right. Let's go ahead and get the vehicle repairs, shall we?
Dispatch Valkyrie, 76 Eclipse, 147 non-critical.
How's it going? Ya lo sé.
Oh. It's not missing. Or is it? Probably. Alright, now it's good. Someone said tires are slashed, but I think what they meant was the vehicle is clean and it was just making a little yokey yoke.
Dispatch Valkyrie, 23 Eclipse, 147 non-critical.
Oh yeah.
Oh. You look a little ridiculous, if I'm being honest.
Hello, Maria.
Hello.
Hello.
Excuse me.
Tackmet, what's the nature of your emergency?
Oh, wrong number.
Oh.
I pressed the wrong button. Alright, up we go. I know. Just keep that pressure on your throat, okay? I know. Hang in there,
Who's this?
Grandpa.
Oh, Grandpa. Is this another one or just change clothes?
No, he just changed clothes.
Oh.
Alright. Began seeing if we would need surgery. He got attacked by a mountain lion.
Oh, well.
Can you start IV antibiotics?
Yeah. There we go, little pinch. Oh, that's not good.
Oh yeah, remember she put his throat in your pocket. You might want to grab that and put that back.
Dispatch 119, go on 1041.
And far, welcome on shift. Ah, perfect.
Alright, Grandpa, I'm gonna.
Good job.
Okay.
Alright, I feel better
Okay.
now.
Oh, okay. I just need to get some
Hello.
Hello.
Can I
Oh,
help?
this is the one you want to talk to. So, me and my friend are interested in trying to get into the force, to the tech way.
Yeah, really?
Yes.
Or regular, doctor, nurse.
Oh, regular.
Oh, alright. Well, we are currently have a hiring freeze for TACMET. We are still looking for doctors, possibly.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, more
Okay.
doctor.
Alright. Is it just you or
Where
both
do we
of you?
sign up?
Oh,
We can both get in there.
alright. Well, I would like to hear why you're interested.
Sure, I could go first. Many years ago, as I walked upon my first hometown, lost soul, I saw it. Oh, it always does that story. I knew it, that's why. I knew it. I knew that was gonna happen. It's
You should
literally
go
all I
straight
have
to
to
the
do.
point. You should go straight to the point, babe. Come
I
on.
should tell her I'm an author too. Maybe they don't know.
Oh, see,
Straight
that
to the
would've
point.
helped.
Nobody wants to straight.
Well,
Look, if you
apparently
walked
she
into
does.
fine. Fine.
Oh, no pulse, no pulse,
Oh,
no
no.
pulse.
Jeez.
What do you mean no pulse? How can you tell no pulse
Oh,
looking up from? Eh?
I don't know. It doesn't make sense. I
You're
agree.
that good of a doctor? Oh, so
well,
you
I
couldn't tell
am
I
that-
had no pulse, so you're worse doctor than him.
Because
so I
you were
should
not
hire
you were
him,
not
you.
moving and your chest.
Alright.
The thing is, you were not
chest-
moving and
yeah,
your
but
chest
chest
was
is
not
for
moving.
breathing, not pulsing.
Bro, I mean,
That's
if you're
very
not
true.
breathing, you're not pulsing.
That's true.
No.
Too.
Not true.
Look at me, I'm not breathing
I mean,
now.
if you're not breathing, okay.
That's true. Okay, fair point.
Yeah, she got a point there. Okay. See, so my first thought it was, no pulse. Okay.
Okay. Do you want to really hear it?
She's still not breathing.
She's
Check
really
her
good at
throat.
holding her breath.
Oh, wow.
She may or may
Good
not
job.
pass out from holding her breath, but she can still hold it really well.
Oh, she's still not breathing.
Let me. I got it.
She's still holding it.
Okay, Maria, maybe.
It works every time.
Maybe,
It's
maybe
the
just it's okay to breathe. Okay, you okay? It's going on kind of long, Maria. Are you sure this is? Please don't pass out. Yeah.
Gotcha. There we go. Now jump.
Oh, yeah, confession. There you go. That's the one.
Are you doing the Heimlich?
Yeah, no, that's a backwards Heimlich. I learned that while I was in medical school.
I could have held on longer, but I forgot to. Yeah, I forgot to breathe before holding my breath. Hello.
Oh, hi.
Oh, wow. That's a record, That's
Well,
a
since
real
my
record.
story was so boring, we can hear his.
Oh, see, why do I want to be so simple? You go down, I'll fix you, I get paid. Done.
Wow. Screw my medical experience.
It's straight to the point. Yeah, fuck medical experience. They need somebody to
Wow.
actually help.
I was a nurse. I became a doctor not too long after. Ended up getting my degree. I became a surgeon. Went to military. Became military police. Became a commissioner in the state
Oh,
troopers
this is
for 3
document.
years.
What is nature of your
Hello,
emergency?
I need to attack my police service.
Where?
There is an officer down.
Oh yeah, we know. We're on the way.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
From start again, I wasn't listening.
Sure. Yeah. What he said. I was a nurse. I went to school, became a doctor. After I became a doctor, became a surgeon.
I would just be like nurse,
Went into
doctor,
the military.
surgeon.
Decided to become military police. Ended up going back to state troopers. Was a state
Excuse me.
commissioner.
Allow me to
for
ask
3
again.
years.
Why do you want to work here?
Because I want to help. And if I can't help as an officer, I'd like to help
Oh, were you fired?
as a doctor. No.
Were you not hired?
No, I applied, but there was going to be a long wait. So what I
Oh,
figure
so you
is
want?
I can
so
help
you want,
people.
All right. So you want police, but they're not responding fast enough. So in the meantime, you want to do this.
I want to help people.
Well, no, sounds like you want to be police officer, but you can't be yet.
I
so
do.
You're looking for something else.
I am. But I want to help people.
All right. Yeah, you know we help more people than police, yes?
Yeah, I sure do.
So why do you want to be police officer?
Because there's something about the law that I love. And I'm making up for a murder that happened when I was 16 years old. If really we have to know everything, that is what happened. That is why
Oh,
I
you
need
killed
to
someone
do
when you were
that.
16 years old?
Accidental death. I was 16, can't be held well.
Yeah. Who did you kill?
I mean, we're really getting detailed. I don't even know your name yet, It took me years to tell people that I did know. Okay. Maria, I killed my uncle.
Why?
My father was a dope addict. Forced me.
I didn't ask about father. I asked about
Well,
uncle.
that's why. Yep, that's why.
You killed uncle because your father?
Yes.
How? Why?
He was part of a drug ring.
How?
He used me.
Oh, all right. Maddie?
I don't want your car, Grandpa. I want my grandpa.
It was tough.
You said something about ring, marriage. I don't know. I'm
Me?
not good at that. I'm single. Yeah.
Yeah, no, married.
How old are you?
2 kids. 34.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm 18, so I don't know anything about rings or marriage or anything like that.
Well,
Uh-huh.
it's kind of like
And it says my name on it. If
bringing
my
somebody
name
back
is
to life.
Albany.
Same kind of feeling.
Yeah,
Is that your
yeah.
name?
Except technically, you do bring the kids to life, and your husband is kind of like bringing you back to life. But you know, either way, it could go.
Yeah. All right, I need to go get the car now.
Okay.
It might be
Name.
commandeered by mountain lion.
Jen Sato.
Out there alone.
Good luck, Grandpa.
Name.
Albert Galarga.
Already forgot. Please give me phone numbers. Comfy sleep streamer. Yee. I have Jan and Alvin. Alright. Thank you, didn't ask. Because I'll let you on a little secret. I cannot hire you.
That's okay. We had a
Okay.
good conversation.
Yeah. Some type of conversation.
Because I'm
went
TAC
on.
med, silly. Do I look like Doctor? No.
So why the interview? You just toying with our feelings?
No.
Wow, I just told you a deep, dark secret.
It's called an interview.
But why are you interviewing us if you can hire us?
Oh.
Because we know who can hire you.
It's a panel interview.
I can get you not hired.
Oh, okay.
You get it? You get it? I'm
Yes,
superior at
yes.
hospital, but I don't handle hospital staff. So I take a look at you and I decide if you're good enough to even, get a chance. And I so don't
pass?
yeah, so don't well you did. I'm not sure. It's giving me attitude. Complaining
I
so
didn't
much.
know, not at all. I would just
Why do you want to be
wondering.
doctor?
Because
Is
I
this
wanna
your
make money.
partner?
No,
she's my
no,
friend.
no, not at all. Not at all.
But why are you saying it like that though?
Oh,
Why can't
we
you
wanna
just say
unpack
no?
that? Let's unpack that, shall we?
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm very, very much in love with my husband that I just cannot even fathom another man.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, that
who's
kind
your
of felt
husband?
personal there, Jen.
Yeah, no, it was not personal.
Oh, okay.
It sounded personal.
No, not personal at all.
It was like
Just
one
love
or
my
two
husband.
more no's than a normal man would get. I feel like this is very, very personal.
I'm very, very much in love with him. My husband,
Good.
not
Yeah, I was about to ask. Like, you just told him no. That doesn't. Okay. So why?
Hi.
You want to work with friend?
Yes.
No, I was checking if my wife was here.
Whoa, whoa.
Where is your wife? Who's your wife?
Heidi.
What's her name?
Heidi Jensen.
Let's see. No, she hasn't come through in at least in a while.
Damn, has anyone responded
did
to any calls? Are you guys like the only ones on duty? Or like...
We are, and we didn't have any calls
There
that were
hasn't been any
unresponded to. Are you
okay.
talking right now
Alright.
or recently? Because I do believe we had someone like this in ICU some time ago, but not recently.
No, it was like, I don't know, she's been like gone for an hour. That's all good. If she's not...
It happens.
hello.
You're probably like part of a
Alright,
raid in the
cool.
past or
That's
something.
fine. If Heidi Jensen subscribes,
Or
just,
do you watch
like,
GTRP?
let me know.
Sometimes
Hyper
just
Drake,
Twitch
right?
gives out to random
it,
people.
oh,
I've
yeah.
gotten
Yeah, you
gift
got
subs
it.
to
All right, I will.
the
I'll let
streamers
you know
I've
if
never
I
watched
see.
before,
Alright.
so you know it
Bet.
happens.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you're welcome. Alright.
So when do we start?
Never.
Hi, boy.
Oh, come
Hello.
on.
How are you doing?
Alright. Lady, phone number.
Well, other
What
than
is
that,
it?
calm being,
555?
trash.
Right.
Fine.
Yes, it is 555
What happened?
Oh yeah, I did get a pent raid.
What?
9671.
Oh, the last call. What do you mean trash?
Oh, what is it?
What? No, I didn't. No, she called it a trash call, and I just went along with it.
Female with experience
didn't
killed
say
Uncle
that.
X16
She said, "I
wants
just
to
woke
Yeah, no, we-
save
And I said,
lives.
We scratched that from the record.
Alright, male phone number.
I didn't say it was back. She didn't even say it was
555.
Hey.
No, read it to me.
Also
Oh,
kill my
okay, I
mom, who is a
gotcha.
doctor. Well, not really my mom. Started my
Okay.
mom.
555-4772.
something, then I assumed something.
Sorta.
And I think it was just an
A
overall
motherly figure.
misinterpretation going
She was a
around
doctor.
in that ambulance. Let's just as people move on.
And now she's lost.
Alright, I have forwarded your information to our
Yeah, I did too.
underseer of hospital staff. She will perhaps schedule an interview with you shortly. We just had a huge wave of new doctors, so maybe we'll have to put on hiring
do any
freeze
better?
for them as well.
Where are these
Hey, what's your
new
name?
doctors?
Okay.
Are you okay?
I want to know. I want to know who they are.
I'm
Oh,
Jensen.
I'm Elder.
What's your skis?
I'm Elder.
I think we just got experience for this.
This one killed someone, and this one just wants money.
Okay, multiple people? Okay, not just one.
No,
We
this
didn't
one
get to
killed
talk about-
someone's.
Oh, multiple people. Damn.
Well,
Why?
well,
What
okay.
they do to you?
One, I was 16, and
I
my
did
father
not. I
made me,
forgot.
and then he used me, and then we went to court, and I had to say that I did it, so he can get away with it. Okay, so
Doesn't
number
that get
one,
expunged from your record because you were a minor?
I do have an expungement. Nope, it didn't, but I did get an expungement. Second,
She's not the
I
minor.
had to
She's like
spiritually
twice my
kill a
age.
mother figure.
No,
Are
when
you
she
sure
did
you're
kill
not
the
like
people, she was
Yeah, I
16.
know, I
How
know, I
mentally
know.
unwell are you?
My,
Actually,
I have Penelope
have
on
a
purple.
clear
I
bill
just
of
have
health.
her
I
have
also spent 3 years as a state commissioner
like soft amnesia.
before the door is locked.
See, she is from Onyx, but
She
she
has a
doesn't
really good
remember exactly what happened
resume.
on
Y'all
Onyx.
should hire her on the spot.
I mean, I don't make high-end decisions or nothing. I was just curious.
We do also work a lot with ibuprofen, and you're allergic to ibuprofen, right?
Yeah, I won't be popping them though.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
Or bananas, or cold,
Tazzy.
or apples.
These scarves are now required.
Oh shit!
for
Yeah, no, I
December
have it.
shift.
Fuck.
Good.
I'm wearing it. Hold on.
No, you're not.
I was.
I'm sorry, you said
Pull
December
it out
shift?
from under your vest. There you go.
Yeah. I was under the vest. Yeah.
What?
You said December shift?
Yeah, December shift.
Shift.
Oh shit.
The shift is
Did she
December
stutter?
last
Oh, are
year.
you trying to be different?
No, I don't think she
I see
started.
what you're
It's just-
doing.
You want
I
to
see
clear
what
your
Oh
you're
yeah,
doing.
Chloe's
French
like
ears?
a.
Huh? Yeah, that scarf just looks like ground beef. That's what that looks like.
Hey,
It's
hey,
still-
hey,
Say to me?
What are you
I thought you
fucking
were
saying
supposed
to
to wear
Chloe?
the same one.
The
That's
scarf-
not the
Scarf
same
is normal.
scarf.
She's been wearing that
The
before
scarf
December even
looks like-
started. She's a
it looks
fucking
like ground
pioneer,
beef.
Shreds.
Ground beef wrapped around her neck.
All right, Trent.
You look like
10
ground beef
laps
got
around
smashed
the
in your
garage. Going.
Aww. Love her.
I actually just realized my.
I was about to go.
My vest is a little fucked up.
Yeah, I thought he was talking to me. I was like, okay, but when they looking at
No,
you.
I was about to go. I take orders
No.
really well.
Oh, look at that. She even takes orders.
All right. Good.
Yep.
Very good.
You got her attention with that one. Do you see how quick she turned?
Why are you here?
Because PD sucks.
Yeah.
And because
Alright.
you need help.
Well,
Whether
we
you
don't
think
need
you
help.
do or not. No, I mean, you guys don't need help. TACMed doesn't need help, but the other side does. I was dying last week upstairs, and do you know what happened? Do you know what happened? Do you know what happened?
I don't. Will
Do you-
someone
Nothing.
tell me?
Nothing. Nothing happened.
188,
Nothing happened.
131.
All the bells and alarms and whistles were going off. But you know what? Nothing happened.
All right.
Okay? That's why. Alright? If you really want to know, I want to be someone who picks up the phone
188,
when somebody's
131.
calling while they're bleeding out of their mouth. I want to be that person.
And I
Well,
want to be
you'll
there
not
helping
be
her.
picking up too many phone calls, being a doctor.
I don't care. I want to pick up calls.
No, you won't be picking up calls when you're a doctor. Understood?
Listen, I will be in the middle of brain surgery. I want to pick up the phone.
All right. You're not getting job. Get out of hospital.
Okay, damn
You just said you're good at following
Yeah.
orders. Sure.
it. Fine.
Do you have a
You can't
tragic
approve it,
I won't pick
Jan.
up a phone. I won't pick up a phone.
Yeah, no, fuck
No,
you.
get out.
Go for 188.
Okay. All right.
After you're done
Thank you very
driving
much
10 laps,
for
run
this
10 laps.
opportunity. I sure appreciate it.
Do
I told you
I
to
pretty
get out.
much need a bandage. Can I have a bandage, please?
No.
I said
Can't
after
deny me
you're done
medical help. I'm a
driving.
premium member.
Yeah, for real.
All right.
Platinum.
Uh,
Oh,
I'm
she's
looking
platinum.
at my
Just
watch.
because
It
of
is
well,
the
right.
third time
Higher.
I'm going to tell you to leave.
Yeah, no, you can't deny me medical treatment. I am bleeding.
I gave you a chance to follow an order right now, and I would disregard the previous issue, but you decided to disregard another order. Now you fucked up 2 times in a row.
See, I
Third
would
time's a
run.
charm.
I'm gonna run to the store. I'm gonna run
Alright.
over here.
That's a vending machine, not a store.
Yeah, you know, but a vending machine that'll help them. Sugar's a little low, I'm sure.
What
Okay.
about 25 push-ups?
Absolutely. How low? How high?
Yes.
You got this, Jan. You got this, Jan.
Ah.
fuck are you doing?
Push.
You're forgetting the up part. You're just
No.
pushing.
No, yeah, but this is how I get ready for it.
Oh, okay. You're fucking weird.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you a furry?
So, yes.
You seem like a furry.
A what? A furry?
A furry. The one with the perverts with tails.
No, absolutely not.
You sure? You sure you?
Yeah, yeah.
You sounded
I'm very
offended
sure
by
right
it.
now.
You're offended by being
No.
called a furry?
No, not at all.
You should be. It's an insult.
No, is it? I didn't know. Sorry
Well,
about that.
yeah. You want to be
Look,
furry?
here's another push-up exercise.
She's pushing up. Look at that. Pushing up. Up. Up.
Alright, you raise the roof.
Yeah.
Do you know Lady Gaga?
Do I know Lady Gaga?
Yeah.
Poker face? What?
Okay. Well, you
Well,
might,
with my
you might
moppy?
be hired during interview with Brittany.
Okay.
Nice.
My boss also works here.
Wait, Brainy is the boss?
Who's your boss?
Scuzzy. Bobby.
Oh. Well, yeah, he kind of works here, yeah, a little bit.
Does he know he kind of works here a little bit?
He's okay at his job. For the greater good. Very greater good.
What are you getting ready for?
Ugh. Speaking of furries, what do you want, Lucy?
Hello.
Hello.
Are you here to
yeah,
work?
that's the one you were talking about. Okay, hi.
Hello.
Are you here to work?
How do you have two tails on
Maybe.
Lucy?
Maybe.
Well, if I
alright.
take... Well,
Bunny
okay.
Fox kitten?
No, the reason I have this tail on is because for some reason, if I swap out, say for instance, for like a scarf, it goes all really scruffy. So I have the bun tail now, so it's all nice and fluffy.
10 laps.
I'm gonna change when I think about your scar.
See? It's perfect.
I mean, is
He got in a car and
Alright.
drove around.
Yeah, sure. Oh, fine. Sit down.
Excuse me. Oh, excuse me.
Why are you
Oh,
doing 10 laps?
Excuse me.
You're not
did you
sitting
do
down.
wrong?
Fine.
Beef wrapped around your
Jesus
neck.
Christ, you're difficult. You're
Oh.
gonna make a perfect doctor.
That is true.
I'm gonna bandage you up a little bit.
Is he unlocking
He
that
called
door?
my scarf brown beef.
No. That wasn't
that's
much work at all. Love you. Miss you.
You see any gravel on my shin?
Sir.
Hang on, I got this.
I'm counting to
See?
3 for you to stop or you're getting shot in the head.
Oh,
1.
Okay.
2.
I want you. Well, the 2 wasn't necessary, darling.
It was.
Hey, you trying to run quicker?
Okay.
Hey, you cheated.
Where are you?
Hey, cheated.
We take our patients
Miss
very
Saito,
close
yes?
and seriously.
Like,
cheating.
which part?
I'm Naruto running.
Road? What's the nearest cross?
It makes me more
Get him
aerodynamic.
taken, fucker. I'll go. You.
I've done like 8 laps. All right.
That's
I'm
not
tired.
10.
No, yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll head up there. Yeah, I'll be there soon. Alright. Bye. Yeah, you shouldn't do that. Yeah.
Hello.
Alright, we'll come
I'm
get you in a
fine with
second,
that.
Grandpa.
Oh, excuse me.
Who wants to go come rescue my grandpa with me?
What's next, Jen?
He's his name's William, but he goes by Gremlock.
Alright, where is he?
He's a little crispy at
Yeah.
he blew up his car. His
Crispy
brand
what?
new car he borrowed $44,000 from me to
Is your
buy.
car okay?
Yeah, my car's okay.
Okay.
What?
I mean, I know you got a lot of money,
If
but
I didn't
damn.
help him buy the car, he wouldn't buy platinum insurance, and he gets hurt too
Oh.
much to not have platinum.
Yeah.
Chloe, you're missing door.
Oh, I forgot about that. That was still from
Chloe,
earlier.
you're missing 3 doors.
Oh, Chloe, that's a lot of doors.
Right
a
after
lot of
this, we're
doors.
getting vehicle repairs. Dispatch TAC Team 176 to Milton Road for 811 call.
That's nope. Well, that's not nope.
What was that?
Milton Park.
I got confused from the GPS mark I saw it up.
Yeah, that's I don't know where that was from.
Wait, where are you going?
Milton.
The exact, yeah, Milton Road.
Ah, Milton. Sorry, it goes down. Whenever people say Milton, I always assume parking garage downstairs.
Oh, it sounded like it was this way. But
It's a pretty
actually,
long
it
fucking
might
road.
be the
It is a
other
long-
way.
Yeah.
He came
It
from
is
Sab
just
City,
perfectly
which
wrong.
also is partly why
Oh,
I...
there you go.
Ah, okay, good to know I was right.
Takmed on scene.
Oh, that's where we were going.
Help.
Platinum insurance,
Oh, that's where we
please
were
step
going.
away
So-
from
oh my
the
God, that's a lot of
patient.
fucking money, though.
Please step
Oh
away.
my god!
Make way, make way.
Why did they come waving guns?
This is
Why did they
platinum
do that?
insurance
Grandpa.
holder.
Because he's a
Hello?
platinum insurance member. We need to
Yeah.
maintain his safety.
Oh.
His
So many
safety
vultures.
at all costs.
Platinum
Wait, what?
insurance.
I thought that's not.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, since when?
yeah, Grandpa.
Yeah,
Hold
since
on,
when
let me
was he a
take a look at
platinum
you.
member?
Since like an hour ago.
Yeah.
Oh, how did you get that done?
I don't know.
Alright, here's some burn.
Money?
Yeah.
His granddaughter
Oh.
makes like 20K a day, you know?
Oh,
That's pretty badass.
She
I
works a
forgot
lot.
that he has relatives in town.
She's addicted to the job.
Nepotism.
It's true.
She's not addicted, she gets
True.
paid a lot. She's absolutely not
Hey.
addicted. Don't you dare
it's-
call Chloe
can quit
addicted.
any
She works
time.
normal
It's-
hours that are expected of her as part of TACMED.
Exactly.
Says one fucking workaholic to another.
Shut the fuck up!
Alcoholism is
You guys gonna
bad.
take care of his
Don't
girlfriend or what?
drink.
Messed up. Why did you say shut? Oh, look who it is! Why was she yelling at us?
I was asking the question.
Hit
I
Well, I
was
guess we'll
done.
go.
I
You
am
are
platinum
That was a totally
insurance.
valid. Do they have platinum?
No,
Are you
They're
sure?
not her, they didn't ask.
I'm sure they don't have platinum. You can
Ah.
hit them.
Alright.
Don't actually. Don't
Anything-
actually. Don't actually.
Grandpa.
I do joke. I do comedy. I am a silly little guy who is in desperate need of medical attention.
Oh, Graham,
That's
you're
true,
so
well, you-
silly.
I am just a good little boy who happened to
Yeah.
get throat ripped out by a
So
mountain
many-
lion and
Ow,
blew up
ow,
car.
ow. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, it's been a rough day for you, Grandpa.
Yes, but it is okay because I was force-fed an entire bottle of moonshine,
Oh, yeah,
Alright.
that'll do you.
Let's go to Los Santos
including the
Customs then.
glaze earlier.
Hey, do you wanna join us for vehicle repairs there, Grandpa?
Yeah.
Yes, I will need my car repaired.
Yeah, there you
Or
go.
are we going to Los Santos Customs first?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. for
Now
the
with you.
Yeah, the Ambo. Yeah.
All right. I
Have
am
you
fine with
seen
this.
how Chloe drives? Of course she needs it.
Yes, it is genetic.
Ow.
That makes a
Yeah.
lot of sense.
Yeah,
now,
that makes a
There's
lot
a
of
But it
reason.
is
sense.
okay because I drive so good if I get a beer.
Oh,
Surprisingly,
really? Little
alcohol
Rose
makes me
Cruise,
drive
yeah.
better. So
Yeah.
we need to get Chloe freaking wasted.
No, absolutely
Alright.
and
not.
then give her the
Well,
drive
I
and
don't
she will
drink.
do good. You don't drink and that is why you drive so bad.
Who
I
doesn't
mean,
have
to
their
be fair, you
seatbelt
drive
on?
like you're drunk. You drive like you're drunk
Hey.
sober.
I
It is
know.
like
Getting
it is
better.
like switch,
I didn't even recognize
switch
it, yeah.
installed upside down.
Yeah, I would just waste all of my money on myself.
Yeah. How you guys doing?
Good.
Hello.
We're just hanging out with burnt patient.
Oh.
We just need a repair.
All
He's
right.
fine.
Is he?
Here's the key.
okay?
I'm
He's
okay. I
fine.
have
Yeah,
just
he's
been a
fine.
bit crisped.
Yeah, he just blew up.
Focus
Nothing
on-
major.
All right.
You guys came here before the hospital?
Yeah, of
Yes.
course.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
And
my
don't have any
grandpa.
doors.
Listen, if the ambulance goes up, then no one is going hospital.
He's my grandpa. So,
Throws patient on
oh,
he
shoulder.
wanted to come.
Yes,
Oh
she
my
said
God.
that
Flip.
she would kill me next time I
Isn't that
die.
amazing?
Ooh,
Yeah,
I
that's why
like
he's
that
a wizard.
phone.
that was pretty good.
Yeah.
You're.
Grandpa, I'm gonna be honest. It's really weird seeing you dressed up in this whole outfit for once.
It is themed
Oh, does
for
not
my
normally look
car.
like this?
No, he normally
I
is
have
dressed
cool,
up in a.
sick-ass wizard robes.
Yeah, he normally wears a wizard hat.
Wait, what's his
And-
name? I met him the other day. It's,
Grimlock.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
When you were grinding your van on the center median.
Oh yeah, when it got stuck on the center median and the wheels popped.
Alright, I'm
Yeah,
taking
that
this
sounds
back.
about right.
There was a lot more wrong with that thing than the wheels being popped. That thing was fucked up.
Do you see where I get it from?
We're over here right now
No.
until we go to the south.
No excuse.
Get what from? You're like a
Bob
sane,
is
normal
awake.
individual.
Just hit me up.
No, I
Oh,
mean
you mean
driving.
the... You're not that bad of a driver.
What?
You're not that bad of a driver.
Yeah, you're worse.
Oh.
Callum is worse. He actually lived up to
No.
the expectation that I had.
Did you
No.
just insult my granddaughter?
No. It's called honesty.
Alright.
We value it here at TACMET.
Honesty is important virtue. It is on the opposite end of the 7 deadly sins, which include loitering and jaywalking.
Jaywalking is
Let me
not
back this
sin
up for
or
you.
crime.
Jaywalking is of the devil. And if you
No, it's
jaywalk,
not.
you are the only walking you're doing is straight into the arms of
Alright,
Satan.
throws patients in.
Because I don't have as much driving practice,
He's always flying a fucking helicopter.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, also,
But
like,
it-
this is... I'm
Look
gonna
at
be
those
honest,
silly
driving
alarms.
these ambulances is probably the most I've ever driven a single vehicle in my life.
You're fucking kidding.
They're
No,
gonna get better
basically.
with time. Eventually.
Yeah, I got my driver's license when I turned 18, and I've used it maybe like
And it's been
all of
downhill
a
ever
couple
since.
dozen miles, and then I got this job, and now I'm on 1,800 miles. Oh, okay. Aircraft, on the other hand, I've flown thousands of miles.
I have flown an aircraft. I'm
That's
living
Taxi
your
123
dream.
Eclipse. 147 non-critical is
How long did it
platinum.
take you to crash it?
I
First
didn't
unit to
crash
sound
it.
off is
I
coming
jumped
with
out
me to
of it.
Grapeseed and Valkyrie.
Laid on hot concrete for a
No!
whole day before I was found.
No!
Hey,
You have
What?
grandpa to
they
take
don't
care
want, they're
of.
not giving me the
Okay.
ID for insurance.
No.
Right.
Give me your ID. Freeze.
I know
Freeze.
that voice. I know that voice.
Go for lethal.
Who was that?
Ah, Piper Eggs.
Oh,
Ah.
goddamn bitch.
Oh,
She still hasn't
Charge
gotten you a
Piper
dinner,
X.
has she?
No. Let me call her.
Okay.
Can you put her on speaker? I need to have a word with her.
Yeah.
Is there a
Hello?
way I can charge her extra for evading
Hello.
charges?
It's
What?
me, Piper Big.
Hey
Hello,
there,
Piper
Piper.
Beg. What is your boyfriend name?
P-pop, I don't have a boyfriend. Ha ha ha!
That's fine. I'll charge Piper.
I do not have boyfriend!
Hello,
Stop
what is your
asking.
husband name?
Do not have husband!
What is... Hello, what is
Hello?
your boy toy name?
Not boy toy!
I'm the
Not-
fiance.
Not,
What is
shut
fiance's
up, man.
name?
He does not have name. I objectify him. He is better
Good,
than
you should.
than
He is
Stan.
man after
I'm
all.
just
Does
an
he
item.
cook?
Yeah, he is man. Oh
he cook?
shit!
You wanna go to Grapeseed?
Yeah, that.
Yeah, sure, man.
Come on.
I'll go with you.
Second elevator. Here we go.
TACMET
131.
PD, I'm gonna need someone down to City Hall who's been shot.
Ain't no joke.
Yep, time for we'll have a unit heading that way shortly. Dispatch 131 plus 1, transitioning to Valkyrie 76 to Grapeseed. Another unit, as soon as you're available, feel free to attend the City Hall call.
I think this is the second time I've been in Valkyrie.
You can take your time. It's that fucking clown again.
Ah, got it. The city is burning indeed. Also, Tomba, thank you so much for the follow. Hello, hello, hello. And Bootleg Red. Sorry, I think I missed you. Apologies about that. I'm a horrible streamer. How could I? Well, have you ever used a camera on Valkyrie?
I have, yeah. The first time I was in Valkyrie, it was with Chloe, and she did make sure I at least was familiar with the camera.
But
Texting 176 to the call at the courthouse.
10-4, thank you. Aw, that's fine. Have a good night. Appreciate it. It is. Oh yeah, it is 5 a.m. Yeah. Wow, you're on the same time zone as me. That's a rarity.
So cool. Eventually, I do want to get some pilot's training in.
Well, do you have any idea how to fly, or is it all new to you and you'd have to learn from scratch?
So I think the problem is more that the controls on these consoles just really suck, and I kind of just want to tear them out and plug like a.
Yeah, you can do that, but you gotta bring your own. They are not. We do not provide controllers for flying helicopter ourselves. You gotta buy your own.
Fair enough, yeah. So.
I use the joystick and all the normal buttons. It's fine. It's just you should stop being baby.
True. I only see the two.
But just keep gun out. If anyone's running towards you with knife, just aim at them. They will scare off. Dispatch Valkyrie 23 Grapeseed call.
I fucking told you to come in the helicopter. Oh, we're fucked.
It's
We're
not
never
even
gonna
that
financially
far.
recover from this.
There's so much money to
Oh,
ride in
oh.
the helicopter.
Well.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh.
Alright, since you two are so miserable, would you like a little life hack?
Yeah.
Field treatment is cheaper than getting a flyback from helicopter.
Oh shit. But wait, is it?
Field
'Cause-
treatment is cheaper than
Yeah.
flyback with helicopter. It's like half
We'll
the
do
price.
that
option.
I mean, all they did was fucking stab me in the arm a few times.
Yeah, let me take a look.
Yeah.
Well, you look cut up. Yep, keep a lookout. Thank you, Sydney. You're doing great. It's a very hostile zone, so. Oh yeah, and I have to treat you a hazard fee as well for having us come here to place with crazy farmers with knives. I guess if we get lucky and there's not a single farmer running at me, I don't really feel hazardous, so I won't charge it.
Hey, that's a positive.
Oh, I think.
Alright, that's some medicine and bandage on them. I will take both of your IDs now.
Yeah, sure. It's Axel Cooper.
Can I see paper?
It's in my wallet, so I can't pull it out.
Oh my god. Why do you have ID in
Yeah.
your wallet? Just keep it out. Put everything else
Because
in wallet.
that's what fucking wallets are for.
Well, it is
right?
difficult to pull it the fuck out when you get stabbed by angry farmers, so why don't you be a big
Yeah,
boy and
well,
carry
what do
ID
you
in
want
your
me to
pocket
do?
like
I
normal
can't
people?
fucking do it if it stays. I'm gonna use the wallet for what it's supposed to be used for. Oh, hey, you be careful on that ground. It's full of compost. Yeah, there you go. It's me.
I wonder if that qualifies as a hazard fee right there.
No.
Your pockets are electrocuted. I try to put your wallet back in and it makes me go.
Oh my god. I'm electrifying. I'm electrifying.
I kind of like seeing that.
Well, let's see if your pockets are electrocuted as well. Let's have this done first. Axel Cooper.
Where's me?
Rangers attack med.
Go for attack med?
We've got 5 down individuals down by Greenwich Parkway. It's on this barge.
Oh, fuck! No!
Damn it,
No!
you ruined it, you fucking asshole!
Shit!
Yeah,
What?
could you, we
No!
currently don't have
No!
any units available. Is
No!
there any chance to self-transport?
Okay, there, yeah, okay.
Sydney?
So you want us to self-transport?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
Able to. If not,
They kind of snuck up from behind me now.
I guess we can
They
figure
were
something out,
yelling!
but it'll be like
Yeah.
5
We were
minutes.
screaming!
Yeah, we,
I thought they were
we're not
screaming at
able
you
to
for,
self-transport
like,
because
messing with them some
there's
more.
5 of them, unfortunately.
Alright, well, I would charge you hazard fee, but it's not your fault, it's Sydney's fault.
Alright,
so-
yeah, 196 will
Thank you,
76.
If only you could charge us.
They said they don't mind waiting, if we take a couple trips.
Let me take a look at this.
But,
Okay, I'll just, I'll head down there with an ambulance.
okay, alright, thank you.
Ow! Motherfucker kicked me right in the face.
You should be thankful it's the
I'm wondering if you just have a vibrator in your pocket and maybe that's what's going on.
What is vibrator?
Or it
It's a
changed
thing
your
that
life.
vibrates.
Ah, that makes sense. Why would I need that?
To vibrate.
Vibrate what?
Do you enjoy pleasure?
What? Alright, paperwork time.
JJ, you didn't pee yourself yet, did you?
No, I said I was gonna hold it.
Thank you. Because I'm still downstream.
Yeah, I know. I'm, you know.
I've got a white shirt on, it will turn yellow
I'm
if
not
you do it.
I'm not gonna pee. Don't worry.
Don't pee.
I'm
No
not
pee.
gonna. I'm said I'd wait. Also, it'd be really hard to get out of these pants. So I don't really want to ruin the
You
pants.
need help taking them off?
Don't you have like a zipper at the front?
No, I mean if I peed in them, it'd be really
Alright,
like
Sydney, help lady up.
awful.
Batch 19676
Alrighty.
latest 547
Dealt with
Greenwich
all the cops
Parkway.
and stuff. Just help her up.
Okay.
Let me just double check this.
Yep. I sure am a lady that's been helped
I
up.
said, Sydney, help lady up. Who do you think I was helping, idiot?
3.
I don't really think that hard, so I'd
Alright. Oh, thank
say
you.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Anyway, you have car here? You want to ride back to
Thank-
hospital? It's free.
Thank you.
Alright.
No, I think we're good.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate.
Love you.
Dispatch, Valkyrie, skids up 76 back eclipse, no 47 patients treated on scene.
Alright, I'll look out for crazy farmers.
I feel like an important lesson there is even though people are behaving like jackasses, that's no excuse to neglect security.
Uh-huh. I could have been killed. If the man decided to stab me in back of neck instead of kicking me in the head, I would have died and it would have been on you. I was trusting in you. I was face first in MDT doing important paperwork and you just let a crazy half-naked old man just walk up on me and fucking try to kill me.
It'll never happen again.
I love him so much. I missed him from.
ID number?
We're gonna have to.
They use fucking knives and glass, a lot of things.
Okay, well, like
So I
PD
get
requested us to take her to Bolingbrook, so for treatment, and then I kind of don't know what they're expecting for that, so just contact PD and bring her up to Bolingbrook.
If they're not coming, we're not taking her to Bolingbrook.
I think they are coming, you just have to contact them first.
Sounds like someone's not doing their job.
I'm trying to think, and I think that's actually the first
Dispatch 19623 to Greenwich Parkway.
Did you wrap a little bandage on her as well?
I did, yes.
Good. Alright. Don't worry about buying medical supplies. I wrote both invoices, so I'll buy your medkit as well. And bandage.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That's for like the paper trail matching.
Yep. I did all the paperwork, so I also did all the purchases, so that when we look back, you know, we have, oh, Marianette bought 2 medkits, we look back, oh, 2 field treatments. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
No need to dig deeper, you know, look in invoice. Oh, who used whose medkit? Blah blah blah. Nah, unnecessary. Well, 323 Eclipse, no 47s.
Hey, ain't that the truth?
Damn it, I keep forgetting about that stupid.
It's fine, I locked.
Okay.
Going down. No, Marianette is not the loudest eater ever. There's nicotine. Also, there's Judy. Judy eats. See, that's louder. There you go.
Thank you, ma'am.
We've done as much as we can before we have to build them. Yeah, if we can't build them, then
what's going on
it's
here?
as much as we can
We
do.
can build her.
No, we can't find her.
She doesn't have identification. She won't.
All
give
right,
us
she was
her
just
government
here.
name.
It's the same person. All right, let's get her. Is she at 95?
Yes. Do you have her
Alright.
ID?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I have the old medical record, so it's Vex something.
That's not her.
Oh yeah, that's me.
That's not Vex. That's someone else.
Oh, that's me. Oh,
Dispatch
well, that's my name. You can build that again.
547's non-critical.
Just send it. Put it on the tab.
Well, Trooper, we'll
This
go
is-
ahead and treat her, and then you'll find out who it is. Yes.
At some point, maybe.
Okay.
I have no way to identify her. She
All right, we better
refuses
go
to
down
give
the
an
garage.
ID or
Help
state
out
of
Oh,
with
so we're
anything else.
all right. So we're treating, transporting to the Bolingbrook, and leaving to rot. Yes.
That's what I was gonna do.
All right, good.
Oh, I don't feel so good.
And let's administer this IV.
I'll go downstairs and
Doctor,
help.
start working on the gunshot wounds.
Oh.
Let's get rid of that. It throws gauze away. And clean all of that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you want better stuff?
No, I'm just glad I'm being treated. I thought I was gonna die. Oh, little old peekaboo. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's the stuff.
You're supposed to make less noise, not more noise.
Oh.
Don't
Oh,
let me give you
Peekaboo's
more.
used
You
to
will
this
not be
stuff.
able to stand for a week.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, in this case, if you do not know identity, I don't think we have to care too much about charging them. Like, we make enough
Oh.
money as it is. We can sweep one under the rug while you deal with finding out who it is.
I'm Peekaboo.
Yeah, okay, but what is legal name?
Peekaboo.
Alright, did you change it legally to Peekaboo? Ah, so sounds like someone didn't do what they're supposed to do, so it is not your legal name. So get the fuck out with Peekaboo, because Peekaboo is not a real
No.
person.
I shredded all my original identity documents 20 years ago.
You don't look 20 years old.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's the clown makeup.
Probably.
But you don't really
there's
know what
makeup.
it
I
looks
didn't
like under
even
this
notice.
mask. Oh, am I? Oh no. Oh no. My head.
Do you need me to help you?
Oh, my head.
Yeah, let me just put this back on. There we go. No, that's not the, no. Eh. Merry Christmas.
I'm guessing she just passed out.
Ah, no. Usually you can tell when they pass out. This is more like ignoring face.
Yeah, it looks like she passed out to me.
Nah, no. You see this reaction? The Poke's patient? Yeah, this wouldn't have happened if she passed out. She's,
And my
And-
officers are getting shot at.
oh,
And
well,
I'm stuck dealing with this.
you're fine. We'll leave door closed. Fine.
No, it's okay.
Are you sure? That's a lot of 13 alphas.
I can't expect you to hold on.
Dispatch
to her for
checking
long
to
term. We're gonna
headed
come
to
here
the
after
latest
anyway.
13-8.
So.
Well,
it's
we're
fine.
actively saving her life. It's not like she's detained here. How many badges?
I don't know.
Three badges total.
Down 4, thank you.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Oh, look at those cuffs. They're so flimsy. They're falling off. Boop.
Oh, I think I am high.
Yeah, you are. What's going on?
Oh. Hello.
Get in bed.
Am I real?
No.
Is this real?
No.
Oh.
Of course not.
Oh my god.
Explain to me what you're saying.
Oh.
And I will tell you exactly why you are wrong.
My hand. Whoa. Oh, I feel better.
Dispatch checking
Oh
to
wait.
Gonna be,
No, I
station
feel.
number
Oh no, I feel better. Oh yeah.
Well, at least you'll be docile on the ride over.
Oh yeah, baby. Ooh.
Yeah,
Give me
well,
some of that.
She
good
isn't
stuff.
she isn't bleeding anymore, so you don't need our help transporting.
Now I have troopers being kidnapped as well.
Yeah, well,
Oh yeah.
do you want
We
some
can
help
call
with
this a
transport?
wash, and I'll just. Oh, I want a lawyer, by the way, since I'm being arrested.
Tech bed from PD, you're clear to move.
Thank you.
10-4.
Oh yeah.
188 is 10-8.
Whenever she's ready.
Yeah. I mean, look, she's not back to 100, but you know we're no miracle workers. We can't save that,
Oh,
so
yeah.
this will have to stay.
Oh, yeah.
She is no longer in pain.
This
The
isn't
bleeding
that
has
bad. It looks
ceased.
better than one of the other officers I
yeah.
work with.
Ah, good. Which one?
Yeah, the ugly one.
Oh, which one?
Hey, could I get that mask back? Oh, that's my face that you put there. I have rights, you know.
I don't have your mask.
Miss Officer, ma'am. Oh. Do you think that I got my mask back? You kinda stole my face. Imagine if I was a Dementor. That's what cops are like. They come in and they steal our cops' faces. Oh, what's happening? Oh, I can't
Those
move.
are called shackles.
Yep, those are called shackles.
Okay. Can I have a lawyer now?
Oh.
Stop eating through mask.
I'm squishing it through my mask.
Stop eating through mask. You're getting mask dirty. We have enough mangles in laundry already.
Hey, what are you Takamid people? Let me talk to you real quick.
Hello, clown.
Hey, real quick.
How's it going?
So one of your Takamid friends was asking if I had an ID, and I tried to look in my pockets and I showed up here. Can you tell them that I'm just gonna wait here for him?
Dispatch, TAC team, one of your clowns has been snatched off by a jealous medical team and is at Eclipse.
That was an accident.
Oh, 10-4.
No, don't worry, it's not your fault. It's not like you magically decide to teleport here. It's the local team doesn't get much use now that we have so many people working at TACMID, so sometimes they get jealous and just snatch patients from us and bring them to Eclipse themselves.
Of course.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, look, since you're being so honest, we're going to charge you the transport fee anyway.
To Eclipse with 147.
Okay.
Here, have some tomatoes.
Oh, thank you. My name's Mumbles Fumbles.
Eat them quick. They're gonna go bad soon.
Okay.
Critical.
If I open my box, I'm not gonna get transported. Am I?
Dispatch
You're good.
196-23 Eclipse. 4 to 5.
Ooh, tomato.
47, non-critical.
I got blown up, and then drowned.
You look okay.
Thanks.
Dash 20, tagged into 23 at
gonna get up now.
137, critical.
I'm just gonna take a seat somewhere and just wait.
Yeah, don't worry, they're coming.
Okay.
Yeah, she did. That's the joke. Oh yeah. Thankfully, it's easy to tell you apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one attractive, and then.
Oh.
I know she's talking about me.
Nah, I know she's talking about me. Sure, mess.
Excuse me?
Yeah, no, it's fine. We can leave that to debate.
Well, we will.
Yeah. Well, at least we know there's one crazy one and one sane one.
Oh, listen to yourself, hon. You're the crazy one.
Yeah, listen to yourself all the time, hon.
I do.
Sashay, Shantae, Panther on the runway.
Yeah, these ones have been blown up, I believe.
I can't right now.
Gag. Who's Karen? Hello, Platinum Insurance holder.
Hello.
I mean, what would you prefer?
95?
It's about time you showed up.
I don't know. Yeah.
What do you mean you don't know? You're being trooper from 13 Alpha Scene and you don't know if you're carrying 95s?
Hello.
Hi, Mumbles. This is Chloe
we're
Station.
not there's one.
Hi. I tried to look into my
Oh,
pocket and
wait,
they threw up here.
Trent, wait. We don't have an ID on that one.
One Can I see your
ID,
ID,
So I'm gonna put you right here. Carefully.
I haven't done.
Trooper who's injured. Quick question, are those clowns 95s?
They're not
I have
95s.
no idea.
They're not 95.
How?
Please, Trooper, who was injured.
Thank
you.
I don't know. Rangers picked him up. Okay.
I have an ID now.
I know your name. Hold
She's
on
the
one second.
same.
You can
I
go
think
here.
two gunshot wounds.
I don't know what's in my
She
pocket.
had some burns and bruising. Vehicle
Alright, so
explosion.
you're dumb and don't know how to use ID.
I have his
Oh.
ID.
I'm a little dumb.
We handled it. I got his
You are
ID
little
now.
dumb.
Take the vest
Thank
off
you
the
for
field.
showing your identification,
Yeah.
Mr.
You're
What's his
welcome.
name again? Chatterbox?
I don't
It's
know.
104-339
What? I
Chatterbox.
can't read.
No, it's Chatterbox.
Yeah,
104-339.
Correct.
It's gonna have, I promise, it's for the
Dude,
better.
what?
Chloe said there's no ID for that one on the floor.
Yeah, we don't have an ID for that one yet. Hold on.
Alright,
Mumbles, why are you trampling him?
Why do you leave patients on floor?
There you
I
go.
love tomatoes. Thank you.
Enjoy. Eat it quick. It's gonna go bad soon.
Okay, I'll eat it right now.
Okay, can someone do the paperwork for
Christmas.
Chatterbox?
Oh, thank you.
Birthday party in here.
I got it. I got
Better
it.
than
I
taking
got it.
lives. That's for
No, I'm
damn
about-
sure.
You did
It's a
fill out
wonderful
paperwork?
day.
Paperwork?
Yeah,
Okay.
I got
Well,
it.
let's have a
Yeah.
look-see.
All right, what's your name?
Hey, Tazzy,
It's
Tazzy, I
Kurt
didn't get an ID
Jarkins.
for that
I
one
ain't got
either.
no ID though.
He's gonna give you a fake name like 3 or 4 times.
Ah, you can look it up. It's Kurt Jarkins. A picture of me pop right up.
We don't get pictures in our system.
I feel
Ah, well,
great.
it'll be me.
Do you?
Eat them quick.
No, I don't. I'm gonna lie back down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me.
Liar.
Okay, sweetie, do you have a name? An ID?
Liar.
Mumbles,
Clown.
get away from me.
Doesn't
Can you
feel
just show me your
great.
ID?
Hey, Mumbles, if you roll a 1, you have to use it.
Roll a one.
If you're all one?
Out of what?
Don't make me go up and grab my flamethrower.
I don't think Mumbles has the guts anyway, officer. Though.
Are you sure?
Oh shit! I fell out Jones into the bed, but I'll still stand right here till you get
sure
blamed
about
for
that?
Yeah, I'm sure, Mumbles. I'm more than sure.
What if I just use it on him, officer?
I'm not an officer.
Wiggled like a worm.
Go ahead, try it.
No, I dare you to do it.
What do you mean try? What do you mean
Well,
try?
he's
You're gonna
my
shoot me if I do it?
he's a patient in my active care. I'm allowed to use self-defense to kill you if you try to kill
Thank you,
him.
thank you very much. I feel great now, and I'll be leaving, but I really appreciate it.
Some bitch.
Hi, Maria.
I knew you know what, Mumbles? I knew Stumbles was the better one, because Stumbles would have did it.
Alright, sweetie, you're all good to go.
Hello,
Thank you so
buddy, dude.
much.
He's driving. He
Of course,
fucking hit
man.
like a pie hole or something. We did a front flip, landed in some water. That bitch bust before it hit the floor. But then we landed in the water. It put
Hey.
us out.
Well, that's good.
Hey.
You have nice slippers.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. That's sweet of you. I like your hat.
Thank you.
Yeah, that thing's badass. I feel like you could hide a sandwich in that motherfucker. Nobody'd know.
I do.
Oh, you gangster. I like it.
Hey, baby.
Oh, fucking hey.
You're all looking very.
Yeah, never asked me to do that.
Oh,
Did you get his name yet?
Hey.
The warrant
Is that his actual
number.
Have you filled it?
What seems to have happened to you today? Sorry, Twinkles, was it?
Yeah.
I'm doing something smart.
We just got shot over. What is the warrant number?
So, influx of clowns refusing to give us their government names. So, when we find their government names, put it in a little spreadsheet that I'm gonna spread around TechMed and Sam's. So if they just say their clown name, then we'll know exactly who it is. It'll be like a clown database.
Well, they are learning and they are starting to use their IDs. They just don't say the name out loud. So I think the issue has solved itself.
Okay.
Yeah, it's because those clowns are new. They are slowly learning what the old clowns have already learned. Is that it's easier to just show us ID and just pretend like like the name is inaccurate, and then we silently use the real name. But
Yeah.
go with the fake name.
That is a good point.
Yeah. But good idea.
Yeah.
Why are you hiding?
Huh? Oh, no,
Why
I
are you
was just
hiding? You look cool.
Anyway. Oh yeah.
Doesn't Lucy look cool?
I got a good fit. Oh, 1 minute. I was trying to swap my. There we go.
She does look cool.
Yeah,
So
I thought this
practical.
hat kind of similar to
Mhm.
the EMS cap, but hey, this should say TACMED cap. But yeah.
I'm gonna start a database of clowns.
That's what I was just doing.
Oh my god, you're a
I
genius,
was just
Sissy, thank
telling
you.
Mario about that.
Yeah, but I was saying it's probably not gonna be needed because those are new clowns and they're already learning what all clowns have learned, which is to show us their ID, so they never have to say the name out loud, and we just roll with the fake name.
Yeah, that's true.
And, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, look,
That's true.
The biggest troublemaker, it only took him like 10 hours to decide that it's not worth to pretend his name isn't real.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
He already ran, so yeah, it should be all good.
Yeah. Did we get...
Yeah.
There was 1, 2, 3 chatterbox ones that we didn't get built.
No, he did.
Did we get all of them?
She also said
I built Chatterbox.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
Maybe they should have made it so only existing clowns could have been have rights, because there's so many more now.
That was only for one. There was he got at least 2 other ambulance rides today.
Yep, alright, well it's 104-339. Jagger
Got it.
Garrity, if you want to catch up with that.
True
Chloe, did Twinkles get an
One more lap.
What?
Hello.
Twinkles get an ambulance right
Hello.
Yep.
Oh, excuse me, sweetie.
He got blown?
He's hurt. He needs help.
He got blown? Did you blow him? Did you blow him? Be honest, did you blow him?
I blew him. But I
Yeah,
blew
you
him
blew him.
only because.
Pretty, can you help? He got
Wait.
blown. Don't get in.
course
What are
I
you doing
can.
trying to crawl in bed while being carried?
Sorry.
You
Get in the
Weirdo.
bed.
Weirdo. Weirdo. Get in
Talking
bed,
to me?
weirdo. Get in bed, weirdo. There you go.
Mumbles, do it!
No, it's okay. I'll do it.
It might have been a failsafe on the MDT just in case.
Alright, sweetie, what
You
happened
guys
to you
doctors?
today?
Mumbles has a leaf blower and he blew me and it flew me into the wall.
Well, Chatterbox screamed at you and do it. Are you going to do it?
It was self-defense.
Well,
Okay, fine.
I smoked my forehead against the pavement.
Okay, well let's have a look at your forehead. Do you just mind flashing your ID really quickly?
Okay, listen. What if I don't do it?
Well, that's one way of putting it.
You have to flash me your ID.
But what if I don't?
And I'm gonna get really angry and eat you.
Well, you know, your wish is my command.
Tiffany, you got this one?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Oh dang. You good down there?
Don't worry, Mr. Chatterbox. Our TACMED staff is catching you up on all the past billings you have escaped up to this point.
Really?
Yeah.
True love, it's true, true love.
Do you have
oh,
money in your
baby.
bank account?
Oh, yuck, no, I got $1 million debt.
Well, about to be 2 million.
Oh,
Clean's forehead.
No.
right now?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so yet. That's right.
Yeah, but you know what
Yeah, I
happens
think,
when you hit rock
Well,
bottom?
they get treated.
I think threatening to just shove them in the
You can
bowling
only
broke
go up.
infirmary like Raw told me to do works.
That's not technically.
What?
We need executive powers to do
Yeah.
that.
Well, I mean, you know, we can. We were told by the DA and troopers that for these clowns, when this type of thing happens, we can just give them back to PD, bring them to Bolingbroke, and give them back into PD, and then they'll shove them in a cell until they're ready to comply. I guess.
Basically they cannot be
Yeah.
identified, so there's nothing we can do. So we
Right.
treat them for free because there's nothing we can do. We give them to PD. PD locks them up until they decide to give their identity away. There you go.
Yeah.
I'm telling all the
Oh,
clowns
okay.
your plan. And I got a gun.
It's our.
See you soon.
Uh-oh.
That's not our
Quick,
plan.
silence
It's
them.
PD's plan, you idiot.
PD can yuck up. Silence
I
them.
agree. Fuck PD. Put the gun away or get shot.
Got a gun.
Put the gun away or get shot.
Okay.
Good. Have a lovely day, Mr. Chatterbox.
Are they platinum insurance holder?
No, but they get hurt
course they're
like
not.
12 times a day, so it makes us more money.
Money.
Hello.
Everything good?
To be fair, I heard that.
Yeah, okay, there was a gunshot, so we just got, you know.
Nah, I didn't hear gunshot.
Oh, we're out front.
It's because I
run
have
goofy.
Christmas music playing really loudly in my helmet that's in my pocket, in my butt pocket.
Me and my friend do table doing shots to get past the big tuck flow.
I hate this clown stuff.
Yeah, it's already getting better.
Well, it's because it's new.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they're just, it's just like, the people that are taking advantage of it are like making fun of the clowns that are actually like,
That's how everything in the world works.
Yeah.
I know, I just hate it. I know it's how the world works, but I can still be upset about it.
Maybe it'll calm down in a week or two.
Oh yeah, no, it absolutely will. It'll only last a
It
couple
will.
days.
Yeah, it already calmed down. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Like, fucking kill me, whatever was happening 3 hours ago or 4. That was... Ugh.
Oh, I got kicked in the face.
Oh.
That was just the wind.
Did Maria just break her back? You good? Oh, okay. Oh my god.
Why would you do that?
Why wouldn't I do that?
Yeah, that's true.
God damn.
Dodge.
Ah, good
Oh.
job. That's a good job. Dodge.
Excuse me, coming through.
You're excused.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. No, okay.
Goodbye, you
Yeah,
left me up
fair
and
enough. It's
down.
getting bad.
Bye.
It's getting bad.
The girls one where you have.
Oh yeah.
Real
I can now colon 3 a lot easier.
You can now what?
I can now like nothing.
What do you mean?
Surgically altered so she can make cute faces at people simpler.
Yeah. I look so fucking bad.
I can't see. It's underneath your mask.
Oh, that is a good fucking point. Point check.
Oh my
Hey.
god, that's so cute.
That's
Kitty.
easy.
Don't encourage her.
What?
Please.
What's cute?
She's not ready
Oh.
a furry. How much more can it get?
I missed it.
Oh.
Little faces.
What? It's the same face you always make.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think you got me burning up, baby.
I have
damn.
to
You've got some
consider-
bigger
Britney's hours.
strength.
Britney's hours are yes.
Burning up for your love.
What is that expression
What?
supposed to convey?
Trent, what is wrong? What are you doing?
Your face
That's
is
my
just a mask of
1,000.
mystery.
That's my 1,000
Oh
yard
my
stare.
god. Lucky.
You have to witness some fucked up shit to do it.
Shut up.
That's true.
Making my way downtown. Walking
First it was your
fast.
pose, now it's your
Space
face.
is fast and I'm home now. Staring blankly ahead, making my way round.
Oh, good night. Oh, good morning. Wow. I learned this one a couple days ago.
If I could fall into the sky.
Lucky, thank you so much. Let me double check what that
It's-
actually was. But the fucking scream scares the shit out of me.
Wow, you know, for some reason I've never realized just how similar you two look. Whoa,
I
what
learned
the
this.
fuck?
I learned this technique.
Oh
Got
god
an
damn.
anti-gravity field over there.
Whoa.
I don't want to. Be upside down.
Maybe.
If anybody's head starts hurting or anybody starts puking, I'm calling a fucking priest.
Alright, so that's an hour and
And I
15
still
minutes
need
extra.
you.
I will go ahead and add it.
And I
don't
miss
know.
you. Oh, what's happened over there?
What?
Oh shit.
Yo, sup? I'm good. You got a handcuff key?
Handcuff kid? No.
Alright.
Fuck?
Alright.
Yeah.
Can you call
Yep,
PD
yep,
and just
yep,
come
yep,
get
yep,
me?
yep,
Yeah.
Sure.
Look for missing
Can I
officer.
do
Would a
it?
lockpick work?
Dispatch, PD from TACMED. We have officer at
I
Eclipse.
don't
He's
know.
handcuffed.
Try it. Fuck it. I don't care.
Units get to Eclipse. That'll be Bradshaw.
Nope.
Oh,
Yep, all good. They're on the way.
perfect. Perfect.
They were looking
How you guys
for
doing?
so they were very excited here.
I'm glad you're okay. I was
We're okay.
We got in the scene and
Just,
then
taking
Yeah,
a
I tried to
breather
press my
after
life
like-
alert, but apparently I can't when I'm fucking coughed, so that's real
Well,
cool.
yeah, where is your life alert
How
button,
are you gonna
silly?
reach
On
it?
your
Yeah,
radio.
it's
Can
on
you
your
reach
neck.
your radio?
Yeah.
Yeah, good
Yeah,
luck reaching that
yeah.
or handcuffs. Come on, you're feeling okay? Just handcuffs?
That's it's kind of cringe, but yeah,
Do you-
no, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm
Alright.
fine. I'm good. I just wanna get back to the PD. I got completely wiped, so
Yuck.
Well, they
just
didn't
gotta
take your uniform.
refill. Oh, they took about everything else. So
Oh well.
4 different people. 4
There you
different
go.
people went in me. Hey, what's up?
Hey, how you doing? Nice to see you.
Yep, just loot box Bradshaw here. Don't worry about it. See what they talk. Yep, fucking everything. Jesus Christ.
Damn, dude. That's like everything, or like.
Yeah, every PD thing that I have except my uniform and my
I'm with
MDT.
Bradshaw. He's cool for it. They.
All right, let's go.
Where is it
Let's
going?
go.
Is it Steve?
No.
Bo?
Back the hell away.
Yep.
We're not allowed
What
to
was
wear
that
cat ears
officer's
on
name?
duty.
Bradshaw.
Are you telling my staff what to do?
No, I'm just
What was it
giving
again?
you a reminder.
Should be Bradshaw.
That
I don't wanna
Yeah.
get her to get.
Bo
That's what they said on the
Bradshaw.
radio.
He's cosplaying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Ah.
Catwoman.
I mean, you know, she's your staff, so
She's
I would never tell her what to do.
Is that not coming up?
No, not this one.
Steve Bradshaw.
Nope, he said not Steve.
What the?
I fucking Steve? He is Steve. Okay, so he fucking lied to me, dick.
I don't know why you do that.
It's called false identification, but it's not a crime because I'm not an LOA. LEO, sorry.
Ow.
That's stupid.
That shit need to be
So the
updated.
government official. You saying if like a judge was like, "Hey, identify yourself," they wouldn't have to?
Yep.
What the fuck? Are you practicing your grapefruit technique?
You talking to me?
I hate you referenced that. I wish I forgot
That's one of the
that
focus
video.
with the hand movements and shit.
Oh god, what's happening?
Hi, I'm
Catwoman.
Catwoman. Hi, Brittany.
Hi, Miranda.
Hello.
I'm Catwoman.
Hello.
It's a good cosplay.
I am a satisfied woman.
Hey, baby. What are you doing?
Rawr. Rawr.
Rawr.
What?
Meow.
Is this what we've been with those two is making cat noises at each
What
other?
did you do? Tell me.
We don't want to know how I make
What am I eating? Just a sandwich.
Oh my god, can I? No, I want to know what the tea. What's the tea? What did you do?
If only. If only.
Oh my god, I just realized we hit whatchamacallit. We hit 2,300 followers. Yeah. 2.5K when?
I got a
in
new badge.
20
Let me
days,
check if he's
probably.
okay. Oh, the dates are fixed on it now. Rather than saying
Yeah,
zero.
it's because the expiration is now in January.
Oh.
It was only fucked up on the expiration date, not the issued.
Oh, okay.
Lucy, can you get picture in uniform for badge?
Why is cute?
We'll take cute photo in uniform.
Why? I got kitty ears in that one.
Alright.
It's not obscuring my face.
Alright. It's a badge for your job. I want you to be dressed for job in badge.
Aww.
I will allow you to take picture with Cat your son. But you have to have uniform on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm gonna go upstairs and do that now.
Party time.
Is that expression?
What do you mean? I'm not slim. Oh, that's weird. Like, I've never was able
Does
to
anybody
change
here
my
actually
weight
get
over
laid?
my... I was never able to change my
I'm
weight over
asexual.
my
Wait, what?
life. Like, doesn't matter how
Devastating
little or
feeling.
how much I ate. I was
I was
always the
asking
same
if
weight. I
anybody
was
here actually got laid or not.
technically overweight,
know.
but I'm big
Yeah,
built.
who knows? Chloe?
And I was pretty
no
muscular when I was younger, so it, like, I wasn't actually overweight. I was more like, you
I
know,
basically
rugby
live
player
on
built.
cigarettes,
But
Taco Bell, and
yeah, a
regrets.
few months ago, I was,
Yeah, it sounds
you
about
know, I
right.
lost my job. I stopped working my sex job because I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'm done. And I was very much in debt and
Maria,
was
you
not
getting
able,
tail?
not able to afford food for a few months. And during that time, that was the first time in my life that I actually lost weight, and I'm just not gaining it back. I'm not eating a lot. My stomach has adjusted itself to barely any food, so now I just eat once a day, normal dinner or breakfast or something, and it's all I need, and I'm feeling alright. I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
I'm not slim. That's the fun part. I'm not slim. I'm definitely not slim. Everyone thinks I'm slim because they're used to seeing me, you know, a lot chubbier.
Hey, I'm taking a
So my-
poll. Do any of your doctors get laid too?
All of
Oh,
constantly.
absolutely. The doctors
Constantly.
100%. All
But,
the
but
time.
who though? Each other? Or do you have like boyfriends or something?
Patience.
Oh, just that. Yeah,
Wait, what did she
patience. Yeah,
ask?
patience.
Oh,
Do we
okay.
get laid?
Oh yeah, I have a husband. I'm
Yeah,
married.
She has a
married
husband.
Yeah, I'm married to Bertha Darling. If you met him.
Oh, Bertha. Yeah, I met Bertha.
Yeah, he's a doctor. I'm married to him.
Oh,
Yeah,
great. I
he's
didn't know
great.
that.
He's gay.
Yeah.
he's also
she's very
homosexual.
confused right now. Yeah.
No, trust me, we're in love.
Oh, what kind of love?
Really, really, really love. We have hot, steamy sex.
Are the lights normally on or?
Yeah.
And
Oh no, I fuck him with a strap on.
oh, okay, that clears up a lot of things.
Oh,
actually.
so
That makes a lot of
and
sense.
he doesn't give you eye contact during that deed.
Oh yeah,
Well, you gotta hit it from the back.
I learned
Oh.
from that is earlier today. Pegging.
You
Fun.
just learned that today?
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah, I
Who-
thought that would be like
who did you
your
learn
whole
that
scheme,
with?
Maria.
Someone came here and explained, you know.
I think my vehicle needs to be cleaned.
Yeah, it's about having a gun and
spit
having
on
it
it or
strapped
cry
to
on
your hip. I was like, yeah, I have guns strapped to my hip, yeah.
Oh yeah. Me too.
The little
We all carry that shit on us, am I right, ladies?
Are you doing it too?
Exactly.
Who put this on the monitor?
Who do you think? Who keeps touching the monitor?
Is this a reference to Ginny and Georgia?
Why are you asking? What are you asking? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
The Ginny, have you seen like?
Oh,
the
they was
Ginny
just
and
being
Georgia,
gross
like,
at each other in the
text messages
garage,
where it's
so
like,
I
are
was
you
thinking about
doing
it.
too? I'm doing it. Are you doing
How
it
much
too?
horny shit
I love
happens
Ginny and Georgia. I
amongst
need
the
season 3
not
ASAP.
same step. I feel like most of them ain't actually fucking anybody.
Miranda, are you sure you don't?
Oh no, the horny doctors are fucking people all the time.
Oh yeah,
I'll
the whole
have it if
doctors.
she don't
Yeah,
want
of
it.
course. That makes more
Horny.
sense.
Yeah. Well, Tachmed, no. Tachmed doesn't
horny,
get
okay.
much action. I don't
Pac-Man
believe.
does not fuck.
They don't have time to fuck. They have to work.
We have no
True.
time to fuck. You would think, like, we'd have some opportunities if it was quiet. We have an ambo, just park up in an alleyway somewhere, have a quickie or two.
Really?
Have a bed in the back of a
Is that
fucking
healthy?
movable vehicle.
Is that good?
There's a bed in Valkyrie too.
That's true. But you
The same
can't
one
fly
has
and
an
fuck at the same
ambulance.
time, Chloe.
Yeah, you can park Valkyrie just about anywhere though.
That's true. That is true.
Actually, Valkyrie is pretty good at staying level. If you fly high enough, you have about like 10 minutes before it, comes
That's
crashing
true.
down.
That's enough time. That's enough time.
As long as you don't,
Uh,
bunk the
well,
controls on the, while you're busy, and just send yourself flying into
true.
ocean.
There. That's true.
Probably
Yeah.
also just
Careful
find a
with
real secluded spot pretty easily.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, you just
I
can land it
still
on
don't
the
know
side
what
of a
sex is.
mountain.
Silence on the radio and on person. Everyone congratulate Miranda Shingles to her promotion to attending doctor of San Andreas Medical Services for Eclipse Medical Hospital team.
Congratulations!
I hear I'm on the radio. Don't worry.
Congrats. Yeah, no, for real. You were such a good doctor. Congratulations, Miranda.
Oh, that's so exciting.
Thank you
Oh, let's be real. This was super long overdue.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. Can I
Hell
cry?
yeah.
What is sex?
No.
It's so earned, yeah, but there's no crying in the hospital.
Well, you see, when two people love each other very much, they finger bang.
I'm not
So it feels
crying.
really good.
I only love overseer.
So you want to bang the overseer?
I don't know. That sounds violent.
Oh no, it's
I
not
would never
violent.
hurt
Unless
the
sometimes people
overseer.
like that.
Okay.
No, think of it
Overseer
like
likes
it
to
can.
get hard.
No, 20 seconds in the stairwell is pretty
That's what I was gonna say. Some people like that. They like a little bit of pain with their pleasure. So, but it's normally about making them feel good. But like sometimes it hurts a little bit when it feels good.
I love making my friends feel good.
Creepy, but yeah, sure. Yeah,
Alright,
that's
hop
some
on
sweet.
in.
Wait, why'd your voice go all like tee?
Alright,
No.
You're not very tee normally,
I love
Oh, see, like that?
Ignore the
Ooh.
legs, just,
Yeah.
hopped in.
I don't know.
What do you mean see?
Oh, I don't know if I like
Didn't
that.
you just talk about voice? How do you see voice?
My friends can do whatever they want to me.
See, that's
What?
That's a little creepy. I don't like that. It makes me
What's
skin
creepy?
crawl a little bit. Yeah, like.
Okay.
I
I don't see any broken bones, so
What the fuck am I listening to?
here's an
behind me?
ice
Oh my
pack for your
God.
bruising. Of course, do you want some ibuprofen for the pain?
Come over here for a second. This is,
Huh?
Yeah, that's Let's go over there. Go.
Okay, give
What?
me just a second
Oh
here.
gosh, made me wanna. Oh gosh, you look like the 4th of July.
Sorry.
Dispatch 131
Time to
times
go.
7 for a few mics.
Away.
I'm gonna do it. We're going Maria. I'm going Maria mode. I know, it's been a while, huh?
Fair check, team 276 to
hello.
47 colon Rockwood
Hello,
Hills.
friend.
Friend.
Hug.
Sorry.
Yeah. Hug things are nice.
Badge 036, show me 106, getting a new
Yep.
badge for Miranda Shingles.
Sits down.
I almost passed out there.
I'll be right back.
Oof. I need to repair my jacket.
Hello, friend.
Detective 1, UTL on the latest 47,
Maria
gonna be
is
heading
a
to
dog.
76 back to
Dresses up as other people. Because that's what dogs do. They dress up as other people. They're not themselves.
036 direct. Zero 36 009 direct.
Yeah, go for double.
Spironolactone, I feel like I'm saying that right. What prescription class would that go under?
I would do anything for my friend.
Spirolactone is a testosterone blocker.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Except apparently shaving my
I can see
beard.
it here. It's been
Because
prescribed
I'm
before.
lazy.
Recently,
I was
prescription.
lazy today.
What
Oh, no.
class would that go under?
Is it for hormone replacement therapy?
Yeah.
I'd say class. It's probably a class B.
Mm-hmm.
Dispatch 031 1041.
Welcome to the shift.
Are you prescribing them, if it's for hormone replacement therapy, you're doing a dose of
Yeah, I'm not doing
estrogen with
the
that
eyes.
as
Fuck
well?
the eyes.
Gesterone?
Yeah.
I'm looking at
The overseer's not Russian. She's from Virginia.
invoice here, and it's only saying spironolactone and escitalopram patches.
Yeah, those are estrogen patches. Alright,
Yay!
10-4.
The flowers are real big compared
Better
to
to
real
take
ones.
estrogen through patches or injections
well.
rather than pills.
There's 3 Marias. There are 3 Marias on screen. 1, 2, 3.
Well, Maria, the short brown hair is the overseer. But also Maria is basically her as well. This is the overseer.
I love you, friend.
I know, everybody's so confused by it, and I love it. Because it's supposed to be confusing. People are not able to tell us apart. Apparently we sound alike to others. I don't agree with that. I don't think we sound anything alike, but you know. Yeah, basically. Basically. There are 2 people playing the overseer, technically. No. I'm just playing a doll who pretends to be other people, that's all.
Dispatch 131 is back tonight.
10-4.
So, are the parachutes
Hello.
technically ours?
Hello.
Because we
Yeah.
bought everything for them?
Well, they're Sam's property.
But we bought
Whoops.
everything. I bought everything for them. Like
Correct.
I
don't think I've
But
seen
they're
this
Sam's
one yet.
property,
There you go.
Yep.
even though I paid and then brought all the cloth to the mechanic.
I mean, we
Yeah, you would
repair
have to be there
ambulances
from
with
the
our
start.
money all the time too. Corman, do you have a parachute?
I don't.
All right, let's go get you a parachute.
Alright then. So, am I allowed to have my parachute on off duty or no?
No.
Oh shit! I just took my fucking scarf off, and I just realized for some reason my body tail's in my ass again. Oops.
I always wanted to try parachuting all the way to City Hall. I think I bet I could do it.
Just buy an
It'd be
extra one.
pretty. Yeah, I could do that.
Yes,
We
yes,
could go to the roof
yes,
and
yes, I will. Yes, I fucking will.
Yeah, but then I have to walk back. That's a long way to walk.
They are different because
It's not that
I'm
long, it's
not
like
I'm not even
a
trying
minute
that
walk.
hard to make an impersonation.
That's
We're
so
just
it's
talking the
forever.
similar accent.
What?
I could spend those 2 minutes just here doing nothing.
Also true, but wouldn't be as awesome.
But there's a chance something happened.
No.
Oh.
We could also just like suddenly need to get our pay at City Hall, pick you up on the way back.
Dispatch 196
Oh,
plus
you're
2,
right.
transitioning to Valkyrie 76-2, U-Tool for parachute materials.
Someone could drive with the other parachutes.
True, yeah.
Anybody want to claim their
Nope,
paycheck?
nope, nope.
Would you like to go on the right?
I just want somebody to drive to City Hall so then I can parachute to City Hall and get a ride back
All right.
after collecting my paycheck.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Oh my god. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna do it.
Everyone who wants to parachute to City Hall, go to rooftop.
Okay.
Thank you, Maria.
Uh,
It's a dream come true.
I love you.
I love you more, sweetie.
Bye-bye.
Maria, can I get a hug?
Yes. I love you.
Oh.
Dispatch Valkyrie 23, you two all.
What I meant is, she didn't take the mold off and then take the Overseer. Overseer was the first person she dressed up as, and the thing is, it wasn't a mold right at first. She started slowly dressing up more accurately to Overseer. It began with only the outfit, then she, did the makeup, then she did the hair, and over and over. No, we don't do stream sniping here. This was the Maria that showed up. The one you're looking at right now.
Hello, friend.
How are you?
I'm having fun with my friends.
There they are.
Oh shit, I forgot Maria Nette called me. Sorry, I didn't answer. I was dealing with a clown.
That's Valkyrie 76.
Anyway,
Alright.
what is? Love you too, Maria.
Oh shit, cute
what
Maria's
was Becky
back.
saying?
She says she denied it.
What?
Yeah, the text says, "Hi, Kareem. I was contacting you regarding your property permit." And then, she put the whole La Fuanza Blanca in all caps. I wanted to let you know that traffic.
Still attack Medmobile. Get in. We're leaving.
That was fun.
Didn't make it as far as I hoped.
You're just bad.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
You gotta get better.
Maybe that's something we can practice every night when it starts to get slow. Work on our parachute skills.
See this.
Oh, dispatch call coming in.
Hello, this is Duckman. How can we help?
Hi there. I have a friend who's in a hospital bed right now, and he desperately needs amoxicillin or whatever else you could provide, like medicine. Is there a medicine?
There's doctors on staff. Is that okay?
Yeah, that works.
Has he gone to the treatment floor to get treatment?
I don't think there's any doctors in here right now.
No. There sure are.
Oh. Well, I'll go. Oh, I see them. I'll go talk to them. Okay. Well, how you doing?
Park Trent 28
All three of you want to jump interviews for the
Bye.
doctors.
Oh, wait.
Wait, okay, I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm
no, these two.
yeah.
I'm just here to listen and find out information. I'm
Valkyrie 23 clip, no 47.
She's
Yeah, Maria is
interested.
just
okay,
a
well,
normal,
this is
insane
perfect
person.
because we've got about 8 doctors waiting at the moment as well. So we're trying to fill up our doctor department. We're trying to stuff them up real good because TACMed is nice and healthy, but the doctor department, they went through a bit of an influx.
Damn, that
and...
ghost makeup looks good.
Oh, it's not makeup. That's her eyes.
Wow.
Oh,
That's actually her
damn.
eyes.
It's the dead walking.
You don't even know skin
don't-
versus makeup?
Don't
We're gonna have a
disrespect.
problem.
Yeah, don't disrespect her. She's great. She's one of our best.
No, I think it's brilliant.
She is probably the best tank med we have.
He's gonna be doing CPR on someone with makeup.
It's
You know that, right?
very
We're gonna have to
doable.
have
Plus,
that on
like for training and stuff. Why are you bleeding? Why are you
Alright,
bleeding?
well, come with me,
He made
potential
fun of her
doctors.
eyes.
I didn't make fun. I said they look great.
Oh,
Hello,
Oh,
baby
it's-
doctors. Good luck.
and it's really comfy. Oh god.
Maria,
God,
Maria,
what the
Maria,
fuck?
Maria, Maria,
Yes,
Maria,
because
line it
we
up,
look
line it up,
cute.
line it up,
Thank
line
you.
up, line up, line up, line up, line up.
Chloe,
love
we're
you.
curing a man of his homophobia.
Oh,
I'm
good.
not homophobic. What the fuck?
Wait, what?
I've been misdiagnosed.
You know, I don't think I've gotten one of those hugs before. It always looked really comfortable. I'm pretty sure you fixed a back problem I was having.
I love you.
I love you too, Maria.
Maria is a very good chiropractor.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I miss people being scared of Maria working with her.
Yeah, it's encouraged, I think. We love nicotine here.
Yes, we love nicotine.
That reminds me.
Hey, Corwin, can I talk to you in a second?
But then you read it out loud and it's
Why nicotine is good for your lungs.
No, I think it's the perfect amount. I don't think it's too much or anything. You know, if it's you, it's you, and it doesn't matter if it's quick or not, as long as it's what you feel on the inside, right?
Yeah, can't be too quick, can't be too slow.
Well, no, just be yourself. It's fine.
Yeah, just gotta be just right. Hi, Maria.
Hello, friend.
What do you think, Maria?
I love my friends.
That's
You know, I think I let the
Never
stove
happens to
on.
my friends.
I think I let the stove on in the kitchen. I'll be back.
No.
What's wrong with her?
She left the stove on.
Yeah. Totally not creeped out at all.
Why would it be creeped out?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, maybe it's just me, but I'm hearing ominous music in my head.
Huh?
Still not creeped out.
No, I don't hear anything. I don't know what you're on about. I just see Mario smiling. That's one.
A shiver running down my
I
spine.
love
but
you,
no.
friend.
Friend.
And she said that in the most creepy way possible, but I'm
No, she
still
says
not
it in a
creeped out.
cute way. What, you trying to call her creepy?
Not at all.
What
not
the
at all.
fuck's
I'm not
wrong
creeped
with
out.
you?
I'm not creeped out. I'm not creeped out.
Look, she's even doing little Kong 3 face.
Feeling cold and clammy, but I'm good. I'm fine. Jesus fucking shit.
Come on, Nette, put the machete away.
No.
Uh-oh. Come on. Put it down. Why'd you get a machete out?
I have a gun.
There we go, that's better.
I have a gun.
Ah, it's fucking holy hell.
Gun's the best.
I
Why
love
stick with
taking
a
care of
short
my
range
friends.
weapon? Yeah. We help friends. Oh, another dispatch.
Big victim.
Where?
Let's go.
Courthouse.
Yay.
Go figure.
Like every time's right. It was literally, I was the last one on shift. So.
Oh, you go ahead, Lucy.
Okay.
Like, I'm the last one on shift. So it's not even.
How's it going?
Come on, Tazi. Let's go play a game.
036 off radio for 10 mics job interviews.
You guys go on ahead. It's just stabbing at the courthouse. Easy peasy.
Dispatch 119, direct
119.
25 at the garage with us. Do I have good copy?
10-4, 10-4. I'm on my way.
I love you.
Can I come?
No.
Okay.
Hello, friend.
Hello.
Dispatch
Hello.
176 to the latest 52 at the courthouse.
Nope, still not creeped out. Not at all.
Nope. I just love little porcelain dolls. You know, that was my favorite thing to play with as a child.
Especially when they pull out machetes and chase you around the hospital. I love that shit.
What?
Nothing? Nothing?
Ow.
It's over here.
Thank you.
Yeah,
What,
she got
again?
shanked, motherfucker. Yeah.
Yeah, that figures.
Oh.
Hello.
It wasn't us.
Hello.
It was not us. I promise.
Yeah, we innocent.
No.
We don't even know who it is.
Not a cop. Not a cop.
Oh god.
Clown on clown violence.
I
Oh,
just
yeah.
Oh, Bubble says she's
You
not
hate
a
to see it.
clown, and she's kind of up there with the clown echelon of clowns type shit.
Yeah, but you really can't just say somebody else isn't a goddamn clown.
I mean, yeah.
To be
Yeah.
fair, though, she
Oh.
isn't a clown. She's
You know
wearing a
what?
gingerbread
I
man.
agree.
True.
Actually, I agree.
I didn't even do nothing.
Did I ever figure out who the fuck she is?
I don't think so.
I have a fake ID now,
she's got
though.
a fake ID that you can use.
Oh yeah.
Oh, a fake ID that we can use? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yes, guys.
I don't know.
That's
Charge
what we're
whoever
gonna
that
do.
is.
We're the Saints, a religious
Oh.
clown group, and they can never take our stuff, and we can get fake IDs.
Yeah.
It's perfect. It's all gonna come together.
What's
It
the
comes full
state ID?
circle, just like that.
Oh, I don't know.
Here, I'll tend the wound if you want to dig through a pocket.
Oh yeah.
You're doing amazing work.
Oh.
I have something for you.
I love you.
Your life at any cost.
Oh yeah.
Are you from the Midwest?
Me?
There was a little bit of a twang there, right?
I love you, James.
I love you. And
Uh-uh.
she goes, oh yeah.
You enjoy that.
Yeah, right?
That's just,
I
that's just
love
fair
you.
enough.
Not again. Not again. Not again. 1 minute.
Smack it, smack it.
Oh my
Oh
god.
yeah.
yo.
That's fine.
There we go.
Ouch.
Y'all are doing amazing.
Oh yeah. There you go.
Let me put that back in your pocket, friend.
Oh yeah.
That's for you.
Here we.
Oh, thank you.
You enjoy that.
Forget it. That really hurts my ears. Could you not do that? Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
You're doing great work. You deserve this.
Thank you. I do smoke, so that's very useful.
thank you.
All right, let's get you in the envelope.
Good yo.
Thank you for
I
calling
can't
in,
breathe.
folks.
Real quick, hold on. You.
Good luck.
You're the only one I
peekaboo.
didn't give a sig to.
Clown.
Come back here.
I don't.
Hold on. Hold on. I have something for you. Everybody can use a sig. You could trade it to somebody
Please
else
step
for
away
something you
from the
want.
vehicle.
why
I
you so
love you.
Oh.
Any particular reason?
No, it's just, well, that's the game that my dad used to play with me. But then one day, he did the hand thing, and then when he took him away, he wasn't there anymore.
Oh, like in that witch movie, yeah?
Yeah.
That sounds spooky.
He played peekaboo and he booed.
He booed you for
Yeah,
sure.
he got stuck on the Pika part. He never booed back out.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
cool. Yeah. So you
How could you?
formed your clown personality around the traumatic event in which you lost
-1.
your father, huh?
Oh.
Or your voice ID.
We
I
often
went to
talk about
clown
it, but we don't
college.
do psychology.
Oh,
You
yeah.
did. You actually went to a proper clown college?
Oh, yeah.
What clown college?
Oh, the Clown College of Michigan.
Oh wow, I've heard that one's very prestigious.
Oh, yeah. It's hard to get
Very
into.
prestigious clown. Did you study mimery as well? Or if you had like well, you got your filling up classes and shit. You know, like extracurriculars.
Oh. Oh.
You know, it's a good thing you're being nice. Otherwise, I could leave you in Maria's care right now, and you'd probably, not be
her
booed
again?
back out again. You know what I mean?
Oh. Okay. I mean, oh.
No, but you're being a good patient. Thank you.
Going.
Oh, I've never been bad in my life.
I find that somehow hard to believe. Oh, God. All right, let's get you out of there.
Do we got a name for her yet?
We do.
I have a
Elizabeth
fake ID.
Gacy.
Oh,
What?
yeah.
She's been in
It's a fake ID.
Oh,
Oh, she
nice.
has a fake. I don't know if she thinks she's a 95. She got stabbed, so I guess she's just.
Yep.
Boop, bedtime.
Oh, here I go.
All right,
Might
there
get
you go.
another truck, get a Yosemite,
Oh.
Yosemite pickup truck for fast response purposes.
I've had 3 fake IDs today. This one's my favorite.
Why do you keep using fake IDs?
Oh, I don't know my real name.
Oh.
But you can
Why
just
don't-
charge them.
Why don't you just go down to the courthouse and get a new ID?
Oh,
They
I'd have to know my real
have
one.
They have a whole DNA database.
I don't think they
Okay,
do.
no. The only reason I got my DNA in the system is because you guys made me.
Oh.
I don't think they have my DNA.
No,
Dolores
it's
doesn't have it.
they got something. Dolores has some way to tell.
I think it's like if you have like your name in the system or something. I don't know.
I know they take your like blood and shit if you got like a crime committed. They take your fingerprints
Uh-huh.
and your DNA.
Yeah.
But you haven't gone to jail at all, have you?
Well, they brought me into the jail, but then they didn't know what my legal name was, and so they had to take me out twice.
Oh, that sounds like a
Yeah.
painful experience.
Well, it's okay. I mean, you can just charge the fake ID you
Do I
did it
make a
earlier
fucking
for a different
clown?
one.
Do I make a fucking
Yeah, but
clown?
we try not to when we can, you know?
Do I make
Also
a
because
clown?
then that person's gonna come in for a refund.
Yeah. It's a whole big snafu, and then their medical record gets messed up, your medical record gets messed up. It's all
Exactly.
kind of a
What
shit
clown
show.
would I play?
It happened earlier, and you can just do it again now. No biggie.
Well, no, we can't though.
Yeah, I have a clown.
Oh.
Who just has a voice
Because
like
again,
this.
like if
Hi,
it's gonna mess up the medical
it's
records
me,
even more
Twinkie the
now.
clown.
Oh.
We just want to take care of you to the best of our ability, you know?
So we
Oh.
did get a name, or
Yeah, it's
or
a
no?
fake ID, but that's okay. I got it like 30 minutes ago.
9175.
It's a fake ID, but it's got a name on it. I mean, a photo of it.
Not
So at least you
Twinkie?
taped
Yeah,
it on there.
Twinkie.
No, well, I've been holding people hostage and forcing them
Was
to
that
take
the
photos
fake
for me
one?
every day. Oh yeah,
Oh,
that's my fake ID.
Well, I think
Alright.
you're just about good.
Oh yeah. Ooh.
I'm
Okay.
done. 42. I love
good.
you.
Okay, Maria, I love
See
you
you
too.
later.
Take care of yourself. Bye.
Dispatch
me a
tech
hug.
team 1, can I have
I don't much like hugs.
to.
Oh, I think-
to
Why not?
name
Just
crush.
hug him.
Give me a hug.
Oh, okay, all right.
Give
I
me
guess.
a hug.
Wanna be attaching?
Okay, I'm going. I don't. Oh, God. Maria, that's a little tight. Maria, I can't breathe.
Don't be
Love
a
you.
wuss. It's not that bad.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You killing somebody.
Speedy to TACMed.
Go for TACMed.
Sorry about before, we really need to take care of something. I'm not sure if you guys have any units available, but we do have a downed individual here on Vespucci and Power.
10-4, we already have a unit 76.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Anytime.
I'm glad Maria shoved her back in the closet.
So with that being said, I'm more than happy to offer you both a position, and I'll get you all in the chain and stuff. And once that's all settled, keep an eye out for the re-education. Once you've attended that, you'll be cleared for duty.
Perfect. Thank you.
Oh my god, there's way too much lore to dump on Maria.
That's
Is a rival.
I need to like write it out or something, because holy shit, Maria is such a fucking complicated character.
Alright, Alva.
And it's all through RP.
105.
Basically, she's a girl who thinks is a doll, who pretends to be other people that she really likes. That's it.
Bring you on as a new hire. And then what was your story?
1092 74.
Okay, perf. Do you have
Yeah.
an email that I can reach? You can just type it on a note. Just slide it over. I have to say it out loud.
Yeah, girl dolls like people. Exactly.
Or you can just text it to me. That way, either way.
Maria hopes you don't want that. You don't want that.
That'd be better, unfortunately. This is the last one to curse.
I do have your number.
Yo, 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 dog. Hope's in the house. Yo, listen, dog. Yo, 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 girlies, what's up? And now we make a lot of friends. And now we are nice because we have a master now as Maria. This is our master. For the greater good, Overseer Jess Walkitoff. We do whatever to make her proud. We do a lot of bad things and a lot of good things.
What the hell? That door just opened and closed itself. You guys saw that?
Oh, I mean, I love dick. Yeah, I'm so straight. Like, in a straight way.
And then,
we're making a joke about Maria pretending to be a Hope You Die, one of TACMed, the character played by Toho. And her thing is that she's very much not straight, but always talks about being straight. Ah, flashbang! Alright, I'll keep the wig on for a little bit, and I guess I can keep the, whatever. I would get on Bunny, but I don't know. No, she's... Funnily enough, Hope and Wrangler are very similar, yes. Man, fucking Wrangler finding Hope hot is like the funniest shit ever. They're so fucking good. Anyway, do we get on Bob maybe? Do we get on Penelope or do we make a clown? Yeah, I know it happened right away. I was there when Wrangler first met up with Hope. I was like, ah, holy shit, she's so hot. Yeah, because she's a very straight woman with a fully functioning vagina, and Wrangler is very much a straight man who's a pervert, so why would he not find Hope hot, you know? I mean, I'm tempted because of jiggle physics. Yeah. I don't know if I can play a clown. Like, what kind of clown would I play? I wanna play a perma clown. This guy's fun. Hey. Yeah, but like, you know... Oh yeah, Bunny's getting out of jail! Oh my god, I forgot. Okay, fuck this. Fuck this. We're gonna just play Bunny. I love how 0 sense it makes. I'm dressed up as Maria, but I'm playing Bunny. Wait, I just called him Bunny Hope. Bottom. I mean, Hope, bottom, same thing. Clown with a brown. God, I wish I had a hair like this. Maybe one day.
Stop! I think I just said this to Kirk and he doesn't know the rest of the lyrics, so I'm just gonna leave it at that.
You don't know the rest of the lyrics of that song,
No.
Twinkle?
Nope.
Nothing wrong with you, man.
What?
Lol. Hey. Hey.
Hello.
It was weird, man.
Tell anybody.
I'm sorry, Tess. I never heard something sound like a whoopee cushion
Hello,
full
hello,
of water
hello,
before.
Dr. Bottom in the house. Who's hurt?
Shit, I ain't feeling the best.
What happened to you, honey?
You see her over there in the Christmas sweater?
Oh yeah, I do. That's a lovely sweater.
She put me in a full Nelson and punched me in the face.
Oh, and how did that make you feel, sweetie?
Kind of like I wanted revenge.
Oh.
I'm a fucking poop in her
You're
stocking.
not excited about it, yeah?
Hell no, I ain't excited about it. I'm gonna leave her a lump of coal I crafted myself.
Is that like...
Ew.
Are you going to make it into a diamond, propose to her? Is that your way of saying that?
Oh, my
Oh,
God.
hell no.
I'm-
Hell no. Shit. I'd rather fucking staple my mustache to a fighter jet
I'm
and
going
watch
to be
that
honest,
bitch take
honey,
off.
I'm taking a look, and most of the damage appears to be to your ego. Your body seems quite fine, so why don't you just give it a little bit of a rest?
Okay. I will.
Good. Very proud of you.
My ego does hurt. Thank you, doctor.
I'm gonna beat the yuck out of
What
Mumbles.
happened to these ones?
Oh my
We all got
god.
beat up.
Hello, it's Dr. Bottom. What happened to you, sweetie?
Oh my god. Twinkles
don't
beat
know.
me the fuck up.
Are you gonna
Oh,
hurt
you
me?
want me to beat you up?
No.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought you said.
No,
Yeah,
Twinkles
Sorry,
did
I
it.
have trauma.
Who's
One time
Twinkle?
somebody asked me that, and
The
then
green-haired
they
one.
put bees in my car.
No. Where? Did it,
Yeah,
does it
Twinkle's
hurt if I
put all
go-
of them up.
Oh.
It's okay. I'm gonna send him into the moon.
I don't
Oh,
know.
that's fine.
What?
Dude, look at me.
Mumbles?
Yeah.
Sure you want to do
Twinkles,
this?
is that
Dude.
you? Are you feeling
I'm
okay?
coming.
You look like you got beaten up as well.
Oh, I'm coming.
Twinkles, you get beat up?
Yeah, he got beat up, but he got checked.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me take a look.
Hey. We're worming.
You look
Stop worming.
We're
Beautiful.
worming.
not that bad. Hello, worms. Oh, it's so adorable.
Hello.
I'm gonna
Can you
try my
believe I
hand at
used to be a
worming.
doctor a few days ago? Now I'm here.
What?
Really?
Yeah.
What happened?
Someone was threatening to kill my patients, so I shot them in the face and they fired me.
Ah,
So I shot four
That's pretty
doctors in the
cool.
face.
That seems
And then I
reasonable.
shot like 7 police officers in the face. And then I forgot about it, so they just approached me and cuffed me and put me in here.
oh.
It
that's
seems
nice.
like you did the right thing, if you ask me.
Yeah, I posted on Life of It and everyone called me a hero and stuff. I saved someone's
Oh,
life and I got,
fuck yeah.
Yeah, that sounds very mean.
yeah.
Hey, Mumble,
they-
stay still for a sec.
I can't. I'm a worm.
I'm starting to
Well, I'll-
notice a pattern. Is this like a clown thing?
Ah,
So,
Yeah.
well, let's get face to face, Mumbles.
Okay. Come hither.
Come
I
slither.
have a question. How do clowns feel about furries?
Wait,
Oh,
how'd you-
Tessa's the professional on this subject.
I'm
Oh,
not.
are you?
Tessa's,
I'm
animal,
not.
I'll be honest,
Tessa's
you look
animal's a
like it. You
raccoon.
look
I
like you're
took that
used to
off.
I mean, you look like you're used to dealing with animals. I'll be honest. And like a
She
good way.
loves animals.
Honey, you're wearing a bunny tail.
Yeah. You like it? Look, I gotta represent.
What the yuck?
is that your name, Bot?
Yeah.
Bunny Bottom?
Yeah.
Mumble,
Ah.
stay still.
I changed
What's
it.
the
I was a
name?
social influencer.
Why not?
I'm
Ah.
grazing while I'm a worm.
You can still stay still.
How do I do that?
Fucking stop squirming. What do you mean?
I can't.
I do like your bunny tail, but I don't want to say it in front of them because they're gonna say I'm a furry.
What'd you say, Tessa?
What?
Fucking furry.
Tessa, can you speak up?
Oh, I didn't say anything.
She
Oh, I
was
thought-
saying
okay, my
like
bad.
my tail
Mumbling
doesn't
something.
really fit and stuff, and then
Oh.
dressing up as animal is cringe. But I don't want to say it out loud because she doesn't want to seem like she's judging me because she's really nice.
Oh.
But yeah.
Yeah.
I
Well,
think she
don't
likes
take it.
furries.
Don't take it personal, because I think she's just projecting. Because I think she's nervous that we know that she's a furry now.
Oh, really? I mean, that makes a little bit of
Stop.
sense.
Did she not know that we knew that?
Yeah, it's kind of like when the bully
What do
bullies
you
people.
mean?
Yeah, we knew that a while ago, Tessa.
It's okay, Tessa.
but
We
I-
accept you.
When
Yeah.
are you getting the rest of the outfit? I likes the raccoon head.
You want me to get a raccoon outfit?
I mean, you want you to get a
I could-
raccoon outfit.
You were just waiting for the excuse.
I would
Let's
totally.
unpack that, shall we? I'm also a therapist, I
You've
guess.
already got one. You've just been waiting years for a motherfucker to bring it up.
Now it all makes sense.
Ow.
Hypothetically, if you were to wear a furry mask, what would it be?
Is that to all of us or Tessa?
I'd be the one of the cameramen from Skibbity Toilet.
Oh my god. Interesting
That's my
question.
persona.
Let's not unpack that.
I know what I'd be.
What would you be?
I'd be a fucking porcupine.
Oh, honey, you already are. You cutie.
Twinkles, what would you be?
Hell yeah.
duck.
He'd be a
Quack,
duck.
quack. Yeah.
Oh, that's adorable.
Where'd Mumbles go? Oh, there he is.
I know what Mumbles would
Mumbles,
be.
what would you be?
I already
Fucking-
said I'd be one of the cameramen from Skibbity Toilet.
That's not an animal.
It
I
is to
mean,
me.
look,
Dude.
let a man be who he wants to be. It's fine.
I don't
I'd
know if you
love to have
know
a camera
this,
for a
dog,
head. Are you kidding me?
but Mumbles is an idiot.
Yeah, he
I
blew us
am a
up earlier
doctor.
when
I
you
save
tried to-
lives. I don't judge them, honey.
Oh shit.
You
well, I
used
don't
your last
save 'em.
straw, Twinkles.
Yeah, you
What the
can judge
fuck?
them all you want.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's
Why'd
no.
you just threaten Twinkles?
Huh?
Where's the Cowboys? Are they in the room with us?
Okay.
Cowboys? They're in Dallas.
I want to be a cowboy.
Cowboy, baby. I like cowboys that know how to play brass instruments.
Yeah.
I'm bullying Twinkles.
Ow!
Especially when they're like,
I'm bullying Twinkles. Give me a
I'm so sorry. Leave my buddy alone, Mumbles. You made me knock the doctor
He's
out in the
good
chair.
now.
Oops.
Now what are you
Whoopsie
gonna
poopsie. Ooh.
Is it just me or did it got
Are you
hot in here? I'm
bad?
used to
Yeah, I think you
snowing.
did go to bed. What do you mumble?
Dude, I hate the snow.
And I
Casually
got full
changes
time,
in the corner.
So I'm gonna be in here for a minute.
Yeah.
Wait, how long
Got
you got?
49 minutes.
Hey, Mumbles.
Ooh.
He
I
comfy.
have 47.
Me too.
I got 47 too.
Oh, you do?
How long were you sent
Yeah,
up
so you
for?
fucking
What did you
cheater.
do?
I didn't cheat though. What do you mean?
Mumbles, all you gotta do is say the magic word.
Ooh.
What did you all
keep doing
do?
it. Ooh.
Don't worry about him.
What do you
You'll
ask?
be fine.
Just say the magic
I was
word.
wondering what you guys did to be sent up here.
Report.
Oh,
Said it.
well, what did we do today, guys?
Ah,
A lot of running from the police.
That's
that
right.
is
Yeah.
one from the police.
We stole a bunch of cars.
Oh,
We
that's fine.
held up a police officer and handcuffed him, and then we
Oh, wow.
And then I played a trumpet.
Ah,
And
that
then we
explains
blew up
it.
a couple cop cars.
Ah, details. How many have you shot?
I turned a man into a nugget.
Can I see that? Can I pay to see that? How much do I have to pay to see that?
He's somewhere on Clinton Avenue.
I mean, there's
bleeding.
men around here all everywhere.
I left his body there.
Was he alive?
I don't think so. Chatterbox shot him in the head.
People usually die after that.
Well, I cut off all his limbs.
Hello.
Hey,
You
Boo
just
Boo, I got
made
your,
my
got your wallet
fucking-
here. Here you go.
Are you the
my
ones
God,
I
you
shot
scared the
at?
fuck.
Oh,
No, sorry.
Oh.
He's still
No, I
don't
think so.
Yeah.
We sat on a bench.
Yeah, there's
We
that
sat on a
back.
bench
You
together.
got all our
hello.
money back, right?
He took your
Alright.
money?
You guys behaving in here?
No. We're being
Well,
so
let me
naughty.
check. Oh my, I need to check and see
Oh
if
my
my
gosh, you
money's
guys-
all here.
Don't worry,
I will double
everything's
check.
there. Don't worry.
He's got sticky fingers.
Everything?
Everything's there.
Ow.
Should be, yeah.
Mumbles.
Where's my
Mm.
picture of
I'm gonna
Ember
give you
with
something
the?
you'll never
I
be able to
didn't-
get rid of.
No, I didn't take that. I didn't take that.
And the makeup.
You'll
Are you
see.
sure?
Thank you so much for taking
You're
it. I rolled in
I
the grass
promise.
for
I'm
it.
It's
gonna
on
make
my
you
life,
manually
okay?
blink for the rest of your life.
Fine.
God
Thank
damn
you.
it, I'm already
Yeah,
starting.
All right. All this place is covered in blood.
Well, if
You guys
you
sure you're okay?
This place will be fine.
Holy
They're fine.
shit.
I'm a doctor. I'm
What the
taking
hell?
care of them.
Oh
Oh my god,
You
good job.
Jeez.
I'm
Oh
so
my
happy
God.
for you.
One of my favorite.
I wish I could have my
Holy.
scraps on me. Could you go
I'll
ahead
give you a
and pick up my
box set
scraps
to
from my
Gilligan's Island, dude,
house?
because you're my
Wow.
friend.
Oh my
You
god,
Tessa.
you really
never
should.
got rid of it. Tessa.
You'd probably look so That's so nice. handsome in scrubs.
Hey Tessa, you're now
What?
manually
No,
blinking.
me handsome
Hello.
never.
One for Tessa, we made
And Bubba,
contacts
you're
and stuff.
managing.
Ooh.
Hi.
Those are
Can't
good.
rest
Alright, bye-bye.
normally in your mouth without moving.
Oh, gross. There's dirty footmarks on
You have the sudden
Wait.
urge to poop.
Hey,
He said it?
how'd
That's
you
not how
know?
that works at all.
Hey, it does for me. If I start thinking
Wait, where'd she
about
go?
shit, I'll do it.
What? What's going on? So many people have spiders. I love spiders. Wow.
That is everywhere.
Yep, let's go.
I think that went well. We didn't die. It's great. Yeah.
Hey, what kind of vehicle are you with here?
What kind of vehicle?
A ranger check?
Or a ranger truck, yeah.
thank you.
Are there any police around?
They're in a meeting, I guess.
Oh,
I don't know.
perfect. Thank you. Let me go get my gun. See you soon.
Your gun?
Yep.
Why?
Because they forgot to take it off of me.
Oh, okay. Guys, let's go. Let's go. Come on.
Hello.
Aw, that's now fun. Wait, are those doors unlocked, perhaps? Perchance? Maybe? Question mark? Oh, cool. Oh my god. I can dress up as a doctor. Whee!
Hell yeah. Let's be a prison doctor.
Hey. Hey, Ron.
Got it? Nope. Oh my god, is it all the way down there? Oh my god, it's all the way down there, isn't it? Ugh. Motherfucker. Hmm. Come on, quick, quick, quick. I think Bunny's a little bit cute.
Shit at him.
Are they still gonna be in the fucking prison infirmary when we get back? Probably, knowing them. Shit lords. LOL. Ow. In what world?
Bye, Lucy. Mwah.
Hey, get the fuck out of here.
Oh no, what happened?
Oh my god, I don't.
Oh my
Hey.
goodness.
It
Hello.
went blue.
I
It
can
went
see
boom
that.
boom. Yeah.
Who's-
Up, yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
I'm fine. It wasn't me.
I'm okay.
That wasn't me.
never-
I would never blow
explode a
up my car.
Wow. It was me.
Wouldn't
I blew
be
it up.
me. That wouldn't be me.
Alright. Hey, you
Yeah.
said you wanted to see me
Hello.
some scrubs?
Yeah, I wanted to see your strokes. Hiya, how may I help you? This is the Rangers.
Damn.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. There's never any tow truck drivers around.
What do you think?
Oh my god, you're so hot.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, Bill.
man.
Yeah,
I
we'll
don't know
come.
what to do. I'm
We'll
just
come.
gonna.
We'll
I'm
come
just
get
gonna
your thing,
head
Bill.
around it.
All right.
All right. Yeah. All
Oh,
right.
what's that?
Ciao.
Hey, guys, what's that over there? What is that?
What is this, Ranger? Oh my god, they're so hot. I can't. It's been so long since I play character that people go hot. Bunny is not hot. Bunny is fucking bad. Bunny is a bad boy. Bubba boy. A bubba boy. Don't vote for me, Jamaica Hale. She's trying. She's trying something. I know you would simp over someone like Bunny in real life because I would simp over someone like Bunny in real life. God. Emotionally manipulate me, please. Oh, man. What a day. So dark.
The fuck do you want?
I'm just calling to check up on you, honey. We're just be co-workers. Not that I worry.
You tried to hold one of my friends hostage and threatened to kill them and my grandpa.
Details. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
I'm a little bit more or less susceptible to gaslighting than you seem to think.
Well, honey, did I ever do anything to your grandpa?
That remains to be seen. I don't think
the-
so
the
yet.
answer is no. Tell you.
Not yet.
No, it's no. There's no yet in it. You said I
Oh,
hurt
you
your
did.
grandpa, did I?
Not yet.
Yeah, there you go.
What do you want?
Nothing. I'm calling to check up on you because Lucy seems so scared on the scene.
Was it you that she treated, or were you there?
No, I was just there. You know,
Yeah.
things happen.
Yeah. Well,
Is Benjamin
maybe you
around?
should leave her alone.
Well, maybe. Is Benjamin around?
That we're not allowed to give information about
Right,
Sam's
I'll
personnel
call
on
him.
duty right now.
I love you. Say it back.
Fuck off.
Alright, I guess. Now, what are the chances that you're
You like them?
Why am I not surprised?
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, Mumbles, you ever had a Hertz donut?
I am
Yeah.
ready for duty. Ah,
Good.
that's very cool.
Who's hurt? Oh, fuck
Ah,
me,
my
that hurt.
God. What was that for?
Hurts, don't it? You're pathetic. Ow. Ow. Oh, I think I just busted a freaking tooth.
Oh no, it was nice to meet you, Craig.
I think I busted a
Do
tooth.
I need to calm them down? Nah, they're fine. Oh, alright.
I got shit
Hey,
in my
Twinkles, what's up?
tooth.
Hi.
Oh.
Stumples is better than you.
Not true. Actually, it is true. Super. I went bowling
Oh.
and I got a spare.
Dude, you're gonna need a fucking spare noggin in a minute. I'm about to fuck yours up.
You can whoop me?
Well, whoop
Ow.
you.
Ow.
I'm sorry. I kind of feel bad.
Wait, do
Beating
you
up
have
on
a-
you is like
Wait, he has a bald spot on the
trying
top
to
of his
fight
head.
a wiener dog.
You have a bald spot.
You surprised?
No, not really.
Sorry, where's that
Sure.
fucking hat? What's up?
You're moonwalking.
I like moonwalking. What's up, Tessa? Dude, check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Hit that bitch.
Right off the
Dude,
park.
I want to do that with you one day, but like throw a bomb.
Oh yeah, we were talking about it
Okay.
earlier. It's called
Yeah.
baseball. Base bomb.
Yeah, and then like the bomb lands like in the bed of
Yeah.
someone's He bent me over backwards on that table, broke my fucking back.
Yep.
Dude, you're weirder than the fucking Willy Wonka reboot with Johnny Depp. I want you to know that. And that shit's weird as fuck.
You don't mean that.
Oh.
I don't fucking nice it.
I'm just here to
You really
observe
went
the clown
there.
show.
What?
Pretty crazy.
my
I'm just saying,
God.
dude. Seen how Johnny Depp look in that movie? He's fucking scary, dude. Scarifying. I just
true.
made up a new word.
Scary fine.
Dude, that's crazy. I'm gonna be rich. I don't know how, but I'm gonna do it. Motherfucker!
He's coming.
Yeah, dude.
This is due.
Hey, good. Look at that. On my feet. On my feet. On my feet. On my. Oh fuck.
Oh.
Ow. Hey, Twinkles still
Twinkles
standing.
failed.
Oh fuck! Hey, bust your ass.
He just wants to lay down a little bit longer. You're making a mess.
Oh.
I found a way out.
Oh.
Dude, look! I landed on a bed.
Now what?
Oh.
Yeah, now
You
what?
tell me, Twinkles.
We can go feed him to. Are there like any animals around here we can feed him to? They're probably hungry. Hello. Hello, I'm an animal right here, and I'm hungry. Ah.
He was hungry too, so I fed him a knuckle sandwich. You kind of remind me of where the wild things are.
All right, you all stay safe.
You're the
She's
wild,
Alright.
and I'm the
Thank
things
you.
are,
You're welcome.
and he's the
If you need
where.
me, give me a
You
call.
too.
Werewolf, he hairy as fuck.
Okay.
Yeah, very.
Ew.
Oh, thank you.
What? Don't judge. And if Don't you judge ever want because to Twinkles is know- beautiful.
Hey, dude, I
Have
just want you to
someone
know I'm
around
still
who
upset.
doesn't
I
judge
went
you
through
for
life
who
and I
you
haven't
are.
ate one of them chocolate frogs.
Just
There
saying.
you
Never
go.
had a
Here's
chocolate
mine.
frog.
I want one.
Ow.
Dude, frogs.
Who would want to eat a frog?
Hey, dude. Dude, them chocolate frogs look good.
Just casually walks into prison with a gun. How long have I been awake? I don't know anymore. I don't know anything.
Whoopsie.
How's the cute bunny boy doing? Ah, it's okay. Oh my god, that's evil, man. Holy, ow, what the fuck? Jesus, I want to curl up after hearing that. And I just read it. It wasn't even directed at me. What the hell? Oh, I would hope that most people are like that with the RP. First fucking dumb thing that comes to mind has to be spurted out, because otherwise, what's the point of RP if you're not gonna, you know, take chances with the risky lines? Peekaboo the clown, great, amazing. And I got a chance to shoot her in the face, so that was good.
You still owe me money, silly. Do I have to go to the police?
Bunny, I have a restraining order.
Well,
Leave me alone.
and you have a debt to pay.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
Stop trying to extort me.
Well,
You have no leverage.
shot at a wall like an idiot.
I meant to shoot for the tire, but I forgot where I'm aiming. Benjamin? Question mark. Yeah, that was amazing. Is Maria classified as a clown? No, Maria is a doll. Maria is not a clown or a mime or anything of sort. Maria is a doll. It's a very specific.
Beep boop. Sorry. Oh my god, bunny ears. I'm in love. How?
Alright, you're up.
Oh.
I'm up. Okay.
On the
Hello.
left. Sorry. Not for repair. I'm looking.
Okay.
Question mark, do you sell lockpicks?
Lockpicks. Do we sell yes, we do sell lockpicks.
Oh my god, how much?
250.
Ah.
250.
Expensive, Jesus.
It is expensive.
I'll take two.
2 of them? Okay, hang tight.
I'm hanging. I'm hanging tight. So tight.
It's not on that table. It's on the one over here by the.
Well, he's trying his
chicken
best.
behind the desk.
Behind the desk? Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
on the
looking.
wall.
Okay, okay. What do I need for this? Let's see.
Doesn't feel like $500 worth of service. Hi, Bunny. How are you doing?
I did not try to take a swing at you, Fred.
All right.
Oh my god, I guess my name is Fred now.
Yeah,
Bro,
a couple
listen,
of people have referred to you as Fred.
Yeah.
Bro, you look like Fred from Scooby-Doo.
I just
Who is-
sent
I don't
Felicia
know
a
who
picture
Fred
of Fred.
is.
He has pretty much a white top. He has
Oh
the
my
exact
god, my
same
first
scarf as
cartoon
you,
crush.
blue
Hi,
pants and brown
Fred.
boots.
Would you like to
So
solve some
everything's the
mysteries
same,
in my
except his
mystery
collar's normally
machine?
blue, and he's blonde haired.
Oh.
I'll send you a
Alright.
picture of him.
Something, I'm getting lost.
Alright,
in all
okay, I
this.
do look a little bit like him, but the hair is completely different.
Did you say
Yeah.
something to me? All I heard was somebody say hello, and I'm
Oh,
not
no
sure
worries.
who
I
said
said,
it.
hi, Bunny.
Did you look
Look
up one already?
beautiful.
Yeah, I just looked it up.
Oh, I'm a clown,
I,
bunny.
I kind of
He's dressed like Freddy, except he doesn't have blonde hair.
Yeah.
I hop on police and beat him up.
Here, let me. Hold on.
I just came from prison.
There's nothing
There's so
wrong
many
with that.
clowns beating each other up in there.
Oh, there's a clown war the other day.
Yeah, I had to don my doctor outfit and save their lives.
Oh, you're a doctor?
Yeah, I'm doctor.
Here you
Hello,
go.
Bunny Bottom. Thank you, honey. Appreciate
There
it.
you go. Thank you so much. You have happy holidays too coming up.
I mean, they will be happy. Are you gonna be there?
If it'll make you happy, I'll be there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Bye. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Bye.
What do I need these for? I don't remember. How evil would it be to camp the whatchamacallit, the fucking locker room with a gun and just like, yep, nope. Mine. Well, I need to do something wild on Bunny. Leah isn't around. Benjamin isn't around. Not a lot of doctors around. How do we take revenge on the hospital for getting fired? How do we find RP in other places as well? I want to join the clowns. It doesn't make much sense for Bunny. He doesn't really do crime. I mean... Yeah, but I don't. I like seeking and making RP instead of just waiting for it to find me. That's what I do with, Ma. Oh, sweet. Korea. Ugh. Ass crab. I have a question. When did I wake up? Discord help me with that. I politely disagree, bitch. I think you're great at it. Okay, so that was 7 hours ago.
Man, that makes me want to run as Annabelle again. Oops. Yeah, fair enough. I'm not thinking about running as Maria. I'm thinking about Annabelle. Be up there. Oh my god, Thimble Knight. Good morning. I was just about thinking, it's 7 a.m. Maybe I should go to bed soon. Oh. Well, yeah, he just got out of prison. He dressed up as a doctor and went back to prison to treat the clowns because they were beating each other up in prison and having fun. And yeah, didn't really get in trouble yet because, I mean, he's been charged for everything he's done so far. He also kept his gun, despite, you know, his gun license being very much revoked. So, I'll be honest, what I want to do now... I want a hunting rifle. I want to fucking fly to Cayo Perico or swim to Cayo Perico because I haven't been there for like fucking... I've been on Cayo like once. Whoopsie. I've been on Cayo Perico once in my whole life. I want to go back again. Try my luck. Oh yeah, it's very complicated. Have you been to Cayo? I haven't, still. I mean, I've been there once. Didn't really get far. I've never seen it on stream either. And I didn't, like, explore it myself. I was there once and only got to shore, shut up a few people. Didn't find anything, so I was like, yeah, not worth it. And went back. Oh yeah, that. Yeah. No, yeah. But you gotta imagine that it's a lot different for civilians than that whole event was. First of all, a lot more difficult, actually, with no battle resing. I mean, it was easier because of the equipment you had and stuff. Yeah, because it's better to have a small group. Like, ideal for Cayo is like 2 to 3 people, I think. I prefer to go solo, but that's just me. Because KO is literally just a video game. You go up there and you play a video game. Not really about RP, so I like not having teammates. I like playing games solo. I don't. I like being able to shoot well. Yeah, that's why I don't necessarily expect we need crim things, but I'm not super stoked to engage in any of that because most of it is just video games, just playing a video game. The robbing, everything being so repetitive, the growing weed, etc. It's all just very very. I do have weed, you can have fun with it, RP with it, but making it and all of that's all boring stuff. BDW. Oh. Malinka. Yeah, you're not the only one actually. So I'm gonna be joining you. Oh my god! What the
Toe_ho decided to sacrifice 5 souls. All praise the AI overlords.
damn it. Thank you. Thank you, Han. I really appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Let's go ahead and adjust that. Okay. You're not getting the shower cam. You're not getting the shower cam. But maybe in private. Oh, keep this door open. There might be a little. Oh. Alright, let's adjust the timer and I'll take a shower. Beep. I think they deserve so too. I think so as well. You know, just a little itty bitty hunch that they do deserve it. They've been such a good girl recently. I'm just saying. Aha! Whew. Oh man. Alrighty. Oh, I almost started looking for people to raid. No raids. No raids. We're streaming 24/7 here. No raids. No raids. Only streaming. I don't fucking care. Bunny's going to steal the fucking bush. I have a what? Huh? Party Eater 27. Gee, I mean, now I know, I guess. Ah. What's that? When was the day Maria got hired? Not here. Was I hired off stream? I think so. It looks like it.
Hey. Hi.
You okay?
Oh yeah, it's just nice and toasty in here. I also feel chilled, you know.
He said that he does.
Not a friend.
And also for insubordination.
There we go. Then. Again. Thank you. That was... Lucky thing for an hour. I think that was Maria's first day on the job or something like that. PurpleRP.
My name is 2 tickets.
Okay.
There we go. That's the correct layout.
What a
We
start.
gotta be
What a start.
spooky. Also, music. God, I
Pencil
forgot how to do
position.
this. Also,
State, do you see this
timer.
one?
Yeah.
Resume. There you go.
Okay.
Time is ticking.
We
Finally.
got,
God, it's been a while. Okay, let's
vehicle plate
find some music.
V0Y50W51 failed to obey traffic control device on San Andreas Ave. Okay, is this license plate come back to one of your vehicles, Mr. Burgundy?
Yes.
It's a good fucking day. Hey, you know, it's the start of the day.
Hold on, I'm calling the officer. Oh, good idea.
Which one are you calling, yeah?
David,
sorry.
what?
Okay, I'll try
Just
to call the other one.
some actual emergencies. out
Hey,
of
we're doing
home
open
happening
court.
that I
Someone's
have to deal
contesting your
with.
ticket.
You know, if I wasn't dumb and set up a Discord, I would, you know,
All right.
be able to let everybody
Sounds
know.
good.
But I'm dumb, and I don't know how to set up
All
you know,
right.
a Discord server.
Do we wanna do the
properly,
other one
so
while we wait for him?
instead, I was just here. I wasn't RPing too
Well,
much,
then
but
we'll
I
call the other.
did some RP yesterday, and a lot of things happened with Maria yesterday.
What's the other one you're
Interesting
fighting?
Things. So
Oh, the other one?
you'll find out, I guess.
Okay. I'll pull that one up. Sorry, Gilbert, you're gonna have to wait.
That's alright.
Is this
I
the
hope
one
this
you would
music is
like
not
represent?
too loud.
Yeah,
It should be a bit
represent
out there,
me
but
in this
nothing
one.
overwhelming.
I'll
We'll see.
wait.
Oh, it's not in my phone. It's in my. It's crazy. This one.
Thank you so much. Oh my god,
Is that Serafina? Pretty sure that's Serafina. That is Serafina.
Hi. Hello. What are you doing?
What are you looking at, huh?
I already showed you the pictures.
Sarah, what are you looking at? I'm
So,
sorry.
so you have the picture?
I do have a picture on me if you would like that.
No, well, do you have the okay.
Yes,
Do you-
I
is
do
it
have
your
the
picture that you took?
No, it is the picture that the officer took.
Okay, then we all have the same picture. That's fantastic.